Welcome to listening to stories on Kevin TV audiobook channel, Chapter 751. Before the boss's room, Gojo sat on a large boulder eating lunch with Tempo as they watched the new dungeon grow. "Do you think we should help? There are over 70 students stuck there," Tempo asked with a large smile as he munched on his grilled chicken thigh. Gojo lifted a finger, conjuring a tiny ball of energy. "I don't know. I would love to leave this to Brother to take care of. He might not be able to save everyone. I can't have people die here. It'll be bad if they die while I'm here trying to make peace." Tempo stared at Gojo. "Innocent people shouldn't die. Innocent people die all the time. You can't save everyone." Gojo smiled. "But this isn't that far from Brother's abilities to solve. Do you think they can beat the boss?" Tempo looked at the dungeon, still munching. "Taking Brother out of the picture, I can see them winning, but not without deaths. As long as Ayala doesn't get harmed, I don't care how many else die," Gojo replied. Ayala, Matilda, Ganta, and Selena managed to drive away the large spiders and started heading deeper into the dungeon. It's been a while, and not a single monster showed up. Ganta looked around, "But I still feel them slithering around. Even monsters can understand it when a fight is unwinnable." Ayala replied to her, "They are avoiding us." After a while, they reached a dead end as a massive boulder blocked their path. Selena walked toward the boulder with a tiny flame on her finger for light and inspected it. "Look, those scratches are new. It just fell down." She looked at the ceiling, seeing the spot where the boulder was before. Is this why those large demon spiders are reinforcing the tunnels with their webs? Ganta approached the wall and looked at it, only seeing dirt and stones. "Are you stupid?" Matilda approached the wall that Ganta looked at and pierced it with her claw. "Look." She pulled her claw, and the deeper dirt looked to be mixed with the spider's webbing. They already reinforced this tunnel. They dropped that stone here. Matilda said with a proud face, puffing her chest as her tail spiked, "I'm smart, aren't I?" She looked at Ayala, her ears wiggling. "Matilda is right." Ayala approached the stone. "But why would they do that? Are they trying to lock us away from the rest of the dungeon?" "That's possible," Selena replied. "But I doubt it. I've read before that different dungeons would have different architectures, and this might be how doors are made here. So this is either a door to a level that isn't built yet, or Ayala looked at the other girls." Thud. Ganta smacked her fist together. "The boss room." She smiled. "Don't jump in." Ayala glared at her. "I won't." Tap Ganta sat down cross-legged and scratched her head. "I can't move that boulder on my own." The boulder was massive, almost 3 meters wide and 4 meters tall. All the girls sat down with Ganta as they started thinking about how to move the boulder and what might the boss be. This wasn't a game, even though the boss usually doesn't wander around the dungeon. There is no rule stating they can't attack those standing right outside the door. "We aren't going to win without a plan." Ayala looked at them. "I'm an archer. I can fire either normal arrows or wind element arrows. I can cast basic wind spells like Wind Blade and Wind Slash, but I don't have any big moves. She won't even mention the fire arrow, and even if she were to use it, she'd kill the 3 of them. I can cast spells up to the 5th tier," Selena mumbled, "but having people around me makes me nervous. Please, don't expect much of me." She looked away, not willing to disclose her marionette dance, even though it'd be useful to turn the boss's minions on it. She couldn't help but remember the past. "You accursed necromancer, get away from us." Selena shook her head, remembering when she was still a child, and first created the spell to play with her dolls. The other children thought she was a necromancer, which led to a constant stream of bullying, isolation, and abuse. Even the adults got on it, not even willing to see or understand how the spell worked, labeling her as a necromancer and demanding her head. Those who play with the dead should join them. Her locked room was the only safe place in the world, and she didn't want to leave. Her eyes slowly turned toward Matilda. Remembering the entrance exam, she heard her talk with other girls about whether this school teaches necromancy, and Matilda was more excited to see her meal move than care about what necromancy is, which led her to think Matilda might not criticize her as much. I can fight with my claws and fangs, run on walls but not the ceiling, and have decent night vision and hearing. You can count on my strength, but I tend to focus on one thing, so I usually lose sight of what's around me and end up getting hit in the back. Matilda explained what she could do, her tail wiggling around. She had no idea of the bloodline Arad sensed in her. So you're just a brute kitten. Ganta laughed at her, and Matilda hissed back, "Thud! Thud!" Ganta bounded her chest, causing those two massive breasts of hers to giggle left and right. "I'm Gorilla Beast Woman, as you can see, I'm quite strong." She looked at them with a large grin. "By the way, I always wanted to ask." Ayla stared at her. "What?" Ganta looked at her, puzzled. "What's up with those horns?" Smack. Ganta grabbed Ayla by the neck and pushed her all the way to the wall. "You as well. What's wrong with my horns?" She was pissed. The other two girls stared between them, unable to figure out what to do. Selina couldn't get herself to speak in such a situation, and Matilda was too confused to figure out what to do. Ayla struggled to breathe with her neck in Ganta's palm, but she knew that with Ganta's strength, she could have snapped her neck. "It just reminds me of someone I know. He also had horns and a tail. He could also power up by eating dragons. Even though Sebas usually looks like a normal human without horns, she is trying to get Ganta to calm down." Ganta let go of Ayla. "Sorry. I was impulsive." Ayla stood there, coughing. "No, it was my fault to ask." Ganta stared at her. "I'm a bastard child. My father, albeit being married, and quite the strong gorilla, he had an affair with a monster. I'm that monster's child." She sat down. "My stepmom wasn't that happy, and neither was the village. In the end, I got kicked out." She looked up. "Just imagine what would happen if a human male came to his wife with a baby and said it was born to a pig that he railed. The wife would laugh it off until she found the child has a pig's nose. That, Ayla tried to think of her words carefully, albeit she couldn't help but think. Who am I to say anything while getting on with a dragon? No, wait. Dragon's offspring are that Ayla tried to think of her words carefully, albeit she common and accepted due to how much power they could get. Isn't that like a half-dragon? Ayla looked at her. Blame the bards for that, Ganta growled. Until now, I've never seen a woman that doesn't want to spread them for a dragon, or a man that doesn't want to marry a Dracaina, only because dragons made a name for themselves as a symbol of power. You're right. A dragon would be strong, but it has to be a metallic one. They need to be able to take a humanoid form. Matilda joined in. Ayla and Ganta stared at her for a second and then sighed. See? Ganta pointed at her. But the only power I have is being able to change my magic based on what I eat. That change only lasts for a few seconds. You saw it earlier when I ate those spiders, albeit I should apologize for how gross that might have looked. It's one of the reasons people hated and drove me out of the village. I'm sure Sebas can only get power from dragons, but she seems to be able to get it from anything. But the catch is that she can only keep the power for a short period of time, unlike him who keeps it for weeks. As the three kept talking, Selina was swimming in her own thoughts, imagining herself living alone with a dragon inside a cave away from the cruel outer world. The girls stared at her, daydreaming. Selina, what are you thinking about? Matilda asked. No, nothing, she gasped with a red face. As they talked, Ayla kept thinking, if only they knew I was already married to a dragon, say, Selina. Ganta approached her. How do you think it'll be, being a dragon's bride? How would I know? Selina gasped. Who knows? Ayla looked at them. He might fly you over the clouds, be a bit rough, but caring, money won't be an issue, and neither safety. But you'll probably need to be in peace with the idea you're not the only wife. She looked up. Even if you wanted him all for yourself, he'll end up with other wives, and you'll most likely live under the same roof. More wives? I don't mind that, but I rather live with fewer people around me. Selina mumbled. More wives isn't a problem. Ganta stared at Ayla with a large smile. We gorillas live in large families of one dominant male, a silverback. And usually he has multiple wives. The more the better. She sighed. That's why my father's cheating wasn't that big of a problem, and rather with whom he did it. We aren't like lions. We only have families of a mother and her cubs, Matilda replied. We don't have a marriage like the other races, but instead the father usually goes on his own way after mating. Is it like that with tigers? Aella looked at her. The Beast Queen has been nagging our heads about it for decades. She managed to get us to register the cubs with their father, but wasn't able to get it any further. Matilda sighed. She said, it's problematic, but that's our tradition and she can't take it away. But you can't fight and hunt alone. You can't be a lone mother. Ganta glared at her. Shut up. That's why I came here, either to find a husband and settle by this place's rules, or get strong enough to return and live my life. Matilda growled, the source of this content is Free Web Novel Chapter 752. Attacking the mother spider, weren't we supposed to discuss how we'll face the boss? It's likely a massive spider that is too powerful. Aella looked at the massive boulder blocking their path. We're just going to beat it to death. What else could we do? Ganta said as she smacked her chest with her fist. Leave it to me. The problem is the boss's initial attack. Matilda stared at Ganta. The moment we lift the boulder, he'll stab us with his long legs. There is no question about it, and I doubt you two can hold the boulder while stabbed. You'll get crushed beneath it and die, Aella sighed. How about you two lift the boulder and then I and Aella block any coming attack? Selena looked at them. I can make a barrier, but I'm not sure it can block a boss attack. I can form a shield with my wind, but that's still wind. Don't count on it that much, Aella added. Blocking the boss's attack is a hard feat. Ganta sighed, and most likely he'll send 2 separate hits, one for me and one for Matilda. Aella could remember Erod using gravity magic to make stones lighter, so she looked at Selena. Can you use gravity magic? I only knew a basic spell, but I can't make that stone lighter in any meaningful way. Selena had already picked up on what Aella wanted to say. How about we dig around? Matilda said with a smile. That'll make just as exposed for an attack. Ganta stared at her. Aella and Selena stared at each other. That's it, they gasped. My intelligence knows no bounds. Matilda puffed her chest. No, your idea is as bad as Ganta explained? Aella immediately shut her down. But we can do something similar. Matilda's tail dropped down alongside her ears. What do you have in mind? She sighed. I have 2 ideas. Selena stared at the boulder. We could the walls at each side, then slowly pull the boulder back, using it as a shield. When the boulder gets between the 2 holes in the wall we would have made a roundabout that we can use while still being protected by the edges of our holes. So you're saying we dig the walls and pull the boulder in, plain and simple. Ganta nodded. The second plan is slowly lowering the boulder down by using mold earth, the same spell you dug the hole to trap the spider in before. Aella stared at her. Selena nodded. The problem with the first plan is that we don't know how deep the boulder is wedged in the ground, or to the side for that matter. Dragging it back might be impossible. Aella looked at the boulder. Arid, where are you? She couldn't help but think if he was here, he would have punched that boulder so hard he'd send it flying to the boss. In fact, Arid should be able to rip this whole dungeon apart just by transforming. I bet he's not trying to use his power as I told him he should hide them. What's up? You suddenly look sad? Ganta stared at her. She was strangely observant. Just by seeing Aella's face, she could feel a bit of her emotions and worries. I was just thinking of Aaron. If only he was here, we wouldn't be in such trouble. She looked around. There are also more students around here. I bet some of them had already died from the spiders. Aran, Ganta started thinking, I saw him beat those 2 monsters in the entrance exam. He's probably stronger than both of us combined. Matilda sighed. I slapped him with my paw, but my claws ended up shattering. Pew! Suddenly, an arrow passed right by Matilda's eye. You did what? Ayla had already pulled her bow. You slapped Aaron? Wait, Matilda started waving her hands. We aren't fighting anymore. Please calm down. Ayla stared at her for a second. Arid, let her hit him. She isn't even close to his speed or power, she sighed. Know one thing, I might be calm, but if any other of his wives heard this, you'll end up dead. Ella wasn't joking. Out of Arad's wives, she's the gentlest one. Merida doesn't need a reason. She killed Selena's double just for looking at Arad the wrong way. Eris would definitely kill if she felt someone was a threat or at least insulting Arad, and even the gentle-looking Mira doesn't have a problem pointing her nail hammer at someone's head for Arad. She already did that with Lucia, after all. Strangely enough, Arad has the biggest heart in their household. He's the one who can tolerate the most before snapping, and is the safest one to start trouble with and get away with it. As long as someone isn't a threat to his family, Arad would most likely let them go, unless he's looking for food. But there is a big problem if Arad snapped. As evident by what happened to Vlad, a dragon holds grudges for life. Listen, Ayla glared at her. Aaron is gentle and docile most of the time, but do you remember Merida, how violent she can get? Matilda nodded. Yeah. Harm him enough, or harm one of us, and he'll rip your tail off, shove it down your throat, and then throw you into the sea. So please, don't ever try to tick him off again. Those girls don't know Arad is a dragon, so they'll probably try their luck with him, and she doesn't want this year to end with Arad killing someone. I know, I'm not going to anger him to that level, Matilda said those words and then remembered herself smacking him in the face with her claw. I guess I got pretty close to that. Ganta stood cracking her neck. We have a plan to attack, so let's head inside and squash that spider. Wait. Even if we know how to enter the boss room, we still didn't figure anything about facing it. Ayla stared at her with a worried face. What is there to think about? Ganta grunted. We'll beat the crap out of it. She pointed at Matilda with her thumb. You try dropping it with arrows and Selena would use fire to burn its web. Matilda stood with a smile. So the difficult talk is over. We go there and pound it to death. Ella and Selena stood. Fine, that sounds like a plan. Ella smiled. Even if they were taken down, I should be able to beat the boss going all out. She stared at them. If they are exerting themselves a lot, they should lose consciousness if I choke them with my wind. She intends on knocking them out and beating the boss alone if the fight takes an ugly turn. Selena approached the bound and used mold earth to dig beside and check how deep it goes underground. The boulder was a meter deep into the ground, making it almost impossible to drag, which only left them with the option of lowering it down. Ready? Selena said with a stern face, pointing her staff at the boulder. I'll slowly lower it down. Yeah, everyone replied. Mold earth, Selena started using the magic to dig beneath the boulder, causing it to slowly sink in, and the room behind it slowly showed up, but it was pitch dark. Matilda and Ganta stood in the front, peeling their eyes open for any sudden attack, but nothing seemed to come out. Swouts! 2 massive black spikes came out of nowhere, flying straight toward Matilda and Ganta's heads. Luckily, both managed to catch them. This is, Ganta gasped. The 2 spikes moved back, pulling the 2 inside the boss room. The massive spider was clinging to the wall above the door and used her long legs to pull those 2 in. Matilda and Ganta flew into the room and fell in the middle. The hell was that? Ganta growled, trying to stand, but she couldn't. Matilda looked forward, seeing several glowing green eyes above the door. Each eye was far larger than a melon. This mother spider was massive as hell. We're stuck, Ganta cried. They couldn't stand as the ground was covered with sticky webbing. They are like flies stuck on the boss's net. The mother spider hissed at them with a loud screech, firing a large net off her butt. Swash! At the same time, Ayla jumped into the room, pointing her bow at the mother spider above the door. The mother spider smacked Ayla's arrow with one of her long legs, waiting for her to land on the ground and get stuck, but Ayla instead immediately jumped back up after landing on the ground. To everyone, it looked strange how normal her moves looked when the ground was filled with sticky webbing, but they didn't know the extent of her wind magic. Ayala started flying just a few millimeters before her foot touched the ground, making it seem like she'd jumped. Fireball, a large ball of flames, flew out of the door, exploding between Matilda and Ganta, burning the webbing they were stuck in without harming them. This was only a testament to how precise Selina's mastery of magic was. Ayala smiled. She expected nothing less from a woman who controlled a second body all the way from her home. Since the fireball was faster than the spider's net, it reached first and freed the two girls. But that didn't mean the net wasn't still flying toward them. Matilda tried to jump out of the net's way, but Ganta held her in place. Stop. Trust. Firebolt. A firebolt flew out of the door and burned the net before it could hit them. Ape alone, weak. Apes together, strong. Ganta growled at her. I'm a tigress, not an ape, you gorilla. The Ost up-to-date novels are published on Free Web Novel Chapter 753. The boss wins the Chapter 753. The boss wins the don't move. Ganta growled back at Matilda, pointing at the ground around them. The whole room is still covered in sticky webbing. Only the spot they stood in now didn't have any due to Selina's fireball. The two looked at the wall, barely able to spot Ayala latching onto one of the boss's legs and standing on them to fire an arrow under the monster's faint glow of her menacing eyes. They both are green, Matilda said. The boss's eyes are bigger, and many of them are together, she noted. Usually monsters can't control their magic, so the mana glow always shows on their eyes, especially when enraged. But for humanoids, that light only shows when using magic, as the mana needs to reach the brain to be controlled. Selina extended her staff into the boss's room from the door as Ayala distracted her. Dust Storm, this spell is usually used to blind people, like a really massive pocket sand move. As the dust rushed into the boss's room, it made it hard to move and see for a few seconds. But that didn't really matter, as it was already too dark. What is she doing? Ganta growled. You're the stupid one now, Matilda pointed at the ground. The webs aren't sticky anymore, so trust. Ganta smiled as the two of them rushed toward the boss's glowing green eyes. Brilliant light, Selina cast another spell, sending a melon-sized ball of bright light into the ceiling. It looked like a welding arc, but far bigger and able to illuminate the whole boss room. What? Matilda gasped as she looked at the ceiling. This spider, we need to kill her quickly. Ganta couldn't believe her eyes. Hearing them, Ayala looked at the ceiling and finally noticed it. Those long things on the ceiling weren't stalactite. They were thousands of eggs ready to hatch. Selina, burn the ceiling! Ayala shouted. Crack! But at that moment of distraction, the spider smacked her with one of her legs, sending her rolling into the middle of the room. I sense human magic from them, Selina shouted, and Ayala looked carefully at the ceiling as she stood. Indeed, several students were alive, encased in webbing among the eggs. It was clear after one look at the boss's face that she did it on purpose. That thing is intelligent enough to plan. She's using the students as hostages. Ayala shouted, This means even if I was alone, I can't blast this whole place with a fire arrow. Matilda grabbed the boss from one of her legs, pulling her to the side. At the same time, Ganta latched onto another leg and swung up, punching the boss in the guts. The boss spider growled, coiling her legs down and jumping up. As Matilda and Ganta fell off her legs, she flung a net at them. Firebolt, Selina sniped the net before it could hit them, and the boss turned her head toward the door, glaring at Selina, who stood there white, growling. Her eyes flashed with a deeper green stab. An arrow pierced the boss's anus, causing her to gasp with a deep screech. She turned to glare at Ayala with an enraged growl. Ayala glared back with a grin. It's payback for your hit earlier. The boss growled, squeezing the arrow out, and rushed toward Ayala. Ella took a deep breath, pulling her bowstring back. Pew, pew, pew! She unleashed 3 arrows in rapid succession. Crack Matilda bit one of the boss's hind legs, holding her in place like a dog that doesn't want to let the stick go. Ganta rushed in and kicked the boss's other leg as hard as she could, trying to drop it down wind blast. An arrow of wind exploded at the spider's face, pushing her back enough to trip it over Ganta's kick. The boss held her balance before falling, looking straight back at Matilda with a deep growl. She opened her mouth and puked a splash of poison. Matilda immediately let go and lunged back, barely dodging the attack. "Gross," she cried. Ganta tried to jump on one of the boss's legs and punch her in the head, but the boss quickly moved back, throwing her to the ground. The spider then flung a net toward Ganta, trying to pin her down. Ganta looked held still, trusting that Selina would burn the net, so she got ready to counter at that moment. The spider thought the same and got ready to bite Ganta's face off when she attacked as the net burns. The fire never came out. Ganta got caught in the web, and instead the boss saw small specks of silver mist coming from above and then felt something heavy on her back. Selina was sitting there. Mist Step, a 2-tier short-range teleportation spell. Splat. Selina immediately grabbed 2 of the boss's large eyes in her hands and shouted at the top of her lungs. Lighting touch, lighting touch. A flash of lighting rushed out of Selina's shoulder and straight into the boss's head, illuminating the whole room. Lighting touch, lighting touch, lighting touch, lighting touch. She kept screaming and casting the same spell again and again, shocking the boss repeatedly through the eyes. Both Ganta and Matilda, who were close, got shocked, but as they weren't linked to the boss, the first shock sent them flying away, safer from Selina's contentious cast of the spell. As the boss fell down, Selina fell with it and broke her left leg and arm as she hit the ground with her left leg first. Selina cried in pain, but still forced her head to turn toward the boss, trying to read its magic. It's fading. She's dying. She forced herself to speak through the pain. Ayla rushed toward them. Matilda crawled toward Selina with her hair half burned, and Ganta growled in the back. "You shocked us," Ganta growled. Matilda stared back at her. Trust a good feint if it took the boss down. She stared at Ganta back with a grin as if she won something. Selina basically used them as bait, and it worked. Ganta laid on her back, wishing they would get her out of the webbing as soon as possible. If it worked, she sighed. Selina forced herself to sit as Ayla arrived to help her. "My staff," she gasped, and Ayla brought it to her. Selina pointed the staff at Ganta and was about to burn the webs, but then suddenly something smacked Ayla in the face, sending her flying back with a splash of blood. "What?" Selina gasped, and it was the boss. She's still alive. Before anyone could move, she pierced Ganta's stomach with one of its legs. Matilda jumped to attack, but she got immediately stabbed as a mindless attack only left her open for counters. The boss tossed Matilda away and pulled her leg out of Ganta's stomach, leaving the 2 bleeding so much that they lost consciousness almost immediately. Selina pointed her staff at the boss, trying to cast a spell, but she was too slow. The boss rushed forward and bit her from the shoulder, then tossed her away with poison gushing from her wounds more than the blood did. The boss's head extended forward, cracking and peeling off, and from it, the naked torso of a woman emerged. She gasped for air, rubbing her own chest, and Nipples then tied her own hair into a ponytail with her webbing. As she stretched, she used her 2 front legs to wrap her breasts in webbing to stop them from bouncing with each move. "Should have cut my head off," she growled in a jagged voice, staring at the corpses around her. At that moment, she felt a large gust of magic coming from the other side of the room, with 2 glowing green eyes staring at her. Ayla walked into the light with a smile. "Back at you. You should have gone for the head as well. I did smack you in the face. How are you alive, elf?" the spider asked. "My husband's fists are heavier." Ayla stared at her with a bleeding nose and a crazed smile. Remembering her training with Arad, if she hadn't gone through that, the spider's hit would have knocked her out. How pathetic. We eat our mates after mating. The spider took a few steps toward Ayla and then plunged her front legs into the ground, causing the whole room to collapse into a large cavern below. Ayla immediately covered the girls' bodies in bubbles of compressed air and locked onto the boss. As they fell through the air, the battle started once again. Follow current novels on freewebdonoval.co, M. Chapter 754, Ayla V's Mother Spider Crackle. In the blink of an eye, the mother spider ran all the way toward Ayla and swung her front leg down. Ayala blocked the attack with her bow, staring at the spider's face as her feet dug into the ground. "You're stronger than you look." The mother spider smiled. While still blocking the mother spider's leg with her bow, she quickly pulled the string and released an arrow toward the spider's face. The mother spider dodged the arrow by tilting her torso, elemental arrows straight from her bow. "Fool, you'll only hit the humans above." The mother spider swung another leg at Ayala's torso. Stab! Before she could fully swing her leg, an arrow pierced her torso from the back. She growled, "What?" Ayala's arrows are made of wind, and she can control them at will. They don't need to fly in a straight line. She then quickly swung her palm, sending a powerful blast of air that flung them both in opposite directions. Crack! As the mother spider hit the wall, she gasped, looking forward as the wound in her torso quickly healed. From the dust where Ayala landed, several tens of wind arrows flew forth. The mother spider conjured a large web, blocking all the arrows as she rushed forward at a blinding speed. Even when small spiders are known to be fast with the queen's size and the monstrous composition of her body, that speed only got scaled up, resulting in a massive, fast bug that could run faster than any animal. Ayala jumped up as the mother spider charged at her, letting her hit the wall head first. She flew up beside the wall, firing arrows, escaping the spider's constant leg stabs as she ran after her on the wall. Seeing that the mother spider could still tank and block her arrows, Ayala flew into the center of the room, firing as the spider still standing on the wall. The mother spider twisted her gigantic butt, firing a long silver thread to the ceiling, and used it to swing straight toward Ayala. Seeing such a large creature, almost the size of a bull with long legs, swing around was honestly mesmerizing. "So you can fly, elf." The mother spider growled, coming in with a bite at Ayala's face. Ayala dodged midair by twisting her torso and kicked the spider in the face, firing an arrow at her chest. The mother spider swung one of her legs and smacked Ayala's bow from her hand as the two of them finally landed on the ground. "Bowless, now die!" She unleashed a barrage of stabs with her legs, but surprisingly, Ella wasn't fazed, slapping the mother's legs with her bare hands. Most people make the mistake of underestimating archers' arm strength. Pulling bows requires a lot of power, let alone magical and steel weapons made by a certain woman. But even though the mother spider was swinging at Ayala with 4 legs, she wasn't getting through her defenses. The reason was simple. While fighting Arad in the training, he felt as if he had 6 arms. With the speed and raw strength behind his attacks, one wrong move got Ayala smacked down, so she learned how to deal with multiple attacks. "You're skilled," the mother spider growled. "You can have all the arms you want, but never reach the oppression of my husband's barrage of attacks." Ayala stared at the spider with a menacing glare and swung her palm. The hand missed, and the mother tried to use that opportunity to get a hit in slash. She felt something on her torso, a slash wind blade. With each swing of her palms, Ayala unleashed the spell forth. Almost invisible, you could only see a faint haze as the compressed wind flew, but due to the speed, most creatures would find those blades hard to track. But once again, if she only did that against Arad, he would slip between them with ease and smack her in the face as he has void eyes that could see mana. Therefore, Ayala learned to mix the already hard-to-track blades with feints and boomerang blades to make an even bigger pain to deal with. The mother spider started finding it harder and harder to stay close to Ayala. Blocking the wind blades was all she could do at such a close range. She opened her mouth and tried to spit a large splash of poison at her. Ayala slipped beneath the poison and punched the spider beneath the belly button. Wind blast, the impact of the spell was enough to lift the spider up a bit from the ground. Using that, Ayala slid beneath the mother spider and reached her back, shoving her arm, elbow deep into the mother's butt. The mother spider cried in pain. Nothing went in there before. But Ayala wasn't just messing around. She pulled a long string of silk from the mother's spinneret. She then quickly flew around her, tying her in her own silk. "You damned woman," the mother spider growled, but Ayala couldn't care less about her. She landed far away, grunting her teeth. "You can't pull me." The mother tried to be the one to drag Ayala. A magic circle flashed beneath the mother spider, and she gasped. Alla set it there when she slid beneath her. The wind blast was only meant to cover that. The magic circle exploded into a powerful gust of wind that lifted the mother spider up, and by controlling the wind in the whole room, a green crown appeared on Ayalla's head as she swung the spider as if she were nothing and smacked her on the wall. That crown of mana, you're the monster here. The mother spider immediately stood back on the wall, ripping the webbing that tied her body as her eyes glowed with a faint green and blue light. Ayala noticed that and made a mental note that different eye illumination indicates different magic. She should expect something from the mother spider. Ayala then lifted her arm and caught her bow as it fell down. Bam! The mother spider lunged forward even faster than before, and she used her threads to swing around Ayala, finally landing behind her back with an evil smile. Ayala stood in place, motionless with an even scarier face. Both of the magic started spiking up as they entered their high gear, ready to get serious. Ayala spun around, blocking a leg stab from the mother spider, and fired several arrows. The mother spider caught the arrows in a web and spat a large splash of poison at Ayala. Ayala punched the poison back at the spider with a wind blast, but she got smacked with one of Mother's legs, sending her flying back. Ayala killed her momentum with a few backflips before landing on her legs, pointing her bow forward, and unleashing several tens of arrows mixed with wind slashes at the charging mother spider. "It's useless, useless," the mother spider shouted, smacking both the arrows and wind blades aside with her two front legs as she charged. "I knew it. That blue glow in her eyes, she's becoming able to see mana. This means this dungeon should at least be an S rank to have such a boss." Crack! A stone smacked the mother spider in the face, causing her to trip and slide on the ground. "Who threw that?" she growled, looking for the other girls, but they were all knocked out. Ayala stared down at her with an evil smile, pointing her finger, and several more stones started to smack the queen left and right. Just as strong wind can pick stones and throw them around, Ayala could do the same. The mother spider jumped back, creating a new between her two front legs, and caught all the stones Ayala was flinging at her, rolled them into one massive ball, and swung it at Ayala with a thread like a wrecking ball. Ayala swung her palm, cutting the thread with a wind blade, and then started lifting her palms. The mother spider lunged forward as Ayala's moves didn't seem like an attack, trying to bite her face off. And as she was a tiny bit away from chomping Ayala's face off, it happened. With her hands together like a cone, she unleashed it. Wind expansion, roaring tornado, Ayala's expansion covered the whole room, and pulled the mother spider in the middle, where she started spinning in its center while bombarded with an endless stream of stones, debris, wind arrows, slashes, and blasts. The mother spider cried, covering her body in a cocoon of threads to withstand the attacks. After a few seconds, the wind started slowing down, and the spider felt it. She slowly opened her cocoon to look at Ayala. "You're running out of mana at that time." She almost shat herself, seeing Ayala menacingly standing at the corner of the room with a blazing arrow in her bow. "Burn," Ayala said, releasing the arrow. It flew straight into the gape the mother spider made in her cocoon to look at Ayala, exploded it from the inside out, and ignited the tornado into a blaze of fire. A fire tornado illuminated the whole room. As the fire settled down, Ayala approached the mother spider's charred corpse and stared at it for a second. No magic, she's finally dead. After confirming that, she pulled several healing potions and was about to rush toward the girls. Crack! A hand extended from Mother's burned corpse and punched Ayala in the back of her head, sending her sliding on the ground, digging a trench with her face. From the mother's charred body, a pale, naked woman walked out. She was tall and slender, with 8 green eyes on her face, long white hair, black long nails, and webbing dripping from her butt. That was painful. I never knew that fire hurt that much. The mother spider growled, now standing in her final form, taking a full humanoid shape. Crack. But at that moment, a large hand emerged from the ground and grabbed her by the ankle. New novel chapters are published on Freeword Mobile. Chapter 755, Overpowered. Chapter 755, Overpowered. "What's this?" The mother spider gasped, feeling something grasp her ankle. She looked down, seeing a purple eye glaring at her butt out of the dirt. Crack! Another hand extended out of the ground, and Arad emerged, lifting the mother spider up as she balanced on his hand. Lucia and Sylvanie crawled out of the hole right after him. Lucia immediately felt a heavy pressure coming from above, and when she looked up, her eyes met the mother spider's glowing green eyes. That wasn't a normal monster. She could tell at a glance that they were facing an S-rank horror, if not stronger. At first glance, Arad's magic looked far too small and weak compared to the monster he was carrying, and Lucia couldn't avert her eyes, keeping the mother spider in sight, in fear of a sudden attack. "Arad, don't." Aella was the only one who saw the situation differently. Arad had already felt her fighting the mother spider and had even known of Matilda and Selena's injuries. On top of everything, Aella was potentially pregnant, and that made it even worse. Arad might look as if he's standing calmly in place, but that wasn't the case. He's about to bust and burn this whole area to cinder. "Hey, human, put me down." The mother spider growled, but instantly shut up when Arad turned to stare at her. She could feel it. He was a monster like her. Crack! Suddenly, Arad swung his arm, smacking the mother spider on the ground, digging a hole with her, then her body flew at the furthest wall, hitting it with a powerful impact. That mere attack sent so much dust and had such a powerful blast it sent Lucia and Sylvanie rolling away. The mother spider puked blood, staring at Arad, who stood in the same spot. He didn't throw her. Her knee ripped apart from how fast he swung her around. Arad started walking toward her, Munchkin on her severed foot with glowing purple eyes. Lucia and Sylvanie tried to look at the battle, but the dust from Arad's smacking the mother spider was getting in their way. Aella barely managed to stand with her vision slowly getting darker. She drank a potion as she made her way toward the girls to heal them as well. Lucia and Sylvanie quickly followed her to help. What did happen?" Lucia asked. "That woman is a spider. She's the dungeon's boss. She had 3 phases until now. Those got knocked out when the second phase started. I managed to hold, but she just entered the 3rd phase and I got hit." Aella quickly explained as the 3 of them tried to heal the injured ones. "For us?" Lucia looked at the dust. "We were locked in the dungeon's power source room, but Arad managed to dig us out after I taught him some basic earth magic." "What in the hell is he?" "He's just a talented man," Ella replied. "How else do you expect him to have this many wives? Like I know he ate it. My severed foot. He can't be a human, a devil, a demon. No, this magic is getting masked, but those lizards can't hide it. He's a dragon." The mother spider stared at him with her eyes, trying to deduce his true nature. Clack! Her leg immediately regenerated, and she landed on her feet, staring at him with a smile. "To whom I have the honor." "It's rare to see one of your kind around here." Arad took a step forward and appeared right in front of her face. She gasped, lifting her arms to block. He swung his forearm, smacking her in the side and sending her digging a trench in the ground. She growled, trying to stand back up and pull her face off the ground, but Arad had already reached her side and sat down. She started sweating as she saw him beside her. He's too fast for her to see and too strong for her to block. "What brought you here?" she mumbled, but Arad grabbed her by the neck and pulled her on his lap. "What are you doing?" she gasped, then screamed at the top of her lungs as Arad shoved his fist up her butt and started pulling silk out. She struggled to move, but it was impossible to escape Arad's grasp. "Let me go! What are you doing?" she cried. "Your silk is of a higher quality than any other spider. I'll eat you after I drain you of all the silk you have." With just a look at his face, he was serious to Arad, who is a dragon, a vampire, and a wormwolf on top of everything. Almost everyone around him is food to be consumed, and his care and sympathy for them directly relate to his first impression of them. If the first thing he knew of someone was them attacking his wife, he would not see them as anything different from the mundane monsters living in the forest. That spider they caught in the forest and milked earlier to him, the mother spider was the same. Even though it was uncomfortable having her silk pulled out, and even though this situation felt humiliating more than anything else. The mother spider opted to stay still and try to give Arad as much silk as she could and as slowly as possible in the hope of buying herself some time to think of a way out. As the dust settled down, everyone else approached, seeing Arad still sitting in place, pulling silk out of the spider's butt. "What in the nine hells are you doing?" Lucia gasped. "Its silk is quite strong and durable. I bet it's better than anything we could harvest from other spiders," Arad replied. "She looks like a normal human woman, but with 8 eyes. Are you sure this is okay?" Lucia stared at him. "This world is filled with shapeshifters. And why should I care?" he replied. "A monster of her caliber should be fairly intelligent. Shouldn't we talk with her first?" Lucia tried to find a reason why the way Arad was treating the mother spider was wrong. "Should have used that intelligence to think about not attacking my wife." Arad replied, "I don't care who or what. If they as much as touched one of my wives, death is them getting away debt-free. I'll get as much of them as I can, then dispose of them in the depth of the abyss." He kept the fact he wanted to eat her out. As they didn't know he was a dragon, Aella was right. With how powerful Arad is, nothing in this dungeon could stand against him. Arad blinked. The silk had run out. He slowly turned his head toward the mother spider. "Is this all you had?" "I've used quite a bit in our fight," she replied with an extremely worried and nervous face, sweating buckets. "I can provide more if I rested for a bit. No need. This amount is enough." Arad lifted his hand, about to crush her head to the ground. "Wait, wait, wait!" she cried. "I still have my poison. It's quite strong and rare. I'm sure you'll never find anything like it anywhere else." Arad stared at her for a short moment and then extended his forearm in front of her face. "Bite it?" She gasped. "I said, bite it? I'll see if your poison is worth my time." Arad growled at her, lifting his hand. "If she doesn't comply, then there is no more use to her." I'll do it," she cried, and bit his arm. Clang. Her fangs failed to pierce his skin. Sclaze, the mother spider, gasped again. "Heh? You're that weak?" I said. "Bite it, now." Arad was starting to get irritated. He would have eaten her in the blink of an eye if Lucia and Sylvanie weren't here. "Are you insane?" Lucia was standing there silent for a while, and then finally snapped at him. I could stop caring about her. "But what do you think yourself, letting her bite you? That's dangerous. Shut up, human. This is my chance. This fool of a dragon wants me to bite him. He'll regret it. My poison changes each hour and is constantly getting more complicated. He'll die, screaming in pain, in a matter of seconds. She tried to bite that if I can get my fangs to pierce his damn skin." She slowly turned toward, "Sir, can you please relax a bit? I can't seem to get a bite in." Arad couldn't be more disappointed. What kind of an S-rank boss monster can't bite? "No, the problem isn't with her. I'm the problem here." He started to notice and feel it. "Unless it's an extremely powerful outside, an ancient and long-lived threat with decades of preparation and planning, or at least an overpowered world power. They'll most likely not pause a threat to him." Arad relaxed the scales on his forearm, and the only forearm where the mother spider was trying to bite, and she managed to get her teeth in, delivering a massive amount of her poison into his body. Arad's skin started turning blue from where the mother bit him, and veins bulged on his neck and face as his heart rate started rising and his vision blurred. Thud. The mother spider jumped out of his lap, laughing her guts off. "You fool, letting me bite you. Now you'll die regretting your choices." Arad stood staring at her with a sad face. "I really thought it was something special. What a shame," he said. This content is taken from Airy Web Novel. Chapter 756, A Plan from Afar. Chapter 756, A Plan from Afar. The mother spider felt a shiver run down her spine as Arad stared at her with a sad face. His head tilted to the side as he slowly lifted his hands. "It's a mixture of 4 poisons, a nerve one, a muscle one, a blood one, and a hallucinogenic one that causes illusions." He started explaining how her poison worked as his skin started healing. "The nerve poison disrupts the signals from the brain to the organs, causing them to shut down. The muscle poison starts digesting the flesh, causing paralysis and muscle spasms. The blood poison destroys it and causes it to turn into a red sludge swimming in a yellow liquid. This is bad, as it can no longer carry air and nutrients to the body, leading to an even faster death. The hallucinogenic causes illusions and hallucinations. The victim won't even know they are dying. Arad took a step forward. How sad. The only thing interesting about it is that I need to know how much of each poison type I ingested to create different dosages of antidote to deal with it. Right in front of the mother spider's eyes, Arad healed from her poison and threw an antidote potion that he just made toward Ayla. Use this on Selena. I doubt she's in danger with the antidote you had on you, but this is more custom-made.
Wait, I still have more,
she cried, taking a few steps away from Arad. She knew he'd catch her even if she tried to run away. Stab. At that moment, blood splashed everywhere, and Arad slowly turned. Lucia looked down, seeing a silver sword poking out of her chest. "What's the meaning of this?" she gasped. "I always hated your ass if you just didn't butt in and teach him earth magic," Sylvanie said with a smile. Bam. Arad lunged at them, but a blinding light quickly engulfed the whole room. Ayla fell headfirst up in the forest, and so did Selena, and the bleeding Lucia at her sides. "What happened?" she cried. "Sylvanie is behind this." "That's the only explanation," Lucia growled, with blood gushing out of her mouth as she quickly lost consciousness. The stab has cut a massive artery above her heart. Ayla pulled a healing potion and shoved it down her throat. "You wait here. I need to help Arad." She stood and stared at the ground. But she quickly noticed something, a double-sided barrier locking the dungeon. "It's locked," she gasped. Thud. She heard a faint sound behind her. She turned and saw those two glowing blue eyes standing behind her. Gojo smiled. "They locked the dungeon so no one can enter, so I locked it so nothing can get out." "Arad is still stuck with them," she cried. "Come on, you know they are stuck in with him." Gojo looked at the ground. "Good luck escaping." Sylvanie and the mother spider were busy dealing with Arad inside the dungeon, thinking he was the only threat. But they couldn't even begin to guess that an even bigger monster was lurking just outside, a being outside their realm of comprehension. Tempo rushed in with a chest full of healing potions. Sylvanie had also teleported all the trapped students outside. As all of the students were badly poisoned, he had wished Arad and the university would focus on saving them and give up on retrieving Ganta and Matilda. What did you do?" the mother spider cried. Sylvanie sighed, looking at the unconscious Ganta and Matilda in the back. "Saved your ass! You were supposed to finish everyone else, capture those two, and leave. No, you fool, what did you just do?" "I teleported everyone outside beside us and them, and locked the dungeon shut so they can't come back in." He pointed at Ganta and Matilda. "No, you don't understand. That monster you brought can't be," she cried, and Arad could be seen standing at the room's entrance. "For real?" Sylvanie gasped. "For real, Arad said with a smile. "I knew you smelt fishy, never talked about feet once, even though you have those long ears. I'm a half-elf, not an elf, and you were unmotivated as hell. Lucia and I were trying to get us out of the hole, and you just wanted to wait and wait like a chicken sitting over its eggs." Arad took a step forward. "Elves are proud. They would try to stand out, even. It seems you wanted me and Lucia to remain locked down in that hole with you until this bug finished her work." Sylvanie pulled a wand to use alongside his sword. "Even if he's that strong, together we can beat him." The mother spider's eyes raced between Sylvanie and Arad in distress. This stupid half-elf can't understand. He can't feel it. The oppressing presence Arad is emitting. Arad's eyes flashed purple, his head tilted to the side, and his neck started growing longer as his skin got covered with black scales, with his body expanding. It was then that Sylvanie started to realize how bad the situation was. Arad's body grew larger and larger until he reached his true form, glaring at them as he barely fit in this massive room. Calm the fuck down." The mother spider screamed, seeing Arad open his massive jaw. It's beautiful, Sylvanie gasped, almost crying. He didn't even notice that Ganta and Matilda got sucked into Arad's stomach. A void dragon. How many decades have I spent looking for them? Arad's chest started lighting up as a stream of hot air started gushing out of his throat. The mother spider started shaking Sylvanie. Listen to me. He's about to kill us. Get back to your senses. But he was too entranced to even speak. Bam. Arad blasted them with a full-power energy breath, exploding the whole dungeon from top to bottom. The ground above shook like an earthquake, and the forest only survived due to Gojo's powerful barrier that separated the dungeon from the ground. It even masked Arad's violent magic discharge. Deep underground, Arad stared down at the lava pool he created, shaking his head like a dog do to get the dust off his neck. He couldn't sense Sylvanie or the mother spider's magic breath, or even smell them in the air. They got evaporated out of existence. Those two were strong, or at least the mother spider was. He knew nothing of Sylvanie's strength. She was an S-rank dungeon boss, and it would have taken an army of adventurers to slay her. Arad opened his mouth and poured a stream of water to cool down the lava. As he did that, he felt a sense of pride in Ayala. His wife had grown strong enough to hold such a violent monster. I better bring Ayala a gift. He smiled as he shifted back into his humanoid form and crawled out of the dungeon. As Arad reached the surface, he pulled the unconscious Ganta and Matilda from his stomach, carried them on his back, and then walked all the way to where the students were being treated. Lydia rushed toward him. Even though it was just about a minute, the faith class got called on urgent notice to help cure the injured and poisoned students. Put them down. I'll heal them, Arad did, as Lydia said, and gently laid the two on the ground, and she started healing them. Eris and Ayla rushed in. What happened down there? Eris gasped. Jogo helped. What about the two down there? Dead and evaporated. Arad replied. He hit the spider and Sylvanie with a full-power breath. He doubted even dragons could survive a direct hit from that. Far away, a body moved. He, that felt amazing. It stood from the table it was laid upon. You stupid bitch, look at me. A tiny, high-pitched voice growled from above one of the tables. A tiny spider, just hatched from an egg, cried as loud as it could. The woman that just seemed to come back to life looked at the spider with a smile. But it's really a shame I've spent 15 years in that university as Sylvanie to gather information, to think such a valuable guy's got burned in the blink of an eye. It's your fault you didn't listen to me, the spider cried. I could sense he was a powerful dragon. Do you think I let anyone reach up my ass? It hurt as hell. Nothing as big as his wrist ever got there. Even that elf woman's hand was thin and went in smoothly. I was even in my half-spider form then. No one cares about what got shoved up your spinneret. The woman looked at her, stretching. Change of plan, a big one. We'll have to plan around that dragon. We have no hope of defeating him directly. For a witch, you change plans quickly. The spider sighed. Urgent events require rapid response. She smiled. Matilda has the blood of a void dragon and Ganta has the blood of a mortar Rajan. By combining those two, I could create myself the ultimate body. She looked at her naked self and sighed. This isn't impressive. But that dragon, you said he's a void dragon, the real deal? The spider replied. Yeah. Strong, aren't they? Do you understand why I wanted the body of one? The witch smiled. Then can't you catch him? The spider asked. Catch him? He blasted an S-rank dungeon with a single breath. There wasn't any cage out there that could keep him chained. I probably have better change to beg him to be my test subject than to try catching him. She stood and walked toward the counter. Let's plan again. We must catch those two girls, and without the dragon noticing, as he'll stomp our plans in the blink of an eye. The spider looked with the witch at the papers they already had laid on the table. I need a new guise now, preferably a hot young man. The witch smiled. Just pick a woman, you'll have an easier time moving in such a body. And you'll be able to pull even more power. The spider growled at her. But that's boring, the witch sighed. Well, I'll do it if you come with me this time. Why would I want to do that? The spider turned around. Don't you want to mess with that dragon? I doubt he'll harm a student or a teacher without being provoked. The witch smiled. The spider considered the offer. Literally, the next morning in Ayala's class. Due to Sylvanie's disappearance, this is your new teacher. A teacher walked in, followed by a large-breasted, black-haired dark elf with golden eyes. My name is Maria Ringbell. I was a private teacher in the dark elf capital until a month ago. From today, I'll be your herbalist teacher, she said with a smile, and all the guys in the room started screaming their lungs out. A new teacher this quickly, Ganta sighed. This is the best university in the continent. They won't let us stay without a teacher, Ayala replied to her. Thanks to the faith class. Everyone seems to have recovered quickly. Maria stared at them with a smile. Ayala, Ganta, stand in the back of the room for speaking in class, she said with a smile. Hey? Ayala and Ganta gasped. Not fair! Everyone was screaming, you'll stand for longer. Maria looked at them with a smile. How dare you be married to my void dragon? I've spent decades looking for them, and to think a little girl like you married one and I'm here with nothing. The witch was mad in Arad's class. Lucia walked a new girl into the room. She sadly wasn't able to make it into the entrance exam due to a snowstorm that blocked the path from the north. But as that wasn't in her hand, the university gave her a second test and she managed to pass it. Lucia looked at the class. Please treat her well. Half the class started complaining, and most of the students made a lot of sacrifices to make sure they didn't miss the entrance exam. Now it felt unfair that someone who missed them got a pass. Arad looked at the new girl, inspecting her. She was almost as tall as Ayala with short black hair, pale skin, green baggy eyes, as if she hadn't slept in days, probably due to the stress of missing the test, a face full of freckles, and a decent build. Unlike most of the students, she wore a pair of enchanted silver earrings and painted her long and sharp nails black. Her eyes met Arad's update from Free Web Novel, Chapter 757, Talent for Magic. Chapter 757, Talent for Magic. The new girl looked at the class. Anansi Akumu from the far eastern kingdom of Demoria. I'm a rogue that specializes in poisons. I know a lot of you are salty that I got accepted even though I missed the entrance exam, for real. A guy in the back growled. I'd say good for you that you managed to enroll, but it definitely feels bad for us. I had to pass through the Wyvern Ravine to get here, and several of the guards I hired had died. Are you telling me we could have waited for those monsters to immigrate? I can't say. Anansi looked at him. Who knows? My carriage got swept in an avalanche, and I barely managed to survive and crawl myself here. I see, the student sighed. But that still doesn't feel right. Rules should be the rules. Without them, the order can't be maintained. Why would you care? Arad said, turning around and staring at the student. Even yesterday, everyone here almost died. Do you know why you're still alive and breathing here? 'Cause those two broke the rules. He pointed at Matilda and Selena. The rules state that students are to evacuate in case of an emergency. Those two fought to clear the dungeon and save your life. Do you think they should have left everyone to die and ran away? Selena covered her face with a book as everyone stared at her, and Matilda looked at Arad in front of her. We got knocked out quickly by the boss. It was your wife Ayala who took over, and by what teacher Lucia said, it was you who finished the boss off. It doesn't matter who killed it. What matters are those who helped, Arad said. He didn't want to take any credit for defeating the boss. He had killed it far too easily. In his eyes, Ayala and the rest deserved more praise than him for keeping his wife Ayala safe long enough and for risking their lives. I can understand what you're saying, but the student sat down. If you can't make a change, don't come complaining to those who can. Both you and her were saved by broken rules, so stop obsessing over them and live your life. Arad sighed, turning to face forward. Defending me? Anansi stood right before Arad's face, staring at him with a grin. Aren't you a gentleman? Thud. Arad grabbed her by the face. Who's defending you? You've already been accepted, so you don't need defending. He was just trying to challenge the student's notion, as he felt it would come bit him later if he didn't. Dragons were known for not being able to respect rules, and he didn't want to regret agreeing to this by remaining silent. Everyone else sighed. Aaron, let her go. Matilda poked his back. Arad looked back at Matilda and opened his mouth, extending his tongue out to reveal a thin needle. It's dry. It had no poison. He let Anansi go. I wanted to see how strong is this, rumored Aaron. I can see how you managed to take down a boss on your own. Wheel, a weakened boss is still a boss. She smiled, but deep down her heart almost stopped when he grabbed her face. Dragons are known to be unpredictable. He could have chewed her face for all she knew. Say, you're an adventurer? She asked with a smile. You could say that, Arad replied. Do you need a rogue in your party? Since almost everything I got was swept that damned swamp avalanche, I need to look for a job, she said with a grin staring at Arad's face. Rogues are useful. I know that, and I already have a talented one. I don't intend on changing him or adding another one, Arad replied. From what he knew, Jack works best as a lone rogue. Adding this woman to the team, she'll just ruin whatever Jack is thinking about doing. How about me? Matilda stared at her. I've formed a party with this one called Ganta from the other class. We're looking to train a bit so we don't get injured like yesterday. She remembered the stab she took and a shiver crossed her body. That was painful. She tapped her stomach. I got stabbed right here all the way through. It was painful as hell. Matilda sighed. Sorry to hear that. I must have been horrible to go through. Anansi replied with a sad face. I'm the one who stabbed you, though. So we two are going to start taking quests in the nearby forest and mountain to get stronger, level up, and get some money to spend on the side. But sadly, we're both fighters and need some versatility. Care to join? Matilda smiled. Selina grabbed Matilda by the arm. You didn't tell me? She said with a sad face. You want to come? It's dangerous. I thought you wouldn't want to go with us. Matilda gasped. Ganta said it, together, strong, Selina replied. So, as you heard, we now have a wizard. Still want to join? Matilda asked again. Anansi stared at them. Of course. She had to accept, this is that brat who electrocuted me through the eyes. I make sure she'll regret it. Is Ella coming? Arad asked, looking at them. I asked her and she said she'll come only if she has time. Matilda replied. I too wanted her on the team. She held the boss after we fell for a long time. Who's Ella? Anansi asked. I know, it's that crazy elf. Since when did people start getting that strong? She felt more like a monster than a humanoid. An elf? Archer? She's one of Aaron's wives, Matilda replied. I see, Anansi nodded. That's way. The woman was a dragon's wife. No wonder she was that strong. And this bastard has multiple wives? Who does he think he is? For a moment, she started getting angry. No, wait, if he has multiple wives, I might have a chance to join in. No, but that would betray Lady Yababa, and he'd eat me if he knew I'm the mother spider. Excuse me. Lucia approached them, terrified, as Arad stared at her. Sorry, but the class is about to start. Can everyone please head to their seats? After sensing how strong the mother spider was, and knowing that Arad killed her, she has no doubt that he has more power than anyone here in the university. Ah, sorry, Selina gasped and lunged back to her seat, and Matilda sat down. Everyone went back to their place as Lucia started today's lesson. Today, we'll study the relation between alchemy and magic, and not in the sense of potions and elixirs, but in terms of spells. Lucia immediately started the lesson, wanting to forget what happened. There are multiple ways to cast magic, empower or control it. Spells used to have verbal, material, and even specific locations or times to be cast. But due to the advancement of magic, those requirements were removed without a loss in power due to the constant innovation in arcane focus creation. Staves, wands, and orbs had helped the spellcasters all over the world. As Lucia explained, Arad looked at what she was writing on the board. Even if not needed, they still work, he mumbled. That's it. Lucia turned and stared at him with a smile. You can still empower spells by using the old restrictions in exchange for chanting, material components, and even setting a specific time and location. You can make your magic stronger. She immediately turned toward the board and started writing. We'll focus on the component part, as it is a part of alchemy. But you can still check the libraries for books. Clubs will be next week, so that means you can also play with it there. But how much is the difference we're speaking about? Is it worth the time spent chanting or the cost of materials? People opted to find a way not to use them for a reason, Arad asked. It depends, but a simple chant can boost a spell's power by 5%. A full chant might push it all the way to 30%, but will take a long time. Our job here is to mix cheap components into something that can empower spells by a lot. Lucia drew a firebolt on the board. Your first assignment for today is creating a spell component that empowers a firebolt spell, a widely used basic fire magic. What Arad didn't know is that they've already been using it. The void is his element, and he's been using matter in general as a material component to empower his breath from a basic void breath into a beam of concentrated energy. Aella used air as a material component to make the flames from a basic spell burn into a tornado, and even Eris's power relied on the cycle of night and day as her vampiric and holy powers shifted. Even without proper education, those with a talent for magic were already going down the right path. The source of this content is Freewib Novel Chapter 758, Arad's Terrifying Creation. Chapter 758, Arad's Terrifying Creation. This is a gun. Lucia pulled a flintlock. It was used since the old age by pirates and assassins to kill mages and fighters, but as you might expect, the kingdoms quickly took that technology and made it a common weapon. She pointed at the wall. If it was a staff, then the rounds are its components. You can smack someone with an empty gun, but that isn't the extent of its power. Bam! She fired a shot at the wall, and the bullet stopped without even denting it. The walls of the schools were reinforced with magic strong enough to stop basic spells and siege weapons, and since I know not everyone has a talent for magic, there is a simple zero-tier spell that can teleport small objects for less than a meter distance. It's pretty useless, but bam, 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 bam. As you can see, with it, I can reload this thing instantly. Everyone should be able to learn zero-tier spells. Due to what happened yesterday, all of you would be provided with a gun and taught how to reload it with magic for safety. Of course, we'll provide training. As Arad looked at her, he smiled. I should go back and teach Tina that zero-tier spell giving us guns. Are you sure that's safe? A girl asked with a worried face. It isn't safe, but we enchanted all weapons with a tracing spell. We'll know when you fire them and what you hit. And switching guns won't help you hide. All the guns can identify all the students, teachers, or if they are in the hand of an outside, I'm more comfortable with my claws. Matilda lifted her hand. Even if you don't need it, keep it just in case. Lucia returned to the board. So, let's contentious. I told you about those guns now for one reason. We just finished learning about the magic component, and as you might guess, another joint class. Arad looked at her. You're right, with the magic class. She smiled. Arad grinned. Since brother is there, I'll have to cook something special. He pulled Aisha out of his bag and sat her on the table. Isn't that right? He giggled. He's talking to that doll again. What is he doing? That's a doll. It'll never reply. He has that face. Stay clear from him and his brother. They are going to cause an explosion for sure. Lucia looked at Arad. It's that face. He's going to do something terrifying again. Yo, it's been a while in the university's magic testing ground. Gojo approached Arad with a smile. Brother, I've got some interesting components to test. As the two brothers talked, Lucia approached to inform them that they couldn't use anything above 1 tier as it was not needed. She specifically glared at Arad and Gojo as Gojo had already blasted a hole through a wall in a previous class. We'll be careful, Arad replied to her. Aran has already been working on a lot of components for magic. Jogo, don't go overboard with spells. You don't want them to get out of control. Start with something small and work your way up, she said, turning around and leaving to show other students what to do. It was clear to the students and teachers that if two students didn't need guidance, it was Jogo and Aaron. As Lucia and the other teachers started explaining to the students how to cast spells and what to do, Arad and Gojo went alone to their corner, a fair distance away from the other students. My teacher totally expects me to blow this place up. Gojo sighed, scratching his head. What did you do to him? Arad stared at his brother with a worried face. I drowned the class with a water spell, destroyed a wall with a fire lance, and accidentally showed him a small ball of compressed mana that could blow a building off, and he was furious, saying, I shouldn't play with such dangerous and unstable magic. Gojo reconjured the same ball of compressed mana. What's so scary about this? It might be nothing to you and me, but it'll kill any human that touches it. Remember, they think we're humans, Arad replied. Humans are so fragile. Gojo stated. No, we're too strong. Arad looked at him. Ho! Gojo stared at Arad. We're finally disagreeing on something, albeit is just different perspectives. Want to fight it over? Nah, we'd just get yelled at. Let's test the component you made. Then we'll try some chants and signs to see what we could achieve. Gojo smiled, pointing at an empty area they could fire spells into. From his bag, Arad pulled a clear glass bottle. First, let's start with this. Gojo took the bottle from Arad's hand and looked at it. A regular potion bottle, the glass looked a bit different. It was thicker, and on top of that, the bottle cap seemed glued shut with some kind of resin. The content of the bottle seemed to be a clear liquid, and most importantly, it was freezing cold, far colder than anything he could have expected. Is this some special liquid to boost ice magic? How do you intend for me to use it with a spell? Gojo turned toward Arad. Arad had a smirk on his face. Think again, I'll let you guess. It's a potion to drink before casting a spell. No, I meant the first part. It doesn't buff ice magic. Arad's smirk grew larger. It's honestly a bit scary. I give up. What is this? It's a special liquid that boosts fire magic. The concept is simple thought. Arad pulled a second bottle. When you have a fire and want it to burn hotter and bigger, you fan it. And a while ago, Zephyr showed Aella that she could pick up flames with her wind to burn massive areas. So Aella tried to develop that and found a new technique, which is to use a fire arrow spell to induce flame to her wind magic and create a massive burst of fire, like a fire tornado. He wiggled the bottle. I took that concept and tried to stretch it by attempting to compress air into a small bottle with gravity magic. I managed to jam about 20 rooms worth of air in a bottle. Arad kept explaining, but then Doma and Aisha noted that air isn't what fire burns hot. It's something in the air. So, with their help, I managed to isolate that substance and filled a bottle with it. This is the worth of around 50 rooms of air. So, this is supposed to make flame burn really hot. Gojo looked at the cold bottle, and big, Arad nodded, giving it a test. Indeed, what Arad had made was a bottle of pure, liquid oxygen. Let's give it a try, Gojo said with a smile. I'll do it with you. Arad stood by his side holding his own bottle. Do as I do. We'll cast Firebolt together and see who makes the biggest blast. They'll yell at us. Did you test this before you? Sure it won't get us in trouble. Gojo looked at the bottle in his hand. 50 rooms worth seems a lot. It'll be all right. I didn't test it, but I expect the best it can do is double the spell size. Arad shook his hand. Doubling a spell's power is impressive enough. That's just speculation. We won't know until we test it. A spark of flame ignited before Arad's palm as he extended his hand forward. Take your stance. Gojo pointed a finger forward, conjuring a small ball of flames akin to that of Arad. I already did. Let's have firepower competition before releasing the spell. Make it so it carries the bottle with it without damaging it until the moment of impact. Arad explained how to cast it, and that fairly simple to follow. The standard way damaging spells were cast with components in the past. Fire, bolt, swash. The two firebolts took the bottles from Arad and Gojo and flew into the distance, hitting the ground. Zaboom! A large burst of blue flames, a rose almost 15 meters tall, bloomed out of nothing as a wave of hot air expanded as a blast, ripping trees off and shaking the ground so violently that the students far away got thrown off their feet. Arad and Gojo stared at the flames rising to the sky, sweating. "We're getting in trouble for this," Gojo said with a scared face. "I didn't expect it to be this powerful. A firebolt usually takes an eighth of a room when exploding. That is the amount of air it consumes to burn. Arad had shoved 50 rooms worth of oxygen into it." Arad looked at Gojo with a scared smile as he pulled another bottle. "And I was thinking of testing this. It's the simplest matter I can make with my void, and it burns well." He indeed carried a bottle of liquid hydrogen. Hydrogen and oxygen, that's rocket fuel. Arad and Gojo didn't know they were playing with something that had the potential to send a dragon-sized piece of steel flying out of the planet. "Let's use them together," Gojo smiled, wanting to see how big of an explosion they could make before the teachers arrived. The source of this content is Free Whipnovel Chapter 759, Selling Rocket Fuel. Chapter 759, Selling Rocket Fuel. Arad gave the liquid hydrogen bottle to Gojo and pulled a second one for himself, alongside a new set of oxygen bottles. "Let's send it." Sparks of fire flashed from Gojo's finger as Arad did the same, and both of them firebolts. As the spells impacted the ground, they flashed with a bright light, growing into a massive blue rose of fire, followed by a booming impact and a shockwave that blasted the teachers running toward Arad and Gojo's location. "What did you do?" The teachers managed to reach them as the dust settled, testing components. Arad replied, "No component would do this," a teacher growled, and Lucia tried to stop him. From what she saw from Arad, she could believe his words. "Want to try it?" Gojo approached them, smiling. "My little brother is an impressive alchemist. I still have more." Arad pulled 2 bottles, one of oxygen and one of hydrogen, and gave them to the teacher. "Use them as any standard bottled component." "Aaron," Gojo said, pointing at Lucia. "Give her a pair as well. She wants to try it." "Really?" Arad looked at Lucia and handed her a pair. "How many did you make?" she gasped. Unlike the other teacher, she was expecting those bottles to work and was scared that Arad had made multiple of such a terrifying weapon in a short amount of time. Unknown to her, Arad was already mass-producing hydrogen and oxygen. The oxygen is mass-produced by Doma and Aisha, who are flying above the sea with a Gemini clone of him, and he's here creating oxygen with the void inside his stomach. He intends on bottling it up and using it to arm his wives and party, including the thousands of vampire spawns inside of him. Use a firebolt. That's what was used, and we don't know how much bigger an explosion a stronger spell would make. Gojo pointed out that he created a barrier in front of the teachers. Their spells can fly through, but after that it'll protect them from the blast. Lucia and the teacher pointed their hands out and fired the spells, causing a massive explosion akin to what Arad and Gojo did, proving that the power was from the component that Arad made, and not from Gojo going crazy again. "This is." The teacher looked at his shaking hands. "Such power, it'll deserve an academic book." He turned toward Arad. "Aaron, you've created a military-grade weapon." "No, it's probably stronger than that." Lucia started sweating. She wants to blame Gojo and send him to the director's office. All to hide what Arad made. With such power, Teacher Ragnar clearly wants to get the method out of Arad and make and probably resell the component to the kingdoms of the world under the university's name, like most researches are published. Ragnar, it'll be dangerous to involve a student with such a matter. We should keep a secret for now, or at least until the end of the year. Lucia tried to speak, but Ragnar ignored her and approached Arad. "We should get to work right away. How did you make it? What equipment was needed?" Ragnar started talking with an excited face. "No, this isn't the place for this. Let's head to labs and write it down." Arad looked at him for a second. "No, I'm not writing it down," he said. "I'm using a fake name." I needed an absurd amount of gravity magic to compress air, and also Aisha's skill and one of Doma's curses to purify it. And that other bottle is made straight from my void. I can't tell them how I made it without telling them I'm a void dragon. No, you don't understand how important this is. You don't have a choice other than to write it down. It must be written when kingdoms hear about this. They'll hunt you down for the knowledge. It's better to write in the university's name to protect yourself. Ragnar tried to convince Arad. Arad started thinking, but he wasn't considering Ragnar's suggestion. He was interpreting it to make his own decision. If they want it, I'll sell it to them. Arad smiled. Yo, that's right, Gojo smiled. But what about me? Gojo was also the king of his own country that humans live in. His military would benefit a lot from such a weapon. Of course, you'll get it for free. Take as much as you want, Arad smiled. Nah, I'll pay for it, or at least what I can't make. Does that seem fair? Gojo lifted a finger. Brother should be able to make the second one with his void, but he doesn't have Aisha or Doma to purify the air. Arad pulled 2 bottles. You can make this on your own. He shook the hydrogen bottle. But I doubt you can make something as clean as this. He shook the oxygen bottle. Got it, Gojo smiled. I'll pay for this one then. He pointed at the oxygen bottle. No, 2 students can't be here selling weapons to whoever comes, Ragnar growled. You have to write it down. It's not something that you can just leave. Ragnar started getting irritated and angry the more Arad refused. He got so enraged that he started screaming at Arad's chest. He wasn't tall enough to reach his face. Lucia tried to stop Ragnar, but couldn't. He kept going back to Arad and screaming his lungs out, trying to convince him, even though it was clearly backfiring badly. No means no. Arad sighed. The fact you're screaming means you have a weak argument. Come back when you have something useful to say. He turned toward Lucia. We'd like to test more components, and judging by this. As Arad was speaking with her, Ragnar got between them and started screaming once again, spitting nonsense alongside his spit everywhere. Arad lifted his foot, kicking Ragnar in the groin, and then punched him in the face, sending him drifting on the ground unconscious. Sorry, my hand slipped. If you want it, then pay up. I already paid for the school, so anything I learn or make here is mine. Not that the university had anything to do with those components. We're only been here for 3 days, hardly enough to teach anything of use. Lucia gasped, seeing Ragnar knocked cold on the ground. See, it's your fault for screaming, a lot. Gojo sat beside him and started poking him with a stick that he found, as Lucia was about to start panicking about how to handle this. A fat brown owl flew down, landing at the tree beside them. Everyone turned around and Gojo smiled. A familiar. It has a lot of magic. It's not a normal bird. What's a familiar? Arad looked at the owl. That's the chairman's familiar. Lucia started at the owl with sweat dripping across her forehead. Chairman, what do you want? Aran and Jogo are called to my office. Jogo for causing a second massive explosion after being told not to, and Aran for assault on a teacher. Immediately boo, immediately boo, immediately boo. The owl flew away, leaving them standing there. Who's the chairman? Arad looked at Lucia. The university is divided into sectors, and each sector is divided into departments. A director rules a department, a headmaster rules a sector, and the chairman is the one standing at the top of the university. Just be careful around her. Arad and Gojo looked at each other and then went to see the chairman. But upon walking into the office, they found a little girl with long ears sitting on the desk cross-legged with her white hair reaching all the way to her knees. I'm the High Halfling, Betty, the Flash. Nice to meet you. We're called hobbits in some parts of the world if you don't know half of what is a halfling. She giggled, staring at them with her glowing, diamond-like eyes. This magic? It's like hers. The source of this content is Freeway. Bidnovel, Chapter 760. Betty the Flash. Chapter 760. Betty the Flash. You don't look happy seeing me. Betty smiled, her eyes focusing on Arad. To be honest, you remind me of the 2 women I hate dealing with the most. One is short and stupidly powerful, and the other is an exhibitionist who always pulls me to her bath. He sighed. It isn't nice to compare me to such people. They'll feel sad being put in the same bowl as me. But I have no relation to Lilia except us being from the same race. Well, she's a half-halfling. She tilted her head. You didn't deny the second. Gojo stared at her with a smile. I can recognize dragon's magic when I see it, she smiled. Liminus is my grandma. You can see my eyes. I have a prismatic dragon bloodline, or you might call them light dragons. I knew it, but wait, Arad gasped. Don't worry, I know you're Arad, and that he's Gojo. Alcott's influence reached the headmaster of your department, but they were mostly hoping that I wouldn't get involved. But how couldn't I come back with 2 world-destroying dragons at my university? She waved her fingers, and 2 chairs appeared out of nowhere. One was a bit larger than the other to accommodate Arad. So this means you didn't call us for the blast earlier. Gojo sighed in relief. No, that's a part of it. You'll be cleaning the mess you made, and Arad, you'll have some points deducted for hitting a teacher. W equals. So we aren't getting off the hook. Gojo sighed. But such punishments aren't something you can't finish or deal with in a few moments. She looked at Gojo. Cleaning won't be a problem for you, and I'm sure Arad's marks won't even dent with a few points. You're right, nodded. If this is everything, we'll be going back to class. Betty flicked her finger, locking the room. Hold your horses, you aren't going anywhere until I say so. What do you want? Gojo looked at her. Nothing important. I just want to introduce myself in a language that dragons understand. She lifted her hand, and a massive light gate appeared out of nowhere. This leads to a place we can converse in at peace. As Arad and Gojo went through the gate, they found themselves standing in a desolate land of stone and dirt, a glowing sun shining down from the sky as the concentration of mana seemed almost 10 times that they felt around the world. What's this place? Arad asked. Betty looked at him. My firing range, I got it as a birthday gift from Grandma 200 years ago. It's a bit smaller than the world we live in, but I can blast it as much as I want, she explained. Demi-plans are the creation of magic. They are made by ripping a hole in the fabric of time and space to create a dimension. Most wizards know how to use a lesser version to create magic pockets to store things, but this was on a far larger scale. This demi-plan was the size of the moon built by Betty's grandmother, Luminous. The great worm-light dragon, Luminous, used this place to train before but gifted it to her granddaughter when she no longer had a use for it. If you want to cast any large spell, tell me, and I'll let you in here to conduct any experiment. I don't want to have to pay a boatload of gold each time one of you 2 blasts my university. She turned toward the 2, light refracting off her hair. Arad, get back! Gojo pushed Arad back and opened his mouth, unleashing a massive blast of energy at Betty. Betty's smiling face disappeared as the beam of energy engulfed the place, and she set off running with the white wave of charged energy after her. Both Arad and Gojo's breaths are beams of charged energy that travel at almost the speed of light, making it almost impossible to dodge without predicting where it's going to be shot. But Betty wasn't trying to dodge the beam. She was actively running away from it in a straight line, and the beam was unable to catch up with her. Soon, the beam finally exploded into a massive blast, but Betty didn't stop. She kept running in a straight line until she went around the whole demi-plan, reaching Gojo's back in less than a second. The full beam hadn't even left his mouth when she arrived. Even so, she clenched a fist and smacked him in the back of the head, sending him flying forward. Arad blinked, and it was all done. Gojo had his upper torso buried in the dirt, with Betty standing in his place with a smoking fist. Your beam is fast, but I'm faster. And it even has a limited range. Don't even try hitting me. Light dragons could move at the speed of light, but you're a sorceress. You shouldn't be able to harness their full power, Arad said, staring at the 3-foot-tall halfling. They were called halflings as they are half as tall as humans, but otherwise, they looked their age like a shrunk human. That would be right. If I wasn't her granddaughter, I'm too close to her. I might not be as strong as a true light dragon, but I do have their blood and I can at least reach their speed. Betty stared at Arad. So, what about you, kid? She smiled. Did you know you aren't a true dragon? You're born to avoid Dracaina and a human? She pointed at Gojo, and neither he but his father isn't a human. That doesn't matter. I have my full draconic form. I'm a true dragon. Arid clenched a fist, ready to lung at her, but he kept trying to think of a way to catch her. That isn't it. The definition of a true dragon is a dragon born to two true dragons. But I guess that doesn't matter to void dragons, as you'll still retain your full power. Fine, I'll train you if you manage to land a hit on me. Your brother is knocked out cold. I'm surprised his head didn't explode. She pointed at the knocked-out Gojo. The energy delivered from a hit directly colorates its mass and velocity. When maxing the speed by reaching the speed of light, even a small mass like Betty's body would carry a horrifying amount of power behind it. Arid knew it. If one hit knocked Gojo cold, he'll end up exploding into a mush of blood if got hit. But to him, turning into a mush of blood wasn't that of a bad thing. He glared at her with a tilted head. Challenge accepted, halfling. I'll show you that no matter how fast or powerful you are, you'll never reach a dragon's claws, he stated, pointing a finger at her with a dark aura coursing through his body. Blood magic, exploding eyes, curse magic, petrification. Arad cast each of those with one of his eyes, getting ready to lung at Betty. I shouldn't watch her with my eyes. Those rely on light. I'll be dead by the time she starts moving. I have to catch her before she thinks of moving. Have her think of those spells I cast on her, and the moment her thoughts start to stop, it's the moment she's about to move. I can see it, her magic shifting to counter the blood magic, and it did with ease. Now her thoughts have shifted to petrification, and she can resist it with ease, as expected from the chairman of the university and the granddaughter of that light Dracaina, but this is as far as she goes. A sorcerer can never reach true dragons, and this is her limit. I saw it, her thoughts. Arad extended a finger forward, curse expansion, witches cursed domain. Choosing the curse of existence, Arad managed to slip out of existence itself, freeing himself from its grasp. For only 4 seconds of his time, he exists outside time and space, an observer that lives the full duration in an instant. Arad's eyes could see the 4 seconds of the world that he left. And indeed, Betty did send him flying with a punch in a fraction of a second. I can see it, her future in the cursed world, but with this, I can act before that could become a reality. In the same way, he killed the cold spirit that cut his way outside of the human capital. This time, he tried to kick Betty in the face, sending her flying. Arad lifted his foot and launched it toward Betty's face, hitting her square in the nose. When we'll return to the real world, you'll be already kicked in the face before you know it. So, you don't know, she said, her eyes turning toward Arad. What is the speed of light, and what happens when you surpass it? Arad's foot started moving backward, and he took a step, returning to where he stood. Don't tell me. Time flows backward, but that shouldn't matter. As long as I kicked inside Doma's expansion, Arad swung a second kick at her face. Time doesn't exist here. But what if I ran to the past before you cast that expansion? Arad found himself standing in the same place, before casting his blood magic and curse of petrification. What do you say? Betty stared at him with a smile. Scary stuff, right? Arad smiled. Yeah, scary stuff. He stared back at her, and her nose gushed with blood. She gasped. What did you do? Arad smiled. Did you think my 4 seconds are tied to the future? Instead of erasing time and space for the coming 4 seconds where Betty could just run to the past and evade Arad's attack. He erased the 4 seconds of the past, kicking her before she could realize it. Betty giggled. I see, so the witch inside you is indeed Doma, that cursed witch. Yo, Betty, it's been a while. You've grown shorter. Doma opened a mouth in Arad's face and spoke. Do you know her? Arad asked. Yeah, but it's a long story. One of a little girl with so much power she could kill herself by mistake, and how her grandmother brought her to my doors for help. This chapter is updated by Free Novel Com Chapter 761, Tales of Light Speed. Chapter 761, Tales of Light Speed. In the middle of summer, Doma lay on her hammock wearing only her underwear with a wood golem fanning her with a large leaf. "Damn you, son. What's this heat today?" she growled, taking her cut for a drink. Behind her a stack of papers, unfinished work, but no one could find it bearable to sit at a desk and work in such conditions. "Nyauk! Nyauk!" Doma grunted, turning aside. "Who is it now? I'm busy dealing with the heat." She wore her mantle and walked toward the front door. There weren't that many creatures that could reach Doma's front door. She lived in her hut, protected by countless layers of curses and violent evil spirits roaming everywhere. It's either a powerful monster, a demigod, or a lost child that the evil spirits guided in to watch him get killed. Doma opened the door, ready to blast anyone outside into oblivion, but instead she was faced with a blinding light, as if that damned sun came to her front door. "Doma, I need your help," the orb of light said. "Luminous?" Doma sighed, smacking the door closed. "Doma, where are you going?" Luminous shouted. "It's always like this. Helping any of you would be several decades of commitment." "I don't want to deal with that. Find someone else," Doma yelled at her. "Doma, please. You're the only one I can count on. At least give my granddaughter a look," Luminous yelled back, and the door immediately opened back. "Granddaughter?" "I sent you a congratulatory letter 5 years ago when she was born. That doesn't mean I'll care for it for you, but at least turn the light off." Doma sighed. "I can't see anything like this, and it hurt my eyes. You know I can't." Doma sighed, waving 2 fingers in front of Luminous with her eyes closed. "This will hurt. Do it." Luminous's light faded away and her face could finally be visible. A tall woman in her late 40s with long and reflective hair, diamond eyes and clear pale skin that looked almost oiled. You could even see yourself on her mirror like nails. Blood started dripping from Luminous's nose and ears. This really hurt more than the rest. She smiled. The rest? Doma looked back, seeing Luminous's back charred from all the curses she walked through to get there. "You're dying. Get inside. I'll survive. Not many things can kill me. More importantly, look at her." Luminous handed something large wrapped in a piece of white cloth. Doma's nose instantly picked it up. The scent of charred flesh. "This is bad. Come in." Doma took Luminous's granddaughter and rushed inside with Luminous following them. "What did happen?" Doma asked. "She inherited my blood, and this is what happened," Luminous replied as Doma unveiled the wrapping, seeing a charred body that was barely alive due to several magic items and healing spells active on her, just as some fire sorcerers burn their houses down when their powers first manifest. She tried to go at the speed of light, but mortals aren't like you light dragons. When moving at a high speed, the friction with the air turns into heat. She burned like a meteor without even reaching a fraction of the speed of light, and I'm sure the impact left her broken down to every bone. Doma glared at Luminous. "I believe I told you not to have children with humans." "I didn't. She's my granddaughter. My eldest son married a halfling, and she was born," Luminous explained. "Halfling? I guess the ears fell off when she burned." Doma lifted her hand over the body. "First, I need to make sure she doesn't use her powers by mistake when healing." She turned toward Luminous. "You don't mind me doing anything to her, right? She'll die if her powers aren't quelled, so please do anything you can." Luminous bowed. "Got it. First I'll knock her out and seal her consciousness. That would make her act like a golem for the time being, but at least she won't use her powers by mistake." A wave of dark magic engulfed the body. "That's mind control, and a powerful one at that." Luminous stared at Doma's magic. "I'm no stranger to learning forbidden curses and magic, but they become really useful at times like this," Doma replied. "What scares me is that it can work on me." Luminous smiled, looking at the spell. "You'll cut my head off before I could cast it." Doma smiled. "Is that so?" Luminous stared at her. "My guts tell me I'm the one to lose if we fought, and my gut feeling has never been wrong." She could sense a wave of dreams coming from Doma's magic. "Why do you not join the power struggle?" "Doma," Luminous stared at her. Are you satisfied with your life here? I'm a weirdo, a lonely elf with a fetish for collecting forbidden curses and horrid magic that makes people terrified. I can study in peace here, and the world doesn't need to deal with the horror of me walking around it. Doma waved her hand as she finished casting the spell on Luminous's granddaughter. You collect everything that is evil, cursed, and blasphemous, but you aren't malevolent, you're just weird. Probably why the gods never dropped a holy sword to slay you. Luminous smiled. I just love forbidden knowledge. Doma smiled. Done for now. Get the healing spells to go all out. She rushed to her lab and brought a tube to feed the granddaughter with. Her name was Betty, right? Yeah, Luminous replied. Now, putting her hands over Betty's chest. Wait, I'll make a slurry for her to eat first. Doma quickly crushed a paste of honey, water, and herbs. She then shoved the tube down Betty's nose and to her stomach and started feeding her as Luminous slowly let the healing spells go all out. After 2 days of hard work, Betty's body finally fully healed and she woke up, sitting up with an empty, emotionless face as she was still under Doma's mind control. Luminous stared at her, almost crying. She thought her granddaughter would die no matter how she tried to help, but Doma made it possible. Doma, don't thank me yet. We're halfway there. Doma approached Betty. You said I can do anything to her. I'm sure you won't like this, so can you leave? I want to stay. Luminous glared at her. What are you trying to do? We can't let her live her life like an emotionless puppet, can we? So I'll curse her to lose her powers, or at least most of her power. Doma looked at Betty's eyes. I better do it while she's under my mind control, so I can't erase the memory of being cursed from her head. Why erase it? Luminous looked at Doma with a worried face. Cause it painful as hell. It'll break and reconstrict her blood, soul, and bones to work. Imagine it like a really painful tooth, but it's all of your bones. Doma waved her hand over Betty's head, and she started screaming her lungs out. Let's go. Doma dragged Luminous out of the room. This will take a few hours. We aren't leaving her like this. Luminous didn't want to leave the room. You can stay with her if you want, but she'll be in pain for a long time. Doma left the room, leaving Luminous sitting with crying Betty. A day later, Betty finally calmed down. The curse had taken effect. So what now? Luminous looked at Doma, who just walked into the room. First, delete the memory of getting cursed. She waved her finger, and Betty fell unconscious for a second, and then woke up immediately. And then release her. With a finger flick, light returned to Betty's eyes, and she looked around surprised. Where am I? She gasped. Luminous hugged her, crying. You fine. It's all right. Grandma, what happened? Nothing, sweetie, you'll be fine. No, you won't, Doma said in the back. You almost killed yourself. She cut them off. Doma. Luminous glared at her. You said I can do whatever I want, so don't get in the way. Doma walked toward Betty. I really don't want to cut off this sweetie family moment, but you still might kill yourself. How? Luminous glared at Doma. Her powers are sealed. You're a light Dracaina? Do you think your powers are that easily suppressed? Doma sighed. My curse managed to suppress her power down to 0.00001%. This means she could still fly at 3 meters per second and break a bone or her neck. Doma looked into Betty's eyes. You aren't going back home. You're staying here to train on how to control your powers. I thought you hated having outsiders here. Luminous glared at Doma, and I didn't tell her parents that she won't be returning. Doma pulled 2 papers out of her pocket. Give those to them. They can come to visit her. But she's staying here. Luminous stared at Doma. Betty, want to stay here? She asked. Do I need to stay? Betty asked, still confused about everything. Yeah. Doma stared at her. Otherwise, you'll end up hurting yourself and making your parents and grandma worry. From today, you'll be living with me here to train. Luminous sighed. Fine. I'll go bring her parents here. She stood. Grandma, Betty called her. You aren't glowing. I did that to her. Doma flicked her fingers. Here you go. Power's back so you can go. I made an exception for you in the hut's defenses. And for her parents, they'll be fine as they are carrying their passes in a flash. Luminous disappeared, leaving Betty and Doma alone. "What do I do now?" Betty asked. "Go take a bath and come to the kitchen. I'll cook something for you to eat. We can then meet your parents and start training tomorrow." Doma pointed at the wardrobe. "It has some of my old clothes. They should fit you. If they didn't, make them fit." She pointed to a box of needles and threads. Betty took a bath, ate her fill, and met her parents, who brought her clothes and toys. They were extremely weary of Doma, but grateful for saving their daughter's life. The next day quickly came by, and Betty's training began. First, your core strength. Run around the garden until you puke. Doma shouted, sitting on her porch with a staff in her hand, waving at Betty, who ran with heavy breath. "I can't," Betty cried. "You can keep going and don't stop," Doma yelled at her. A year quickly passed with Betty only working on her endurance and strength, running around, doing push-ups with Doma sitting on her back and plowing the garden with the golems. "Master," Betty approached Doma. "I want to start training on controlling my light powers. It's been a year." Doma approached her, slapped her in the face, then kicked her in the guts, sending her rolling on the ground, crying. Betty stared at Doma. "Why did you do that?" "Those 2 hits are far gentler than hitting a tree at a fraction of the speed of light," Doma said. "Come do my nails. Starting today, I'll hit you like this once a week, and when you can take it without falling down or crying, I'll start training you on how to control the light." With tears in her eyes, Betty barely stood and started doing Doma's nails as she thought about it. Those 2 hits hurt a lot, and Doma said they are far gentler than hitting something with her power. Is she really ready to train? It's been a grueling year, but for what purpose if she can't even train? "Don't worry about it," Doma said. "Everyone starts somewhere. You'll be able to control your powers one day." It took Betty 2 years to be able to start her training in light magic. Stand in place and don't move. Focus on your magic and throw a straight punch. You'll most likely dislocate your shoulder or elbow, so be ready for a lot of pain. Not that many things can move too fast. Doma said, standing beside her. Betty took a deep breath, pulled her fist back, and then punched forward. Crack. Both her shoulder and elbow were dislocated. She fell down screaming, "Both. You seem to need more muscles around your joints." Doma grabbed Betty where she was and snapped her shoulder and wrist in place, leaving her writhing in pain. "See, it's painful, so keep training." After another year of physical training, Betty finally managed to unleash 0.000001% of her power without breaking her own fragile body. Halflings weren't known for their sturdiness. "Master, I did it! I did it!" She rushed toward Doma with a large smile. Doma patted her head. "This is just the first step. Keep going, and one day you can use 100% without dying." Time quickly passed by, and a decade ended without anyone noticing. Betty has grown so strong she could unleash around 0.0001% of the speed of light. She could move and hit at a speed close to bullets without ending her own life. "Master, I'm going now." Betty bowed to Doma at the edge of the hut. She's going to her mother's graduation ceremony. Since Betty's powers showed up, her parents refused to have any more children. Her mother instead focused on studying magic and alchemy, trying to find a way to have children without them inheriting her bloodlines. Her research didn't go well, but she managed to graduate from a local school and invited Betty to visit. The ceremony went well as any other, and Betty stood at the entrance with her father, awaiting their mother to come out so they could head home and spend the night before Betty had to return to Doma's hut. Crack, the ground shook, and dust started rushing in. Betty's father looked to the walls, and a large giant had broken the city's wall and walked in. He's almost 40 meters tall and holds a massive club. Betty's father couldn't fight. He's a semi-immortal shapeshifter, and her mother is a normal halfling. "Betty, dear, let's run!" The mother came in, rushing from inside the school, and grabbed Betty by the hand. "It's dangerous, Swash!" A fist-sized stone flew toward them, and Betty smacked it away in the blink of an eye. She shook her mother's hand off. "You two run. I'll handle that thing." Betty hunched her fists back 0.0001%, unleashed, her body sparked with a faint light, and she flashed forward, running and dodging the flying debris. Her mother and father screamed in the back, but someone had to take action. The adventurers and guards were too slow, and people were already dying everywhere, crushed by the rubble. The giant saw Betty and swung his massive club at her. "Sorry, Master. 0.0001% doesn't have enough power to kill this thing." Her left foot flashed with a bright light. Crack. She jumped, dodging the giant's club, and reached his face. New 0.001%. Flash. She punched him in the face so hard a shockwave blasted him backward, and Betty's arm broke with her fingers falling apart. Her leg was also broken as she used that same power to jump. The people of the city gasped as they saw a bright white flash fill the sky for a fraction of a second. From that day, Betty was nicknamed the Flash. Betty the Flash was born. This content is taken from freewebnov.com, Chapter 762, Yarn Ball, Chapter 762, Yarn Ball. "I did get a hit in," Arad said with a smile, staring at Betty's bleeding nose. Betty smiled. "Yeah, it's been a while since someone got me, but it isn't strange with Master living rent-free in your head." She stared at him with glowing diamond eyes. "I'll make sure." Betty went silent, and so did Arad. A large aura of mana rushed from the dust, and two blue eyes glared at them. Gojo stood there staring at Betty with a smile. "I can't see a damn thing. You broke something in my head." He tapped the back of his head. "But I can still feel it, your mana. You're here." He lifted his hands. "You'll regret killing my little brother, cry about it in this world's non-existent future." Gojo attacked first the moment he sensed Betty's magic spiking, thinking it was a surprise attack. A strange person with light dragon magic is trying to kill him and his younger brother. That is what he thought, and that notion only got stronger when Betty hit him in the back of the head. The damage she caused his brain was so great that he lost vision and several of his senses got impaired. "This is bad," Betty gasped. 100% light speed. She lunged forward, punching him in the face, but he didn't even blink. She immediately followed by a kick to the guts, but couldn't knock him down. "How long have I been unconscious? Little brother Arad." I can't hear his thoughts that Halfling killed him. I failed as his older brother. It's my fault. I should have ripped her head off in the office when I sensed her magic first. I shouldn't have trusted her calm thoughts. Betty did her best to knock him off in that fraction of a second, but to no avail. This is bad. I don't have enough weight. Kinetic energy is mass multiplied by speed. Betty could max the speed, but with her light halfling body, she couldn't provide enough mass to scale the damage to a level that could knock Gojo cold. She managed to get him in the first surprise hit, as he never faced something at light speed. But now he's deciding to take her hits as he prepares his expansion. Betty knew that what Gojo was about to pull wasn't something she wanted to see. Her grandmother, Luminous, had always warned her, "Time dragons can freely travel through time. They'll kill in your mother's womb. Light dragons are fast. You'll never escape their claws, but you can run like them, so you might be fine. But voids are destroyers. Do not anger them, and if you did, try to kill them in one hit before they'll retaliate. This world shall know pain." Gojo glared at her with two glowing blue eyes. Reversal void compression, yarn ball. Instead of the regular expansion, Gojo opted to test something new, something he shied off from trying as he couldn't guess how destructive it would get. Void is the empty space devoid of matter. Void dragons are space dragons. As Gojo's hands got closer together, his fingers started touching the thread of space of the fabric of space-time around him, knitting them into a yarn ball. As he pulled the threads of space, they pulled the threads of time they were intertwined with. As the matter tied to space got sucked into the yarn ball, the fabric of time started ripping between Gojo's hands, and the past melted into the future. The darkness of nothingness came into reality, a black hole, a universe devoid of everything. Betty turned around to grab Arad and run, But no matter how fast she tried, she was getting pulled toward Gojo's yarn ball, the black hole. The immense gravitational pull generated by a black could even bend light, twist, and suck it into the singularity that burns between Gojo's fingers. Betty growled. No wonder Grandma warned me about them, but fine challenge accepted. I'm no stranger to pushing beyond my limits. Bam. She started running faster and faster. 101%, 102%, 103%, slowly pushing faster than light to a past where Gojo still hadn't activated this black hole. But then something wrong started happening. Gojo wasn't just pulling her and everything around him, he was effectively pulling space and time themselves, knitting them into a yarn ball. Betty felt like she was running on a treadmill set to a bit over the speed of light. Even with her running at light speed, she was getting pulled back toward Gojo's black hole. To combat that, she tried to push over her limit and run faster than the speed of light, faster than the treadmill to outrun it and push forward. It was then that she realized that Gojo's black hole was pulling time and space themselves, pulling the treadmill hole from beneath her feet. Light can never escape a black hole, even if its speed becomes infinite. That is why they are black. Light never managed to escape, not in the past, and never in the future. Death is inevitable. Void dragons are destroyers, and a half-blood line myself can never match true dragons. Betty's last thoughts, seeing herself getting pulled toward the black hole, nothing can stop void dragons. Clack! Arad grabbed Betty by the neck and sucked her into his stomach. Beside another void dragon, brother, wake up. Arad screamed directly into Gojo's brain as sound didn't exist where the two of them were. Gojo didn't react. Betty's first hit had damaged his brain enough that he couldn't hear Arad's thoughts, and that reality became clear to Arad as he sensed a deep sadness coming from Gojo's mind. Loneliness. His only family member got killed. Gojo stopped caring about the world at that moment. Just as red dragons burn cities out of rage, Gojo is about to unleash all that he has in the world. Arad extended his hand into the black hole, grabbing the yarn ball. Any other creature would have already ripped apart, but void dragons are born to interact with the void, just as Gojo can spin it. Arad can touch and grasp it even if he can't create a black hole of his own at his age. Stop it, Arad screamed into Gojo's brain once again, but he didn't get any response. He tried to stop the Gojo from knitting the yarn ball, but couldn't match him in strength or control. Just as a little brother can never beat his older brother in arm wrestling, Arad found himself at a great disadvantage when it came to void control due to the age difference. I can't talk to him, and I can't beat him in void control. Arad thought, racking his brain as the whole demiplane around them crumbled. A moon-sized world started breaking and getting sucked into the black hole. No, I have something. Arad grabbed Gojo by the face and started waterboarding him with healing potions. Unlike me, you can't regenerate from brain damage without external help. I'll be your healer. Get that brain fixed and listen to me. Arad screamed at him. Gojo's brain damage slowly healed from the potions shoved in his face, and soon he could hear a faint scream in the distance. Ha! I finally started hallucination of him. My brother is dead. He'll never be back. It isn't a hallucination. Wake up. Shut this thing off. Arad started shaking Gojo's head, shoving more potions down his throat. Huh! Gojo gasped, realizing it was indeed Arad screaming at him. You're alive? Shut this thing off first, Arad shouted back, and Gojo canceled the black hole. Gojo and Arad found themselves floating alone in the empty space, surrounded by chunks of debris and molten stones. The moon-sized world had been destroyed, leaving them in a gravityless space. What happened? Gojo asked. The two were talking telepathically, as air doesn't exist in space. It's how void dragons evolved to live in the void. Betty smacked you in the back of the head. You went blind and insane, Arad replied. I didn't go insane. She knocked me out. But when I woke up, I didn't know how much time had passed. I couldn't see, hear, or feel anything. I was alone in the void of my head, but I knew one thing: she had to be close, and if not, I was still in her demi-world. Gojo looked around. I'll blow this whole place, hopefully. She'll be inside and die. If not, I'll go to the outside world and blow it out as well. Even if I die, don't blow the outside world. My wives live there, Arad sighed. Now, that's a problem. I'll try not to do it, but no promises. I might end up wrecking a kingdom or two at least, but I'll keep you wives safe, that's a promise. Gojo replied with a smile, but is she dead? No, I sucked her into my stomach before you could turn her into a paste. Arad waved his hand and pulled Betty out, encased in a shell of air that he created with gravity magic around her. What happened? She gasped, panting with sweat dripping across her whole head. The hell was that? I cleared the misunderstanding. Get us out, brother. Need healing. Arad put his head inside the bubble of air to speak with her. He shouldn't try to kill you again, but keep in mind he's stronger than me. Next time, at least rip my head clean off, or the world shall regret giving birth to you. Gojo stared at her with a smile, his eyes flashing with ominous blue light. Update from FreeWebNov, Chapter 763, Light Magic. Chapter 763, Light Magic. Ding, a bright portal emerged out of nothing in the chairman's room. Gojo, Arad, and Betty fell from it to the ground. We're back. Arad looked around with a smile. That was scary, Betty panted, staring at the two brothers. My head hurts, Gojo scratched his head. The damage still remained, and he needs time to fully heal. Betty pulled a golden card and gave it to Gojo. This will allow you into any library in this university. Study magic as much as you like, really. He looked at her with a smile. Yeah? She pointed at the door with a finger, and it opened. Head back to class. Arad will follow you soon. Thank you for the card. Gojo jumped out with a happy face. See you later, Arad. Now he left. Arad looked at Gojo's leave. He did need to heal, and like most creatures out there, he didn't want to look weak in front of those they wanted to protect. I can't believe how much damage your punch did. Arad looked at her. It wasn't my punch that damaged his brain. When I hit his head, it accelerated his already compressed brain inside that small humanoid skull, causing it to hit the walls at near the speed of light and damage itself. A concussion, Betty explained. That's still the damage of your punch, Arad sighed deeply. Forget about him for now. Someone like him would be fine. But you, I'll train you as much as I can, as I promised, even though I doubt I'll be of any help if you already have master inside your head. Betty looked at him with a grin. How about brother? He's scary. I don't like him, Betty said, puffing her chest. But you aren't scary. You're interesting. Let's play together. Gojo can learn in the libraries. I gave him access. Well, but I need to get back to class as well for now. He looked at her. You're at my office. Don't worry about it. She jumped on her desk and sat cross-legged as she had before. Take a seat. Let's talk for a bit. What do you want to talk about? Arad sat and looked at her. What do halflings love? She stared at him. Arad blinked twice, trying to guess what she meant. How would I know? Dwarves live muscles and beards, elves hands and feet, humans breasts and butts, dragons wealth and strength. So what would halfling love? She stared at him with a grin. I don't know. You're the first halfling I've met, Arad replied with a tired face. He didn't like where this was going. Jokes and simple life. She stared at him. Halflings retire the moment they are born. We don't have a government work or obligations. We live in our little homes, tend to our gardens, bake pies and drink wines that our neighbors brew 'cause they are bored. If you never have a goal, you're never lost. There are a rare few of us who seek something, but that is extremely rare. My mother was such a halfling carefree. Arad stared at her. Yep, we always make fun of each other, joke and laugh at ourselves. No one gets made as none of us care. We don't take ourselves seriously, and we ask other races not to take our jokes seriously. We're trying to have fun so that if we die tomorrow, we at least had a good breakfast and a laugh today. She stared at him with a grin. We're your opposite. Dragons are easy to anger, and always plan and work to amass wealth and power. You're indeed our opposite. You're even small. He looked at her with a smile. We have some kickable faces, don't we? Right where a humanoid foot is, one straight kick and we go rolling, she giggled. Even you went to kick my face. You're too short, Arad nodded. You're around 3 feet 0.9 meters tall, and I'm 7 feet 2.1 meters tall. We're called halflings since we're half as tall as humanoids after all, she smiled. Even our race's name pokes fun at our height. So, what will you teach me? Arad asked. My specialty is light magic. I don't know if you can learn it or not, but I'll at least teach you how to counter it. Master, did you teach him cursed magic? Betty lifted her hand and a ball of light emerged above her palm. I did teach him the basics, but he still lacks experience. Cursed magic grows stronger the more you use it. The deeper you sink, the more cursed you get. And that expansion? I'm the one who cast it. Arad's soul isn't that soaked into curses to be able to output that. If he cast it on his own, he'll be cursed with so many negative effects that he'll die on the spot. Curses are give and take after all. They aren't a forbidden art for no reason. At least with light magic he might have an easier time. She showed Arad her nails. How do they look? 2 centimeters tall, claw-like, sharp, and reflective like mirrors, he replied. She extended her hand to the side and grabbed the air with her nails, twisting the image of the wall and window behind her. I can twist and refract light as I wish. She flicked her fingers, and a second Betty appeared. I can create illusions. She ran her hand through the illusion and it passed right through. Disassemble light. The illusion turned into a rainbow hue of colors. Create lasers. She pointed a finger at Arad, and a beam of light started burning his arm. At least scream, she sighed, turning it off, and Arad healed instantly. I can see anything in my magic range and show it to other people. She created several panels in front of Arad, showing him everything that happens as if she had surveillance cameras everywhere. Of course, I can see through everything by twisting light. To me, walls and clothes, even skin and flesh mean nothing. I can see straight through them. She smiled. Of course, I could also become invisible. She disappeared. I can still see you, Arad said. His eyes see more than what humans can. That is how his void eyes see mana and invisible creatures. They aren't really invisible, only emitting light outside of the visible range in both the ultraviolet and infrared ranges. How about now? She disappeared from his vision by eliminating all light reflected by her body and clothes and letting the light coming from behind her pass through her. I can't see you. I thought my eyes could see invisible creatures. Arad looked at the empty desk. Confused eyes rely on light. You won't see me if I eliminate all of my light and become completely transparent. I even have to change the light around my breath as it hotter and slightly shifted the air density and thus refract light differently than if I wasn't there. She giggled. What I'm saying is that it takes a lot of practice, discipline, and math to calculate every possibility and control light. My void is the same. It's quite annoying to create new matter, and guess what it'll do? He looked at her with a tired face. I feel you. It took me over 100 years to learn what I know about light magic, and even I still have a long way to go. She started taking her shoes off. What are you doing? Arad asked. About to make myself at home. She stood over the desk and hopped on Arad's shoulder. She then wrapped her legs around his neck and sat there. As I said, what are you doing? He turned his head to look at her. I'll be sitting on your shoulder from now on. I'll help you with anything you want. She tapped his head. Get down. My wives would kill you, he growled. Don't worry, they can't kill me, she smiled. Yo, Arad's wives, what are you doing? She said with a smile, and a panel showing her sitting on Arad's shoulders appeared in front of all of his wives. Aelo was in class and she gasped. Myra was in the bathroom and Eris screamed in the middle of a prayer, making Lydia angry. Merida was in the swordsmanship and ended up smacking her opponent in the face, which was a foul. I'm the university's chairman, Betty. Nice to meet you all, Arad's wives. Let's get along well. See after school, written subtitles showed at the bottom of the panel as she could only control light and not sound. I said, get off my back. Arad tried to fling her off her, and his words showed written on their screens. No, I'm not getting off. You aren't fast enough to generate enough momentum to throw me off. A-H, Betty smiled, looking at Arad. They say we'll talk about this later. They are busy now. She flicked her fingers and shut off the panels. Let's get back to class. She became completely invisible. Don't you have work, Chairman? Arad growled. We halflings are retried since birth, so no, she smiled. Update from Frey Webnov, Lock.com, Chapter 764. Finishing the day with a bang. Chapter 764, Finishing the day with a bang. Arad walked back into the firing range, seeing Gojo sitting there on a stone waiting for him. You're back, he said with a smile, and she's on your shoulder. You can see her. I thought she was completely invisible. Arad tilted his head. Betty's legs that were wrapping around his neck weren't thick enough to stop him. I can't see her, but I feel a mass around your shoulder. She's the only one who can hide. It could also be my senses that are messed up. Gojo tapped his head. She's indeed there, Arad nodded, as Gojo stood so they could keep testing magic and components. Aaron? The teacher from before approached Arad with hastened steps growing beneath his broken nose. You finally back from the chairman's office? Yeah, Arad replied. I'm not writing anything for you. That won't last long, 'cause it's... The teacher stopped talking as he saw two diamond eyes glaring at him above Arad's shoulders. Since you're doing this now, I suspect you've been doing this for years, Betty said, demoted to a lab counter. Get to your new post now. The teacher's face paled, but Chairman, Rule 58. Students own their inventions unless they don't want to take its responsibility, then the university would cover for them and publish it without mentioning their name. It's not for you to decide. Betty stared at him, pointing toward the nearest building. Get out of my sight, or I'll fire you on the spot and open an investigation for all writing published under your name. The teacher ran away, and Betty sighed on Arad's shoulder. He shouldn't bother you again. If you see anything in the university with your magic, you must know if he has forced other students to write off their writing, or whatever they are called. I don't spy on everyone. What do you think I am? I've only been watching you two as your void dragons. It's rare to see your kind around. She smiled, disappearing once again. I hope she doesn't get in the way. Gojo approached Arad. Let's keep testing. What do you have next? I've got this. Arad pulled a small piece of silk. We got it yesterday from demon spiders. This one was collected from a regular spider in the forest before the dungeon spawned, so it's quite common. Wasn't that for Jack? I gave him something better, the one I pulled out of the boss. Arad smiled, handing half the silk to Gojo and keeping half. So what spell should I use with this? Gojo looked at the silk threads. They looked more like a flaccid rope than spider webs. Probably because the demon spiders were large. I didn't find this. It was Aisha who told me about it. Demon spiders don't sense vibration from their webs, but instead they sense electrical pulses transmitted alongside the thread. We're charged? No, the threads are touching them causes the charge to move to you, and then they'll replenish from the spider so it can sense, when that happens, where and how big the target is based on how much current was drawn. Arad shook the spider silk in his hand. We can't use it to detect like spiders in a spell, but we can do the reverse. Arad started rubbing his silk and made it longer, like a dough. It's surprisingly moldable, so make as long as you are comfortable with it. Arad made his around 3 meters tall and then lifted his arm. Shocking grasp, a 0-tier spell that works like a taser. You touch someone and electrocute them. This thread is conductive, so I can use it like a lightning whip, mimicking the effects of a 3-tier spell with a 0-tier one. Arad started swinging his lightning whip everywhere. Gojo tried it as well, and it was working nicely, but Arad stopped swinging as his whip disintegrated. It doesn't last long, about 2 minutes at best. But since the threads are cheap, this could give a weak wizard access to a powerful spell, and without needing mana to cast it. Gojo smiled as his whip disintegrated as well. It's amazing how far humanoids can go to make power out of nothing. Struggle of the weak, Betty said, her eyes showing above Arad's head. Don't underestimate humanoids, especially humans. Dragons might hold might, but the powerless ones are the ones to always stand at the piece of legends. She tapped Arad's head. Yeah, Arad said. I know Alcott. He's a living proof of humanity's strength, albeit I can barely call him human. Betty giggled. Since I'm the chairman, let me tell you one thing about history. Do you know where humans came from? Gojo stared at her, Adam, the father of humanity. Yes, that man is still alive in the heavens, a human that stood above all humans. Legends say that he's the current Overgod's father and had managed to beat both the Overgod and the God Slayer combined as a human. And with his bare fists, no tricks, straight hands. She stared at Gojo. And he isn't divine, he's just a human. That above all humans, as one red dragon once said. Arad looked at her. One strong individual doesn't change how everyone is looked on. Most humans are still too weak to survive monsters. You're right in that part as well. What I'm saying is to never underestimate a human, as they could surprise you with strength beyond what you expect. She started dangling her legs, hitting Arad's chest. I know two such people. Arad remembered Jack and Lydia. He could imagine Jack pulling some crazy trap, or Lydia simply punching him in the face so hard he goes flying. That isn't beyond her, as she had punched the Devil Lord of the second layer of hell. But that's the hero and his shield. I guess they are a bit more special than other humans. Around Jogo, Lucia approached them. The class is almost over. Wrap up and let's head back. Really? Gojo stared at her with a sad face. I wanted to test some chants. I don't know what to do with your class. She glared at Arad. Since that brat relocated your teacher, two diamond eyes showed above Arad's head. Don't worry, Lena is coming. I already called her. Betty replied. Then we should end the day. Lucia sighed. I've heard that Jack Bertha had come to his class today and is causing a lot of trouble. Would you present in the meeting to see how to deal with him? Arad blinked. He knew that Jack had already trapped the whole place and had several escape routes and decoys prepared. They wouldn't ever catch him. Betty looked away. She had seen Jack trapping the whole place and knew it was going to be a pain to get him to present at their meeting. He won't listen to any advice despite being the top student. I have something important to do, so I'll skip this meeting. Jack is smart enough to handle himself well. She disappeared. Fine. Let's head back to class and then you can leave. About half an hour later, Arad walked out of the campus meeting the girls heading to the dorms. Everyone looked fine, except Eris, who seemed a bit rough. What did happen? Arad asked. Just stressed. I got in trouble due to the chairman's call. She sighed. Sorry. Betty appeared above Arad's head, lifting her hand as she stared at Eris. Eris glared at her for a moment before lunging in with a fist. At least make it so everyone can see that damn thing. She swung at her face. Cling. Betty disappeared from Arad's shoulders and appeared standing on Eris's head, her claw-like toenails digging into her scalp. You can't catch me, swash. Eris pulled a steel spear from her pocket and started swinging at Betty, but all of her attacks missed. To the light speed of the chairman, Eris looked awfully slow. Let's take this outside. She flicked her finger and teleported everyone outside the university's premises and into the wilderness. Your husband's brother blasted my demi-plan, so we have to play here. Don't destroy the environment too much. Betty stared at them with a smile. She started tying her long hair. Eris sighed. I'm not stupid enough to fight you. She stabbed the spear in the ground. You're all his wives. This is a dragon's pride. Does that mean the strongest wife rules? She stared at them. Who is it? The one I have to beat? Clang. In a split second, Ayla, Eris, and Merida had their weapons pointing at Betty's neck. All of us. Since Mira can't fight, she stepped back. A spear, a bow, and a sword. Betty smiled. You lack a mage and a brawler. I can fill both. She opened her palm and her nails turned into mirror-like claws. Looking up at them, Betty giggled. I do have a complex about my height, and looking up at you like this is annoying. So I'll be stepping on all of you. You're free to try. They growled at her, but 5 seconds later they were stacked up like fish with her standing above them. You're all too slow, and she burst laughing. Did you see that, Arad? I'm strong. She smiled. Mira approached her. The fight is over. Get off them. She pulled her by the hand, and Betty gently hopped down. Thank you. You're the only nice one who didn't fight. Betty seemed to start liking Mira more than the rest. Bang, Betty gasped, blood dripping from her lip as she saw a nail stuck on her side. Bang, 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 and then 3 other nails pierced her. Mira stared at her with a smile as her wrist smoked. She had a small wrist nail gun that she made by studying Jack's artificial arm cannon and making it smaller. That was only possible by using Celica's spit instead of gunpowder. That's dirty. Betty glared at Mira. I'm a weak human. Trickery is the only way we can resist. Mira looked at Eris, who was still half knocked out. Heal her before she dies. Mira said, but Eris wasn't responding. Ered approached them with a healing potion. That was good practice, and gave it to Betty. He did want to ask her to fight his wives at least once, so they could experience what it feels like to face something far faster than them. But he didn't expect her to do it on her own, let alone Mira to be the winner. Good job. Ered patted Mira's head. What matters is that you win and survive. It isn't called trickery. It's called playing smart. The source of this content is Free Boom Oval Chapter 765, loaded with weapons. Betty groaned as Eris healed her and pulled the nail off her side. Couldn't you dodge the other 3? She pulled another nail. Even with a light dragon's blood, Betty was in the end a halfling. She didn't have any scales nor wore armor to protect herself. The best she could do to protect herself was a spell of the barrier magic family, the one called Caster's Armor. The spell covers the caster's body with a thin barrier of condensed magic that acts as armor, but it's an active spell that consumes a lot of mana to keep active. Betty usually keeps Caster's Armor active during her fights, but deactivates it as soon as the battle ends to start recuperating her mana for the next fight. She thought the fight ended when Eris, Ayla, and Merida were taken down. She didn't expect Mira to be waiting for an opening to strike. Mira wasn't intending to kill Betty, so she had no bloodlust, and her gentle smile and human nature made her seem less and less of a threat, and Betty forgot about her. But even without her protective caster's armor, Betty's trained body should have been able to stop a blade's stab and take some hits. She wasn't strange to such damage due to the extensive training she went through. But in the end, Mira was still a step ahead. Mira had seen how powerful the monsters that came after Arad were and had wanted a weapon that could be of use. The concept of a nail gun didn't exist in their world, and she was only trying to mimic a gun with nails and gunpowder. After several revisions and tests, she finally made something strong enough to punch through steel armor, and even make Arad feel a sting when hit at point blank. But it was large, clunky, hard to reload, unpractical, and heavy. It was then that 2 people came to mind. Jack's mind to help make the design smaller, a tool more suitable for discreet killing, and to fix the size problem. Celica's potent spit came into play as a replacement for gunpowder. The 3 managed to get the nail gun into a small enough size to be able to strap into Mira's wrist, and they even managed to increase the load from 1 shot to 4 shots, mimicking the design of Jack's artificial arm cannon, which looked like a revolver. Jack refused to use the nail guns as they were too loud, and he would much rather the only loud thing he uses is the sure kill cannon. But Mira needed all the power she could have loud enough so Arad could hear it and come. In the entrance test, Mira didn't bring her nail guns as she expected them to be inspected for safety, but now at school she's fully armed all the time. Nail guns strapped beneath her wrist and above it hidden by her long sleeves, and the same for her ankles, strapping 2 on each leg. That means she had at least 8 shots on each limb, which only needed nail reloading as they held enough of Celica's spit to fire 8 shots each. She held the spare nails and spit in a magic bag on her wrist in case she ran out, but she also had a second back tucked beneath her clothes right below her chest. That was a piece of advice from Merlin to always keep a spare for spare parts. She had even cast a spell on her to hide the second magic bag. But Betty could see straight through people's clothes and flesh if she wanted, and the only reason she didn't see how loaded with weapons Mira was because she wasn't going around looking at people naked. She only does it when about to fight someone to see if they are hiding any weapons, and she never intends to fight the human mirror. I'm quite small, as you see. The first nail hit my liver. I can't accelerate that much, and even if I did, the nail would fly out of me, ripping a massive wound, she replied, turning toward Arad. Not many things can withstand going near the speed of light, let alone reaching it. My clothes burn immediately, so I store them with magic before accelerating and wearing illusion as clothes. That's the first flash you see, and after I stop, I switch the illusion with real clothes. So a nail won't withstand that speed and melt. He looked at Mira. Your attack was more effective than I thought. Nailed her in place, and Mira giggled. Betty giggled. Was that supposed to be a joke? You're bad at them, I never learned. You don't learn jokes, you get them from life. Betty stood as Eris had just finished healing her. I really hoped to get pierced by something else first. Arad tilted his head, confused, but Aella grabbed Betty by the neck. I'll snap it off. That was a joke. Chill out. Izdis, cool her off. Wait, she isn't here, Betty gasped. You know of Izdis. Arad glared at her. Of course I do. Who doesn't know the man who married the Ruris princess? Betty stared at them. You're collecting them left and right. I'm not collecting anything besides wealth, Arad sighed. A princess is a wealth, but I admit that Izdis was pretty cold before you met her, and I'm not talking about her magic. Ella let go of Betty. The spell-blade princess, traveling with a platoon of knights, slaying evil bandits and monsters all across the kingdom. She was infamous for singing for head-dead enemies as they buried them. Betty giggled. There was this village that was overtaken by bandits. Izdis and her knights raided and killed all the bandits and then burned the corpses in a pit as Izdis played her biwa and sang on them. The villagers were horrified. Burning the corpses is a good practice. It prevents diseases from spreading. Eris nodded with a smile. I would have done the same, but I don't know about singing. I'm bad at it? Bad at singing? Betty looked at her. Eris turned toward her and started, What do you say? A purple butterfly, dancing around the hay. Be aware, it is near, calling from the shadows. Your vision will get narrow. Stop. Betty stopped her. That wasn't released. It fucking escaped. I know, Eris sighed. I tried to practice with Izdis before, but never got better, and now it's biting me when we start singing in the church. Lydia has been shocked at how bad I'm at singing. No, that was good enough for me. You can practice more to do better, but don't feel down if you can't. Arad looked at Eris with a smile. As Arad and Eris talked, Betty turned toward Mira. But girl, you're loaded carrying all those weapons to school. She finally decided to see what was up with Mira and realized the sheer number of firearms hiding beneath her clothes. Aren't they heavy? No. Mira shook her head and then gasped. Wait, you can see them? Don't worry, I left the underwear on. Betty smiled. But who cast that wimpy illusion spell on your second magic bag? A 7-tier spell won't deceive my eyes. A 7-tier is strong enough. Merida jumped into the conversation. This mana color and wavelength, it's Merlin, isn't she? Betty smiled. That little girl has always been like this. She then looked at Arad. Arad, I've heard Merlin almost caused a disaster in Alina. She created a labyrinth. Arad nodded, a 10-layered one. As I expected, she still hasn't come to terms with her magic yet. She sighed. What terms? She's a high human. You can tell that from the white hair. That boy Jack is one as well. Betty stared at the girls. High humans can have one of two traits, a massive talent for magic, or an immense fate and intellect. Jack is the hero, so he has the immense fate and intellect. Arad looked at Betty. Merlin has a talent for magic. Merlin can cast 9-tier spells and has even mastered a lot of them, but the thing she was known for was her original spell that created labyrinths. Betty stared at them. She had first manifested that spell after graduating from this university, but sadly that was in her house, and her entire family ended up getting killed by the labyrinth's monsters before she took back control. After that, she went to the magic tower to learn how to control the spell and ended up getting tutored by Lilia, the tower's archmage. Yet, her spell ended up going out of control again, and all of her classmates there died to the monsters there. She never told me that, Arad mumbled. She then ran out of the tower and started neglecting her magic and focused on creating magic trinkets. Last I heard, she was creating a heater. Betty sighed. She's wasting her talent. I was caught in that labyrinth, but I managed to dig myself out. Arad nodded. But I agree. Most people would have died there. As a powerful void dragon, you should be able to help her train her labyrinth magic. When you back, make sure she understands that, even if it means dragging her out. Betty stared at him. The spell could go berserk with any small trigger, and you know that would be a disaster. The most up-to-date e-novels are published on free bid novel. Harem Chapter 766, A Threat from the Deep. Chapter 766, A Threat from the Deep. Eris stared at Betty. We need Lydia to check you later. She's a far better healer than me. As long as I'm not dying, I'll heal up in time. Betty smiled, tapping her side. It was my fault for underestimating her? She turned toward Mira. You say that? Arad looked at Betty. But you would have still won if this was a real fight. If it was a real fight? As Betty stared at a stone, two beams of concentrated red light flashed from her eyes like lasers and sliced it to pieces. See? Mira stared at the stone. It would have ended up badly if they were fighting for real. But you never answered my question. Who's the first wife? Someone has to take the lead. Betty stared at Ayala, Eris, and Merida. There isn't one. But we switch based on what we're doing. Ayala looked at her. If we're cooking or fighting something at a long range, I take the lead as they are my specialty. I take the lead if we're making or fixing something, Mira added. They usually listen to me when we're fighting something extremely powerful, as I'm the strongest of them, Eris said. And I have regeneration, so they don't have to worry that much about me. Out of Arad's wives, Eris was the one who could fight hand-to-hand with weapons and had high explosive power thanks to her plasma and holy magic. I'm the one who makes everyone's clothes, and, as an experienced swordswoman, I do take the lead when we're out on quests, especially large games that could deflect Ayala's arrows, and the one that it'll be a waste if Eris burned their hide. Merida stared at her. I see. So there is no real leader between you? Betty started thinking. Why are you even asking? You aren't joining us. Ayla glared at her and everyone nodded. No, I'm not. You can't stop me. She stared at them with a grin and then turned toward Arad. Even he can't beat me now without Master's expansion. If this was a dragon's family, I'd need to beat him first, and then my first job would be killing all of you and your children. Dragons are more like lions, but instead of the lion always dominating, it's whoever is the strongest. Betty turned toward Arad. Can you beat me without Master's expansion? Arad lifted his hand. Wait, something doesn't feel right? He looked around. What is it? Trying to dodge the subject. Betty stared at him. You're attuned to mana. Can't you feel it? Arad looked down. Betty looked down. This mana? It's a giant toad, several of them, but those won't approach us. We're too scary for them. Not that. Arad pointed at the ground, the large lump of magic behind them. I never sensed such a thing. What lump? I can sense as far as 10 kilometers deep, Betty said, and Arad blinked twice. Oh, you'll sense it soon. It's coming fast. 31 kilometers, 30 kilometers, 28 kilometers. We should probably leave. Mira stared at Arad. I have a bad feeling about the giant toads. Betty has a point. Monsters can sense me on you, so they won't attack you, especially weak monsters like giant toads. Arad nodded, putting her in a barrier just in case. This barrier won't help. I don't want to get swallowed by one. They stick like hell. Mira shook her head. We need to leave, but I want to see what's coming. Such powerful mana is a rare thing to see. Arad looked down. Mira pointed at Ayala. Even she hates giant toads. Crack. The ground beneath her feet opened up, and a massive yellow toad swallowed her whole, hopping away as fast as it appeared. "Ha ha! Told you so!" Mira cried inside the toad moments before she unloaded all of her nails into the toad's insides, dropping it dead. Mira slowly crawled out of the corpse and took a deep breath. She was spotless. Arid's barrier prevented everything from reaching except air, which stinks to high heavens, like a rotten egg left on the side of the road in the hot summer for a day or a week. "Arad," Mira stared at him. "They stink," Betty nodded. "Now that's a fat toad if I ever saw one." She turned toward Arad. "Your barrier must be powerful if the only thing she's worried about is the smell." She pointed with a smile. Crack! As they talked like nothing happened, multiple toads burst from the soft dirt beneath them, more than 50 of them, with each one being the size of a large room. Ayla, Merida, and Eris all killed the toads, rushing at them with ease. "They are fleeing from something," Eris said. "They are charging blindly through our attacks." In a flash, Betty cut 5 toads down and landed on their corpses holding a strange blade in her hand made of light. Weak. They are indeed. She looked at Arad and conjured a second blade. "Use this. It is sharp," she said, even though the light blade was round like a tube. Arad had carried Mira and jumped away when he saw Betty's light blade flying toward him. "How am I supposed to use that? Oh, wait, I have 3 limbs." Arad extended his draconic tail and caught the light blade, swinging it at the toads around. The light blade sliced through the toads like butter. It felt even sharper than Arad's other swords, except the Dragon Slayer when facing dragons. How it's round. Arad stared at the glowing blade. "Don't stare at it. It'll hurt your eyes," Betty said as she landed beside him and looked at his tail. "You can use that as an arm?" "It's extremely dexterous," he replied with a smile. "That's a light blade. I created them to fight as I can't carry matter when moving at the speed of light," Betty explained, and Arad looked at the blade with an even more interested gaze. "Take it." Arad returned the blade to Betty and closed his eyes. "Arad, the toads are coming," Mira cried. Not really scared, Betty cut the toads with ease, protecting him as he stood motionless. "What are you doing?" she asked with a worried face. "I'm almost there," Arad replied to her, and his tail wiggled, a large black saber emerging from the tip. It was almost 2 meters long, 40 centimeters wide, and had no thickness at all. "It's connected directly to my stomach. I call it a void saber." Arad swings it at the toad, cutting and swallowing them at the same time. "This is better than covering a weapon and trying not to destroy it. I can just use my tail." Arad smiled, cutting the monsters left and right. "Arad, they are still coming. What's happening underground?" Ayla asked as the toads' numbers kept increasing. "They do mate in the winter, but it's still a bit too early, and most of them aren't even grown," Betty noted. Arad looked down. "They are indeed fleeing from that massive mana source. It might be a bigger monster," as Arad looked underground through his mana sense. He noticed something. A second large mana source approaches the first one. He did recognize the second one. He had seen it before, albeit it was far too faint then. The black Dracaina of this area is coming to hunt that thing. She's digging around 15 kilometers deep. They are going to clash underground. As if Arad had started commenting on the fight, the ground beneath them shook. The Dracaina started immediately with a powerful tail slam that collapsed the cavern they were in. She is now trying to drown the monster in her acid breath. He looked at the ground with a smile as his tail tore through the toads. "Arad, the earthquakes could destroy the city. I'll go deal with that. You stop those two from wreaking havoc," Betty said, looking at him. "Wait, I want to watch them fight. I never had the chance to watch a normal dragon fight up close," he said with a sad face. "There are several kilometers of dirt and stone between you and them. You aren't close at all. Now go stop them. I know you can do it if you're this carefree when they are clashing." Betty disappeared as soon as she said that. Arad sighed and stared at the ground. "Eris, take Mira and fly away. I'll go down and stop them. We don't want the university collapsing, do we?" Eris took Aella, and the girls retreated away from the toads as Eret expanded his wings, fully shifting into his half-dragon form. Clack! The girls saw him dig through the ground like a mole, disappearing in a second. Bam! The black Dracaina charged through the half-destroyed cavern, pushing the melting stone sinking in her acid aside, and smacked the multi-headed monster with her head, but it didn't budge that much. What she faced was a rare monster, a Drake Hydra. Drakes are a part of the draconic family but aren't true dragons. They lack wings and the distinguishing intellect of dragon kind. But those monsters are far too powerful due to their horrid resemblance to the chromatic goddess. The Drake Hydra is a massive reptilian monster with multiple heads that can range from 2 to 9 heads. Each one of its heads is able to spew a different elemental energy. They are massive, bulky, violent, and avaricious. The black Dracaina was indeed massive, but still smaller than the Hydra, and what was worse is that, unlike her kind, she looked far too thin for her age. The visible bones on her massive head made her look more like a skeleton than a healthy Dracaina. This content is taken from freewebnovel.com, Chapter 767, Multi-Headed Monster. Chapter 767, Multi-Headed Monster. The black Dracaina roared, opened her jaws wide, and blasted the Hydra with an acid breath. The Hydra started getting pushed back, but it roared, moving its cyan head, and started countering the Dracaina's acid breath with a water breath. The Hydra's breaths were generally weaker than those of true dragons, but for some reason it matched the Dracaina's breath in power. No, it wasn't the Hydra's breath that was stronger than normal. It was the Dracaina's breath that was weaker. The Dracaina started getting pushed back as her breath clashed with the Hydra's breath. Even though she hoped her acid would halt the Hydra's regeneration and that it would eventually die, that started to look impossible. As the water diluted the acid, the Hydra lifted its red head and blasted the Dracaina with a fire breath, sending her rolling back with a fiery explosion. The Dracaina roared, rolled back, ran away deeper into the caves, and started digging to go around the Hydra and blast her from the back. She can't risk a direct confrontation. Her arms and legs can barely carry her weight and can't keep wasting mana by unleashing her breath in vain. The Hydra could see the Dracaina retreat, and it extended its light green head, breathing a gust of toxic gas that quickly rushed behind the Dracaina, filling the cave behind her. The Dracaina could feel her heart rate rising, and her legs felt even weaker as her head started throbbing. "Poison gas," she gasped, turning back. "No, this is different." She started rushing to bury herself in the dirt. The Hydra started grinding its blue head's teeth together and created massive sparks between its fangs. With a flash, the whole cave burst into fire, shaking everything around them and causing the ground it to collapse on the Dracaina. The Hydra approached the place where the Dracaina got buried and found her tail poking out. Using its pink head, she bit the tip of the tail and pulled the Dracaina out of the dirt, throwing her away with a violent jerk. The Dracaina rolled on the ground, hitting the wall at the end of the massive cavern. She opened her eyes, looking to the side, and saw the Hydra charging at her. "Move, move," she growled inside her head. "This monster shouldn't outclass me. Neither physically nor magically. I should have been able to melt him with a single breath." She stood, refusing to give up even though her body refused to move as she wanted. The draconic fundamentum, an organ that lies beside the heart in dragons, helps regulate mana, elemental energy, and several hormones that allow dragons to grow stronger as time passes, a marvel of their evolution. But the Dracaina could feel her organ twitching inside her. Her mana had become unstable in the past centuries, and she even began to lose weight. Her muscles had slowly disappeared. She had even lost her appetite and had been feeling weaker and weaker, hibernating for longer and longer periods. She rushed forward, jumped on the wall, and pounced on the Hydra, grabbing one of the heads with a bite and clawing at its countless necks with her front claws. The Hydra started blasting her with a fire breath. At that moment, the Dracaina felt her draconic fundamentum quiver. A decent rush of mana came out, and she immediately took the chance and charged a breath and blasted it directly into the wound inflicted by her bite, exploding one of the Hydra's head with acid. Like a giraffe, the Hydra smacked the Dracaina with one of her heads, sending her rolling the sidewall with her burned scales falling off. At the moment, the Hydra expected the Dracaina to be reaching her last leg, but dragons weren't that easy to kill. The Dracaina stood right back up, growling as acid started to leak out of her wounds. Unlike most living beings and monsters, dragons were tuned to their elemental energy the same way humans are tuned to their blood or flesh. It flows in their veins, covers their organs, and protects them. A black dragon's blood is mostly acid, one of the reasons why most weapons dull rapidly against them, and some even melt when stabbing one. The same goes for all chromatic dragons. A blue dragon's body is always charged, and just standing near them with a metal sword is enough to compel an arc to jump at you and fry you. Red dragons are extremely hot. Weapons melt and bend when wounding them, and even a single wyrmling is able to heat Arad's whole village just by existing. The Dracaina opened her jaw, and the Hydra readied her cyan head to counter with a water breath. Crackle. A large magic circle appeared in front of the Dracaina's jaw, and a powerful lightning bolt burst forward, hitting the Hydra, who unleashed a water breath out of instinct. Dragons can learn magic, and they always do it to cover the weakness of their elemental energy. The simplest counter for a black dragon's acid breath is water, and so they learn lightning magic, albeit the water produced by magic is pure and non-conductive. The one produced by natural monsters like this Hydra or cyan dragons, sea dragons, is salty and conductive. Only a few of the cyan dragons have managed to create a natural breath of pure water. This Hydra will never have the needed intellect to purify its water breath. The Dracaina started rushing forward as fast as her body allowed, trying to reach the Hydra before it fully regenerated. I must claw it out. The core, the heart of the beast, it's there, right below the middle of its spine, encased in a hard cage of bones. The Dracaina pounced at the Hydra. Stay down, vile beast of the underworld. I might be far weaker than my prime, and I might be close to the end of my days, but this is still my land. Pinning the Hydra down, the Dracaina used her powerful jaw to trip the skin of the Hydra's back and then tried to rip its spine out using her claws. The Hydra's countless heads started biting the Dracaina's legs and wings, trying to force her to retreat. So you want a bite off? Very well. I'll rip you to shreds for coming to my land. The Dracaina roared, pushing through the pain like a frenzied wolf, chipping at the Hydra's back one claw at a time. The Hydra unleashed an electric shock from its blue head, but the Dracaina didn't flinch. When a dragon's claws lock in, they never let go. Even if the Dracaina were to die there, and then, her claws would remain latched to the Hydra's spine as the tendons were locked and needed a conscious order to unlock. The Hydra clumped its multiple heads beneath the Dracaina's chest, and used the combined force of all its necks to push her away. As expected, the Dracaina's claws never opened, and the Hydra's spine got ripped in half, but the regeneration started kicking in as the Hydra fell paralyzed from its stomach to the tip of its tail. The Dracaina tried to stand. This is my chance to finish it off. The core is exposed. I can't let this chance. But as she stood, she fell on her face. Her two front limbs refused to carry her weight. The violent throw caused the muscles in her arms to tear, and now her claws are closed shut with no way of opening them back. To a dragon, this was like a lion losing his front paws, a disability that greatly hinders his ability to hunt and sentence him to certain death. The Dracaina still didn't give up, pushing her body toward the Hydra, using her hind legs, trying to reach it, to bite the core out. Crack! At that moment, something large emerged behind the Dracaina. She knew that magic and feared it, the worst timing for such a thing to appear. How didn't I expect this? I've been almost inactive for decades, of course. This would happen. She slowly turned her head, seeing a second Hydra standing a few hundred meters behind her. This one was a female, and she was here to mate. Those two are monsters that use large amounts of magic to nourish themselves and their eggs during their mating season. They came here seeking a large amount of mana and flesh to feed on. This female had been sending waves of her magic through the ground. I thought she was taunting me, but I was wrong. She was calling for a mate, and here he was behind me. I'm the source of their food. she finally realized. To the hydras, the female usually matures first and goes out looking for a place suitable to lay eggs, preferably with a decent source of food and manna. When she finds the place, she settles down and starts sending signals to notify nearby males that she's ready. Then the first male to pick her signals would mask them with his own and seek her. The Dracaena was the source of food and manna that the female hydra found. A sick dragon is a prime target for a lot of powerful creatures, and even humans seeking wealth and fame. That is why most of them go into hiding when sick or injured, but this time she failed to do so. She didn't realize the signals sent by the female hydra would lead her into such a trap. Now fatally injured, struggling to stay alive, the Dracaena found herself stuck between a regenerating female hydra and an angry male that was far larger and stronger than the female, pissed off that his woman had been ripped to shreds. Crack! Arad's humanoid torso peeked out of the ceiling as he stared at the female hydra with a horrifying smile on his face, his eyes slowly turning toward the male. New novel chapters are published on FR Web Novel. Top chapter 768, Hydra's Call. The Dracaena's tilted head slowly glared up, spotting Arad's torso as he glared down at them menacingly. She couldn't sense his magic as if he was a mere ghost. She could remember his words. He did say she could call him for help if she wanted. He had clearly stated that won't stay on her land as a freeloader and would help defend it. But dragons are proud she would rather die than get another dragon to help her. But even so, the result of such interactions between dragons is obvious. He's either after her or her horde, and getting him involved would only cost her pride, begone ghost. "I rather die than bear the burn and shame of calling upon your help," she mumbled. As Arad's eyes shifted away from the male toward her, she started to feel a slither of his magic. Her mind came to realize that she never saw him in a half-dragon form, so her draconic brain showing her his image as a last suggestion to survive didn't make sense. Crack! Arad fell from the ceiling and his body expanded into his draconic form, landing right over the Dracaena with her frail body sitting right between his legs. "You're here?" Arad's magic started rising, and she could feel it. His eyes flashed purple as he roared at the male hydra. It was a deep and loud growl, crackling as if it had been infused with an electric crackle. Like a lion standing over a cheetah, Arad's arms were far thicker than her torso, even though she was supposed to be an adult, black Dracaena. One part was because Arad himself had a larger build than normal due to Alcott's blood. The other was that void dragons are naturally a large type of dragons, and the last part was that males were typically larger than females, with Clog being a rare exception. Due to her weak body and extreme injuries, the Dracaena passed out before Arad's fight even started. To her, that was the end. She'd die there, and Arad would take over her lair and claim her horde. The female hydra stood, her back almost fully healed. She roared in a distinct sound, and the male at the other side of the cavern roared back, his eyes shifting away from Arad and toward the walls. So you normally call one male, but if the prey seemed too large to deal with, like a dragon, you send a stronger call, and we end up with this. The walls cracked, and several more males started showing up. I did sense you closing by, so it wasn't that much of a surprise. He turned toward the female and saw her backing away. She'll let the males handle the fight with Arad and the Dracaena first, and then they can kill each other for the right to mate with her. Counting the males, there are 7 of them, each hydra with 4 to 9 heads. Those with a large amount of heads looked to be slower but stronger, while the ones with a lesser amount were more agile but weaker. You might be weaker, but that only means you lack elements due to the lack of heads. Arad stared at them. To him, this was more about seeing a new monster than defeating them. The males roared, charging toward Arad and the Dracaena in rage. He was standing between them and mating. As the female watched, the first male reached Arad and extended his 5 heads to bite Arad's lower back and tail, trying to drag him away from the injured Dracaena. But Arad didn't budge. His weight and the raw strength of his claws holding to the ground make it as solid as a mountain. Even though the male's fangs pierced Arad's scales, it was merely scales deep. 2 more males lunged at him. One had 4 heads and the other had 7. Those 2 decided to swing their large front claws at Arad's front shoulders, trying to knock him aside. The claws made a loud thud sound as the hydras unleashed one strike after another, failing to move Arad. Like a man trying to punch a bull down, they lacked the weight and strength to do it. As those 3 hydras unloaded their attacks at Arad, the remaining 4 started charging several elemental breaths. But even with all that, Arad's mind was still swimming in his dreams. He thought that it was interesting how Nina's punches were heavier than those hydras. The answer to that was simple. Those beasts fail to understand a single thing. Leverage and muscles operate differently. Muscles normally have a single output of energy, and energy is how much weight you can move and how fast. When swinging a fist or a claw, the muscle doesn't have enough time to get up to full strength, resulting in a fast but weak strike. Imagine it like throwing a small steel ball. It might not deal that much damage, even if it's fast, but then exchange the small steel ball with a larger and heavier one. The damage would be far greater, even with the same arm throwing it. When Nina throws a punch, she tightens the triceps when her arm is extended, then uses the biceps to force it to close, which makes her triceps act like a tight spring that would release all the power generated by the biceps like a rat trap, a bow, or the legs of a grasshopper. And she does this with all the muscles of her body when throwing punches and kicks. This allows the biceps enough time to put more energy into the triceps. Of course, this damages muscles a lot, but with Nina and Arad's regeneration, it's something they can afford to do. It's also the reason why vampires and werewolves can exhibit an unnatural level of power. Arad stared at the hydras with a disappointed face. He really wanted to see how creatures with naturally high regeneration would fight, but they seemed too dumb to utilize the full extent of their bodies. Arad coiled his tail to the side, his eyes flashing purple as he glared at the 3 hydras surrounding him. "Let me show you something." In the blink of an eye, his tail burst like a loaded spring. The tip accelerated several times faster than sound as he ripped through the hydras like they were made of jelly. Arad looked at the Dracana beneath him. "You're far too thin and frail to think you didn't even manage to kill her." He stared at the female hydra with the side of his eyes. 2 of the hydras that Arad smashed started regenerating, while 1 remained dead. He looked at them with a curious gaze. "I see. The core is generally beneath the spine in the abdominal cavity, but the exact location changes from one hydra to another. It could be right beneath the neck or all the way down beside the tailbone." Giving the hydras ample time to regenerate, Arad looked at the unconscious Dracana once again. "So that's why you were trying to claw down at her back. You didn't know where exactly the core was and needed to find it first." The other 4 males unleashed their breaths as Arad was talking with the unconscious Dracana. 2 fire breaths, 3 lightning breaths, a toxic gas breath, 2 sodium ones, and lastly, a water breath. Some of the hydra did manage to shoot more than a single breath. Arad bent his knees and sat over the Dracana, covering her body with his wings and a large barrier spell. The barrier blocked most of the breaths, except the sodium ones that ended up covering it with a thick layer of pure sodium, and when that got exposed to the water breath, it exploded in a massive burst that even knocked the hydras back. Arad's barrier shattered, and a shock wave hit his back and wings. It felt like a heavy firecracker exploding on a man's back. Extremely painful. His eyes quickly shifted toward the hydras. Which one was it of that breathed, that silvery white thing? What was it? I don't know, but it hurts badly. Arad's mind started racing, noting all of the strange colors on the hydras' necks. Hydras are lesser dragons. Their colors mean something. I must find it out. I know what red means, what blue, green, yellow, and white, but which ones of them, I don't know. That's head over there. Arad's eyes stopped at the cyan head. That one is strange. It's a light blue akin to the sky's color. What's dripping from its lips? That isn't spit, it's water. Water doesn't explode. Who of you did it? Arad growled. scanning through the other Hydra's heads as they stood after taking the shockwave, a pink one akin to flames, was that it's not he's foaming like he's choking. I doubt it the one responsible. No, it smells nice, it's like soap, but more gross. Arad's eyes spotted a brown neck that wasn't doing much except emitting faint earth magic. That's the head they use to travel underground. All of them have at least one. He then spotted an orange head that looked drier than everything else, glaring at him with a strange glare as if shocked. That's him. I bet it's that bastard. He's the one spitting that strange thing. Arad finally lifted his right front claw, opening it toward the Hydra with the orange head. Arad's claws flashed purple as he growled. Come here. A powerful gravitational field started pulling the Hydra toward Arad's claw. Even though he tried to hold to the ground with his claws, everything failed. Clank, Arad caught the Hydra by the neck, staring down his eyes. That breath. What was it? This content is taken from Free Smark Beeb an of Oke, Chapter 769, Wavering. Chapter 769, Wavering. The Hydra roared, trying to bite Arad's arm off, but to no avail. Arad growled at him and punched him in the guts. What was that breath? Upon taking the hit, the Hydra moved his red and blue heads to face Arad's face and tried to blast him with breaths from those two. But Arad immediately bit those two heads off like they were nothing. Almost as if giving up, the Hydra opened his orange mouth and tried to blast Arad with another breath. Arad opened his mouth and sucked all of the sodium safely into his stomach to experiment on later. The Hydra stared at Arad confused. His sodium breath always exploded upon contact with water. Arad was still wet, so why didn't it work? He didn't want to use it at first, as he had feared he would die caught in its blast, but now those feelings turned into pure confusion. Now that Arad didn't need the Hydra anymore, he plunged his arm into his torso and pulled the core out. The female Hydra started slowly backing away as she realized those males she called couldn't stand a chance against Arad. They aren't even able to put on a decent fight. Arad did notice her trying to make a run for it, and he threw the Hydra's core at her, knocking her down. Where are you running? He extended his claw forward and pulled her closer with gravity magic. None of you is getting out of here alive. He engulfed the Dracaina in a barrier spell and lunged at the male Hydras that had orange heads and killed them first. Their breath seemed to be the only thing powerful enough to break his barrier. Once he started actively hunting them, they found themselves helpless and unable to match either his speed or raw strength, albeit he had to hold back a lot, avoiding large attacks like his breath, as that might harm the Dracaina and could cause earthquakes on the surface. As the males died quickly, Arad approached the limping female who was still trying to escape. "Wait, wait, wait!" she cried. Arad could understand her in the same way he understands animals. Her thoughts get quickly translated into a language in his head. "Wait for what? The only interesting thing you had is those orange heads," Arad replied, ready to dispatch her. "I said wait," she gasped, shaking her butt and trying to seduce him. "You have beaten them all. Don't you want your prize?" They might be lesser dragons, but it wasn't that uncommon for dragons to end up mating with hydras or drakes, even rias serpentine dragons and wyverns. It was more common for chromatic dragons to end up with those than it is for them to end up with humanoids due to size constraints. Myths said hydras have a strong blood linked to the chromatic goddess Tiamat, as they share her trait of many heads. If that was passed down with true dragon blood, it could give birth to another dragon goddess or a god. Mom explained in his head. Arad stared at the Hydra, trying to make a conscious decision. A dragon would never pass the chance. Some chromatic dragons even seek hydras and hunt them to use as slaves and concubines to their true dragon mates. The Hydra smiled as she saw Arad pause for a second. She started approaching him slowly, watching his every move. Crack. But out of nowhere, he swung his tail and pierced her core. "I'm married, and you called them not me." He pointed at the 7 dead male Hydras with his head, pulling his tail from the Hydra's chest, and she fell down. "You, why? I just told you, and I like people more like her, brave, arrogant, and prideful." He pointed at the black Dracaina. "You're just a coward for not trying to fight me." Narcissistic for thinking those males should throw their lives for your sake, and a shameless fighter for not taking her on alone. Arad said, watching her die. After her life ended, he swallowed her with all the males and approached the black Dracaena. Arad walked toward the Dracaena and looked at her for a second. Her front claws were crushed, and she had several broken ribs and lacerations across her whole body, in addition to a severe malfunction in her magic circuits. He could see that with his void eyes. When I got injured after Rita's events, the metallic dragons said they could sniff injuries from afar. Could I do something like that? He started sniffing the Dracaena's neck and back, and there was a strange scent indeed, something that wasn't draconic lumped in her chest. He laid his claw on her chest and closed his eyes. The strange lump was right beside her heart, sticking on the organ that had the most mana in her whole body, the draconic fundamentum. Arad looked inside his stomach for anything that could help, but he had nothing but stacks over stacks of healing potions. He filled a barrel and lifted the Dracaena's neck, pouring the content down her throat. As her wounds started to heal, Arad got ready to try something. He lifted his right hand and extended his index claw forward. He flipped the Dracaena on her chest and started gently tapping her back, using his powerful ears to listen to the echoes of her heart and his tapes too deep. This won't do. He pulled his claw back and instead extended a thin void saber out of the tip of his large draconic finger. Dragons are resilient. Just think of it as getting stabbed while casually hunting. He stabbed her from the back and straight into the strange lump he smelled, but that didn't seem to do anything at first. Arad smiled as he pulled the saber sword out and made the Dracaena drink another barrel of healing potion, tanking his reserves by a lot. His goal wasn't to cure her, but to find out what that thing was. He did take a part of it by using the void saber and sucked it into his stomach. It'll take me a while, but I might be able to fully heal you soon. He remembered how he dealt with the elderwood fungus before, controlling his void to erase one thing. Arad now started trying to use the same he took to tune his void and erase what was in her chest later, but that would take a lot of time. Before, he didn't need to worry about much, as he could erase the elder fungus alongside some dirt and air. It wasn't a problem. But doing that to a living being like a dragon could be fatal. He needed to be far more precise than before-after. Setting his mind on how to act, he went back to sniffing the Dracaena, but now with a different thing in mind. He tried to memorize her smell so he could follow and trace it back to her lair. Arad smiled as he did that and lifted the still unconscious Dracaena on his shoulder and held her in place with his wings as he started walking through the caves, aiming for her lair that was hidden underground beneath the swamps. Where are you? Betty, it was a bunch of hydras trying to come out, and the Dracaena that owns this land was fighting to stop them, he replied. If that's the case, then let nature do itself. Come back, we're waiting for you. No, the Dracaena was really sick and weakened. She ended in a tie with the female, and when a bunch of stronger males showed up, I had to jump in and help. As Arad was explaining, Betty cut him again. Dracaena, was she a black Dracaena? Yeah, the ones with two horns pointing forward, he replied. Yeah, I don't trust them. I've faced 17 in my life, and 16 of them were pure evil, Betty sighed. Don't trust her. I'm a dragon, not a human, to trust her. We understand strength. As long as I can beat her down, she won't cause trouble, he replied. Come on, don't tell me that she came after me and is getting it first. You must be joking. Betty growled. I'm not calmed down. I'm trying to live as a human, not a dragon. I'm married, so I don't care about getting any other mate, unless the girls up approve of you or her. I'm not doing anything with any of you, he sighed. Well, except one. I've made it clear that even they can't push me away from her. Who? Betty gasped. Me. Not you. Someone else. Bring them here. I want Eris to look at the Dracaena's wounds and disease. Having her die or stay inactive for a long time could damage the area. Grandpa Croc was really anxious about monsters last night. Who's this Grandpa Croc? Betty gasped, finding it hard to follow Arad's thoughts. The elder of the local alligators. They live beside this Dracaena's swamp. Arad smiled. He's wise and old, been living there for over a century. Wise alligator, you say? Betty sighed. The wisdom I've heard from him so far surpasses any teacher you have at the university. You better hire him to teach, Arid said with a smile, remembering one of his conversations with Grandpa Cork. How come you have so many mates? Arid asked, seeing that despite his age, Grandpa Croc has several Grandma Crocs at his side, even some young ones as well. He's too popular. Loyalty born from a single event is fake. Love those who stayed and ate grass at your side. Betty, he knows his words. What's that supposed to mean? I should stay with those who are willing to live with me through hardship and avoid those who fall for me after seeing a single deed. That might be right, but make sure to ask Master for clarification before taking things to heart from strangers. Betty, Arid said, his voice shifting a bit. This isn't from Doma, Mom, or anyone else. It's from me. What? I can't trust you. You've been sticking too close to me without a reason. You're strong, but why me? If strength was the only reason, you would have gone for Brother or Tempo. I find it suspicious for you to start going for me out of nowhere. Same for Matilda. I'm not that oblivious. What? Ayala has been with me since the start. I know her inside out. Myra as well. Eris tried to kill and is still trying to do that. It's what I find adorable about her. Merida as well. She isn't trying to hide her motivations from me. Same for Isdis. She told me that she wants to use my power to fight for the throne, and I'm in with her. As long as I don't understand your motivations, I can't make a decision on you, and neither would everyone else. I see, Betty mumbled. Teleport them to me when I stop moving at the Dracaena's lair. We'll talk in person later. New Unvil chapters are published on Free WebNov, Allcom Chapter 770, The Dracaena's Lair. Chapter 770, The Dracaena's Lair. The Dracaena slowly opened her eyes, looking around with a tired stare. She was asleep over her hoard of gold and gems, hearing the gargle of the small water fountain she had in the corner. This was indeed her lair in the inner room at that. Hey, you're finally awake. Arid called, staring down at her face in his draconic form. You were fighting that female Hydra. Walked right into their ambush. You would have been dead if I didn't show up. She roared, crawling away. What are you doing here? This is my lair, she cried, hissing as she started charging a breath. Her magic started spiking, but it quickly dropped as she started coughing, and the breath failed to launch. Sit down, don't exert yourself. Your breath would only melt your hoard, not me, Arid said, sitting ahead of her. Calm down, you're a dragon, not a mindless animal. She glared at him. What did happen? You were fighting the female Hydra, and your fight ended in a draw. The male she called then showed up, and so did I. Arid started explaining. So you carried me and retreated here? No, I killed them, Arid replied. There were two, a female and a male, she gasped. No, there were 8. She called 7 males to gang up on you. I guess she didn't want to take risks against a Dracaena. Arid waved his tail and pulled all the corpses from his stomach, dropping them at the corner of the Dracaena's lair. See? She stared at the 8 massive corpses, unable to speak, mumbling for a while before turning toward Arid. You beat them all? What shocked her more was that none of them had any traces of being hit with magic or a breath. All were clawed and bitten to death. With a second look at Arad, she noticed that he was strangely massive, with wide shoulders, huge wings, thick tail, massive black horns, obsidian claws, muscular, and far more balanced across his whole torso. It's true that male dragons grow larger than females, but that is usually due to their large bones. But due to them naturally having too much physical power than they could ever need, they rarely work on their bodies, ending with a decent amount of muscles, but nothing too extreme. Arid, on the other hand, looked as if he was actively working out. Even his arms almost looked thicker than her torso. All of them alone, she mumbled. She could have doubted it if he looked like any other male dragon, but due to how large and muscular he was, she was willing to believe he clawed all of those hydras to death with raw violence. Those muscles aren't for show. They are a massive part of his raw strength. They weren't that big of a threat to me. Arid replied, pushing one of the hydra's corpses to her. What's the meaning of this? She glared at him. Eat. Not only you're sick, you're starving. You're far too thin and frail for a dragon. He stared at her. She indeed looked famished. She stared at the Dracaena's corpse. You hunted them. They are yours. They were caught in your land, so you at least own a part of them. I don't really need them. They belong to you. He extended his claw toward the other corpses and pulled them toward her with gravity magic. Eat up. My wives would be here soon. One of them is a holy magic user. She should be able to give you a look and see what's wrong with you. Chromatic dragons know of their goddess's existence. She's Tiamat, the avaricious dragon goddess. But they rarely pray, so there is almost not a single cleric or paladin among them, making healing magic of a caliber enough to work on them extremely hard to come by. Add to that the arrogance and pride of chromatic dragons, and you'll find them more willing to slowly die in their lair than to ask a powerful humanoid to heal and cure them. But as a dragon, Arad wasn't oblivious to the main concern of dragons. Wealth belongs to those strong enough to take it. Instead of healing the dragon, humanoids would almost always seek to slay the sick dragon and rob their hoards. Humanoids always glorified the act of hunting and killing dragons, albeit on the surface, it was something that was never done fairly, and that was for valid reasons. They usually target wormlings and young dragons, the sick dragons, dragons in their twilight who await their natural death, pregnant Dracaenas, steal eggs and scheme to pit dragons against each other rather than kill them when injured. Humanoids, and especially humans, rarely ever dare to fight a healthy adult dragon, and the only exception was Alcott, who was infamous for being the only human that fought healthy great worm dragons and won several times. That became so well known in the dragon's culture that it became akin to ghouls in human culture. Dragons started scaring their wormling with stories of Alcott as if he were some mythical monster, albeit it was only in the past 2 or 3 decades that Alcott was known for hunting dragons. If you go too close to the cities, Alcott would come and hunt you down. I don't want anything to do with your horde. I've only come to help as I'm staying here, and your death would throw this area out of balance, he said, pushing the Hydra's corpse toward her. Eat. The Dracaena started eating while keeping an eye on Arad. He wasn't acting like a true dragon, but that could be wrong. She knew how chromatic dragons act, but not magic dragons. Considering that there is a vast difference between metallic and chromatic, it won't be strange for magic dragons to have different habits. Your wives are coming? What kind? She asked, wanting to know the color as that would help her figure out a plan to escape if they attacked her. The one to heal you is a half-purple dragon. The others are an elf and 2 humans. A halfling with light draconic bloodline, but she isn't one of my wives, Arad replied, and the Dracaena choked on her food. Wait, not a single true Dracaena? Arad shook his head. No, I haven't met any. No, I have a red wormling I left at home, but she's more of an adopted child. So you're raising a red wormling, what are you? A retired great worm grandma. When Dracaenas reach the great worm stage, they lose their ability to have children due to age. It's common to find them raising stray wormlings to satisfy their maternal instincts. This strange act is the only thing giving stray wormling of the chromatic dragons hope. Arad remembered the red dragon that was trying to kill Ignis for hunting in his land. Chromatic kill their kind a lot, he sighed. That's normal for us. I think you're the problem. She stared at him. Normally, you would have taken over my horde, killed or made me your mate, and taken this land for yourself. I don't think like that, Arad looked at her. By the way, I haven't introduced myself properly yet. Arad Orion, a void dragon, and I own the region around Alina. I've even got King Baltos's approval. Wait. She gasped, standing up and taking a few steps back like a scared cat. Arad Orion, Uranus, the dragon of the end, the one that blew Vlad's kingdom to ash. That's me. Arad nodded. No, that can't be. No one knows how Arad Orion looks. Besides that, he's a jet-black dragon, she mumbled. Arad lifted his front claw and pulled a small hoe-white nova that he'd been making inside his stomach. Since they take some time to compress, he always keeps 1 or 2 ready. The one he held in his hand was almost a quarter of the power of the one that blew up Vlad's kingdom, but it was still horrifying. The Dracaena gasped, covering her face with her wings. Arad smiled. Those won't save you if I blew this here. He sucked the spell back into his stomach. I don't intend on harming you, so calm down. That magic, I felt it yesterday. She stared at him. Probably when I blew the dungeon with a breath. I can shoot this as a beam, he smiled. Want to see it? She shook her head. No, please, no, you'll destroy my whole lair. No, the whole area. She got convinced he was him. They are here, as Arad looked up. The girls appeared in the middle of the room with a bright flash. Arad turned his head toward them. Betty had teleported them to Arad's location. What was that spell? He said with a smile. Seventh tier mass teleport, Betty replied. The girls looked around and Eris turned toward the Dracaina, glaring at her with glowing purple eyes. This is the Dracaina? The Dracaina could feel it. This was the half-purple dragon Arad talked about. But what's this feeling? She didn't feel like a half-dragon. Her aura was more refined but unstable, as if trying to balance something huge. In a second, she found out that Eris was also a vampire, which made her even more confused. She can use holy magic? She pointed at Eris with a claw and looked at Arad. Arad nodded. The Dracaina stared at Eris. Zulfernar the name. I ruled this land for over 500 years. Visit Freewa Novel. For the best novel, reading experience, Chapter 771, Zul's Inspection. Chapter 771, Zul's Inspection, Zulfernar. Eris stared at the Dracaina. Your Fernar, ring a bell? She looked at her. You know my father? I hope that bastard is dead, Zul growled. Not me, my father knew of him. She started preparing holy magic. They had a territorial struggle at one point. Your father lost and ran away, but not before giving father a nasty scar. He was a really powerful acid dragon. Guess I look like a disappointment, sickly and weak. All dragons are powerful, only fools underestimate them. Eris approached Zul and started healing her. Something is off about her. Eris turned toward Arad. Something is blocking the mana circuit right beside her heart. There should be an organ akin to a mana pump there, but it's clogged badly. Arad nodded, less of a clogged and more like inflamed. It's almost tripled in size and is even putting pressure on her heart and lungs. She looked at Zul. Sorry to say this, but if it kept growing, eventually you won't be able to cast magic, then your heart won't be able to beat and you'll die. I pulled this out when she was unconscious. Arad pulled a fist-sized chunk of flesh out of his stomach. When did you do that? Zul gasped. When you were unconscious? It's like a stab to the chest, not a big deal for dragons. He pulled an empty barrel of healing potions. This was enough to fix you up. That's several hundred gold coins worth. Aella gasped. Usually a potion holds about 4 L of liquid. A barrel holds 100 Ls. Even with bulk prices, that's around 200 gold coins. If Arad wanted to bottle that up, he'd spend around 30 gold coins in glass bottles and then have a profit of around 70 gold coins if sold. I don't think it's worth that much. Arad shook his head. I filled this with my experiments on healing potions. Like a game character, he was trying to train for alchemy by making a boatload of potions. The Dracaina stared at her hoard. She has a bit over 50K in gold coins and a fair amount of jewels, scrolls, magic items, and old relics from ancient civilizations. Her hoard in total might be worth over 200K in gold. She was indeed sleeping on a bed of gold and jewels. I'll pay for it, she sighed. Hold up. Arad lifted his paw, staring at her. You're sick and don't have a way to refill your hoard. Keep the money, you might need it. Dragons don't take charity. Then how about not being hostile when you heal up? A friend of mine already dealt with the local thugs. I'd like this place to be safe for my wives and family. I even have a red wormling that I might send to study. Arad looked at her. Of course you're also welcome on my land. And what if I refused? I'll start acting like a dragon and you won't like it. Arad glared at her with glowing purple eyes. Arad. Eris stared at him. I think it might be a good idea to have Lydia look at her. I don't know about Sarah, but she's also better than me in healing magic. I'll see what I can do. He closed his eyes, and a clone of him appeared, sending a shiver down Zul's spine. "Another one?" she gasped. The second Arad shrunk into a humanoid shape of a pink-haired, tall elf woman. "Master," Betty gasped, "this is a temporary form." Doma patted Betty's head. "I'm using Gemini and Virgo at the same time." She looked at Arad. "I'll bring her at once, Zon." Doma disappeared. Betty could have brought Lydia, but she needed to cast a 7-tier spell, while Doma could use Arad's void step. Thud. Doma landed inside the girls' dorm hallway. She looked around. This place is filled with negative emotions: depression, longing for home, fear, and anxiety. Humanoids are unable to live alone or away from home. She approached the door in front of her and knocked on it. "Lydia, it's me." Lydia opened the door, sleepy. "What is it?" "I was taking a nap." Doma touched Lydia's forehead with her finger. "Here you go." Lydia's sleepiness disappeared and she felt refreshed. "You still need to sleep later." "Thank you. What do you need?" Lydia smiled. "The local Dracaina is sick. Eris suggested that you should give her a look. If that's the case, then the local ecosystem balance hangs on the line. I'll change up quickly." She walked back in, changed, and then teleported back to Zul's lair with Doma. Lydia. Eris rushed toward her to explain what she found. "I'll go bring Sarah." She disappeared. Doma landed in front of a strange door. "What's this place?" She looked around. She was standing in the middle of Alina facing a local bath. "She's inside?" "Yeah, I can sense her." Doma walked into the bath and saw a tall woman who looked in her early 40s with long black hair, glowing green eyes, long ruby nails, and several transparent tattoos covering her whole body. A witch owns this place? Probably to gather hair or something for witchcraft. "Excuse me. Did a young woman in her early 20s by the name of Sarah?" "Come here. I'd like to have a word with her," she said, staring at the bath owner. "It's bad manner not to introduce yourself first." She stared back at her with a grin. "The name's Sophia. It's rare to see a fellow witch. For several reasons, I don't have time. Can you please call her, and saying my name could cause some problems. Can we please skip that?" She stared at her, worried she was going to recognize her and start a fight. "I don't blame you. Most witches would start a fight the moment they know your name, Miss Doma." Sophia waved a finger. "I called the girl you asked for, but I informed her of your identity first." Creak. The women's bath door soon opened up, and Sarah and Sina walked out of it. "Gah!" Sina gasped. "What are you doing here?" "We need Sarah's help." Doma approached Sarah. "Someone needs healing. Let's go." Sarah had already changed, so they teleported immediately. As Senna was left alone, she approached the bath owner. "Mom, why didn't you kick her out? A sick child needs help. Even if they don't respect or pray, I'll still give them a chance," she replied with a smile. "How come is that out of everyone? You're the lenient one." Senna sighed. "How come you aren't helping?" She looked back at her with a grin. Sarah arrived with Doma in Zul's lair and started inspecting her with Lydia. It only took them a quarter of an hour to finish. Since we're not experts on dragons, this could be wrong, but that thing beside her heart should be an organ responsible for her magic powers. The overgrowth on it has the same structure as her own flesh, but twisted healing magic can't fix it. It has to be taken out, Lydia said. "We mean that literally. Holy magic can't heal that thing as it's a part of her body that's rebelling." Sarah tried to explain, looking between Arad and Zul. "A body is like a colony of millions of small living things. They usually work in harmony," Sarah said, and Lydia continued. "Sometimes, some of those living beings decide they don't want to work for the colony and start hogging everything for themselves, which breaks the function of the body." Sarah then looked at them. "As they have the same, nationality as the rest of the colony, they can't be healed out. Healing magic restores a body to a normal state by putting all the small living things into their original place. So, you'll be just healing the growth?" Arad looked at Zul. "You heard them," Eris said. "The only option we have is to take it out. Everything, to the last bit. If we left even a small amount, healing magic would fix the growth. I suggest that we cut half the organ, or take it whole and only leave a small part for the healing magic to work from. Lydia looked at Arad. But I'm not confident in my skill with dragons. We should find a dragon healer to do the job. I can ask some metallic dragons. Arad looked at Zool. That won't work, would it? What should we do? Aela stared at him. Forget it. I knew it can't be healed. Zool shook her head. Master, can't you do anything about it? Betty stared at Arad. I can kill and turn her into a Dracolich. She won't need to worry about it then. The ritual would take some preparation, but I can do it. Zool gasped. You know how to make Dracoliches? She stared at Arad with a flabbergasted face. Doma smiled, the mouth on Arad's face giggling. Of course I won't be the Queen of Curses if I can't curse a dragon into the undeath. I'm a master necromancer, as it's a forbidden art. Arad's arm moved on its own and pointed a claw at one of the Hydra's corpses, the female one. Awaken. My slave. The corpse started wiggling and moving, standing up and engulfed in an aura of necrotic magic. Me, mistress, do Duma. The female Hydra bowed. But as you can see, the Hydra disintegrated into ash without preparation. Powerful creatures run out of energy and disintegrate almost immediately. Dragons explode a wave of necrotic magic. Updat Eid from freewebnov.l.com, Chapter 772, Martial Training. Natrad looked at Zool. What do you say? I'm not becoming a Dracolich. I rather die. She looked back at him. I didn't even have a chance to live my life. How could I tread the undeath? She's right. Eris looked at Arad. Turning into an undead like a lich would prevent her from mating, eating food, and caring about wealth. She'll become an emotionless monster that seeks magic and power. Arad can fix one of that before she transforms. Doma stared at them with a grin, and everyone glared at her. No. They growled, including Zool. I'm trying to get my void to only erase it. It'll take some time as I'm not old enough to do it, and I lack knowledge about the internal workings of a dragon's body, so I have to make it perfect. I say a few days are enough time. Arad turned toward Lydia. She'll survive that long, won't she? I'd say if she lived this long, there is nothing that prevents her from surviving another week. Lydia turned toward Zool. Don't exert yourself and call if anything changes. We'll look for draconic healers while Arad works on his magic. Lydia stood and turned toward Aris. I doubt we'll find books about draconic anatomy in the university's library, but let's give it a look. Sarah turned toward Betty. You're the chairman. Do the libraries have anything that could help? Betty shook her head. I don't know. I may be the chairman, but how in the hell would I know that? Ask the librarian there or search the whole thing. It should be organized by letters. It should? Aela stared at her. It's organized right. It's been a decade or two since I went there. I'm not sure the librarian there is still the same. W. Aird, Merida approached him. If you're focusing on your void, can you still fight? I won't be able to use magic, but I can fight physically. He nodded. I wanted to ask you to join our training tomorrow. Merida had joined a class specialized in studying martial arts, specifically weapon arts. They take ancient manuals and scrolls to learn about various stances, weapons, and ways of fighting. They usually practice with each other or the teacher responsible for them, but Merida was having a problem. She wanted to test some dangerous techniques that even the teacher refused to test. Ella turned toward them. I heard she kept beating everyone to death, including her teacher. No one can keep up with her. Arad nodded. Of course I'll come train with you. Merida looked at him with a happy face. Thank you. I wish I'm not bothering you. What about your class? Mira stared at them. I'll talk with Lucia. Betty gave Arad and Merida a thumbs up. Just don't destroy the place. Arad nodded and looked at Zool. Call, if anything happens. Don't wait like this time. You might end up dead for real. I'll try. She sighed. Arad stood. You have enough food for a while. Don't try to hunt. I'll bring you what you need. I know dragons refuse to get help from others, but at least bear with it until you get healed. I know. She looked away. Arad expanded his wings. Is everyone ready to get back? Everyone nodded, and he teleported them out. Zool took a deep breath as she was left alone, laid down and looked at the Hydra's corpses. She remembered the scales on Arad's neck and back, the front claws, and the edges of his wings. How is that thing a juvenile? She could guess Arad's age from his appearance, but both his size and magic didn't match that. When Arad and the girls returned to the university, the sun had already set. I'm going back. Arad waved his hand as he watched them walk toward the girls' dorm. Tomorrow is going to be a tough day. In the morning, Lucia stared at the class and Arad was missing. She sighed, looking at the notice signed by Betty on her desk. Aaron is to assist the marshal's class. As you might see, Aaron has an assignment that he needs to finish today. Who of you would be lending him their notes? She stared at them. If no one would do, she'd write everything for him. I'll do it. Matilda lifted her hand. Anansi stared at her. That beautiful handwriting of yours, or should I call it feet writing? I doubt even chickens can write better. Hey, what do you mean by that? Matilda growled at her. I'm saying no one can read those scribbles of yours. She growled back. I'll do it, Selena mumbled. Would you? Lucia looked at her with a smile. Then I'm counting on you. Teacher, Matilda gasped. Sorry, but I do agree with Anansi. I've told you several times to fix your handwriting. She stared back at her, and she sat back down. Sorry, I'll make it better. Anansi laughed at her, and Lucia immediately gave her a deathly glare. I don't need to remind you, too. Did you deal with it? Yes, I'm fine today. Anansi looked down with a red face. She isn't used to controlling her webbing in this humanoid form yet, and so yesterday she failed to keep them in and filled her pants. There were just spider webs, but to keep her identity hidden, she lied to Lucia and told her it was something and blamed it on stress. Outside, Arad stood beside Merida's teacher, a man called Edward von Lumeric, a retired Silver Knight. A Silver Knight is a rank in knighthood, only topped by the Royal Guards, and despite his young age, Edward reached that rank and retired due to a severe injury to his knees. It was a damned arrow. Aaron, I used to be an adventurer just like you, but then I took an arrow to the knee, Edward said with a sad face. The Silver Knight's main job was defending the cities against monsters by using tactics and siege weapons. They are the people you call when a giant monster shows outside the walls. I know that, but... Arad looked at the students' training. What are they doing? Practice. They can't handle weapons safely, Edward replied. I separated them into sparring partners based on level, class, and gender so they wouldn't harm each other. I've also made sure they used wooden swords and arrows. Will monsters care? Arad looked at her. What important now is their safety, Edward said with a smile. That's stupid. Arad looked back and saw Merida practicing on her own, swinging her blade at an imaginary opponent like she was shadowboxing. Arad took his shirt off. What are you doing? Edward gasped. The girls in the arena stopped fighting and stared at him, gasping as their eyes fixated on his chest. Arad took his shoes off. I'm going to teach them first, then go to Merida. Teach them what? Edward stared at him, confused. Teach them how to fight and how to survive. Arad glared back at him with a deathly stare. He wasn't joking. Stop there, this is a mock training. Don't take it seriously, Edward exclaimed. I won't kill them, but they'll cry. Arad approached the arena and pushed a cart full of sharp weapons toward the students. As the cart fell, everyone stopped sparring due to the noise, seeing him walk in. Thud, Arad stepped into the ring. Everyone could feel him, a heavy and oppressing aura as his eyes glared at them. Use those to kill me. I'll hang anyone that faints outside naked. One of the students gasped, What are you? Before he could finish, Arad rushed in and punched him in the guts, sending him rolling toward the weapons as the student stopped rolling. Pick a weapon. I'm a monster that's here to kill you. Come at me. Fight teeth and nails, cling to life, and don't dare give up. A fight is never painless. What? Crack! Arad kicked him again the moment he started to argue and sent him rolling away. Kill the fucker! The guys growled, picked weapons and charged toward Arad as the girls watched. Some of them get excited, and some only marvel at the beauty of Arad glared at them with a passive face and glowing eyes. "He isn't coming for us, is he?" A girl gasped, and he charged toward them. "Aaron doesn't care," Merida said in the back. "You get beaten to a pulp if you don't move." Clack, Arad charged in, smacking half of them into the air like a truck. Some of the girls rolled, some started crying, and some got knocked out cold. As Arad turned to keep beating them up, one caught his wrist and swung a dagger at his eye. He dodged the attack and kicked her away. She stopped herself by doing several flips and landed beside the weapon pile, picked a halberd, and stared at him. "You don't know how to treat the ladies, do you?" she growled. "I'm a monster. A bear won't wait for you to cry. Come at me." Arad lunged at her with a fist. She swung the halberd at his neck, but he dodged and swung a kick at her. Clang! She blocked the kick with a halberd, surprised at the sound it made. Arad's kicks didn't seem normal. He'd break their bones if they got a direct hit. "What are you all doing?" she screamed at the other girls. "You're fighters, rangers, swordswomen, and archers. Come to fight and stop crying about it." All the girls charged in as the guys did. In a few minutes, Arad picked a fight with the whole martial class and was winning. Cling, a flashing blade came out of nowhere toward Arad's face. Clang, Arad bites the sword, seeing it's the teacher going for the kill. "Messing with my class like this," he growled. "Want to play?" Arad mumbled with the sword between his teeth and then swung a fist at the teacher's wrist. Edward tried to pull his sword but couldn't, as Arad's jaw refused to let go. He was forced to abandon his blade. Arad lifted his hand, waving it ahead of them as if showing them his rings. "It's a free experience for everyone. Come take it, and hurry so I can go train with my wife." The source of this content is Freeway. Mid-Mill Chapter 773, Unstoppable Force. Chapter 773, Unstoppable Force. Arad lifted a hand, deflecting a sword slash, and grabbed the guy by the face, then threw him away. At the same time, several other students rushed in, the ones with spears trying to pierce Arad's back. He spun his torso and diverged the spears the moment they touched him, using that momentum to swing a kick, knocking the spears out of the student's hands. Impossible. How could he move like this? One of the students gasped, feeling a sharp pain shot from his wrist as he lost his spear. Here he comes again with his weird moves. He could see Arad catch one of the spears with his toes before they hit the ground and then swung back at their faces. Clang. A girl rushed in with a war axe and blocked the spear, staring at Arad with a sharp glare. "You move like a monster." "You're fighting a monster?" Arad replied, as he pushed on the ground with his hand and started spinning as if he was breakdancing, swinging the spear and kicking at the girl's face. One attack after another, she deflected them with her axe. Swash, another student threw his halberd at Arad, trying to distract him. Arad stopped kicking the girl and deflected the halberd with a kick. But that girl used that opening to catch Arad's spear and started twisting it, trying to break out of his hold. "I'd break those toes. Crack!" The spear broke in half, and the 1-inch thick shaft of hardened wood shattered as he clenched his toes. He wasn't going all out. She gasped, a kick smacking directly in her face. She didn't expect Arad to brute force himself out of that. Arad blinked, seeing her grab his ankle with a smile on her face as blood rushed down her nose. "Got you!" Her eyes turned red as she roared, veins bulging on her whole body. She was a barbarian and had just started raging. Using Arad's leg as leverage, she wrapped her thighs around his knee and sat on his thigh, clenching 2 fists and hammered his face with a barrage of punches. All of the remaining students rushed in. Bolg, the spearman, growled, ready for their unique thrust. Action surge. The fighters pulled their swords back, including the teacher Edward. They all forgot this was training. They had been fighting Arad for so long, their senses had been dulled by pain and exhaustion, that the only thing they could think of now was killing this monster ahead of them. The archers, hammer users, martial artists, everyone jumped in, trying to kill Arad with their best move. The barbarian girl's eyes opened wide as she saw Arad's eyes spasm, looking everywhere in a fraction of a second. Wait, His perception is far faster than us. She started to realize the difference between them and Arad. They could all charge at once and use their best moves, but they are just. Arad stomped down with the foot that the barbarian latched onto, shocking her whole body as the ground shook, and the students charging in lost their footing for a second. Arad grabbed the barbarian by her hair and started swinging her around like a stone on a rope, smacking everyone with her and making sure they dropped their weapons away from their bodies so they didn't get stabbed. The barbarian girl gasped as Arad smacked her on the ground, but she was still awake. She quickly stabbed her toes in the dirt and tried to pull away from Arad, get her hair out of his hand. Seeing that she couldn't beat him in a tug of war, she grabbed a sword from the ground to cut her hair. But before she could do that, Arad let go of her hair. She stumbled back, confused. What? Thud. But at that moment, Arad was standing right in her face, her nose just an inch away from his chest. It never felt as if she was fighting a man. He was more of a monster in her eyes, a large and fast beast that can't be stopped. She's a barbarian. Usually they are only familiar with clubs and sometimes learn how to use heavy weapons. A long sword felt strange in her hand. She doesn't know how to swing it, but a barbarian is a barbarian, and a sword is just a sharp metal stick. She swung at Arad, but he instantly swung his forearm, hitting the blade's flat side and shattering it out of the shadows. A man showed up swinging a ninjato at Arad's back. Arad rapidly turned back, kicked the barbarian girl back, and caught the blade with his bare hands, a smile on his face. Wasting a valuable sneak attack? Why didn't you for my heart or neck? The man started shaking, but clenched his teeth and growled, trying to pull the sword out of Arad's hand and slice his fingers. The ninjato didn't budge, and Arad giggled. If you held a blade from the flat side with enough pressure, it won't slide and cut your hand. He lifted his thumb and pressed it on the flat of the blade. And most swords are designed to withstand pressure on the edge, not from the side. Arad snapped the sword's tip with his thumb. They are quite easy to break like this. He went down the sword, cutting piece by piece as if it was a box cutter. Smack. Arad punched the assassin away and looked at everyone as they rolled on the ground, growling in pain. Well, this looks to be enough for today. What the hell happened here? Eris gasped as she arrived with Lydia and the rest of the holy class. Thanks for coming. Merida approached them. I didn't expect you to come this quickly. We weren't going to come when you called, but then we saw Aaron beating the living hell out of them out of the window and had to come. Lydia replied with a worried face as she looked at everyone. A nun approached Arad. You're Sir Aaron? She looked at him with a smile. My Amaterasu, bless your soul, so many hurt children. She looked at the knocked student. Better beaten here than against monsters alone in the forest. He turned toward them. Stand up. I don't care if you have broken bones or are dying. Walk toward here so the healers can heal you. Winning a fight is never the end. You still have to crawl to safety. All the martial students started moving. Some crawled, some walked, and others could only roll. Even the teacher, Edward, had taken a hard beating, but he still helped other students walk. This is just cruel. The nun looked at Arad. You test them to see if they can fight monsters, and then provide no training on how real fights are. I don't know how you intend for them to survive in the wild if they can't bear the pain of a stab or a broken rib. He stared at her. They can slowly train. They are still young and have a long school life ahead of them, the nun replied. Arad stared at her, confused. Young? I see no children around here, only men and women who should be able to defend themselves. This is a school, a place to learn, not for them to risk their lives, the nun replied with a passive face. And yet they were tested to see how well they can do against monsters, Arad replied passively. You know it. They can't survive this world without having a backbone to stand and defend themselves against monsters. Weakness isn't a sin. It's normal. Not all people need to be powerful enough to kill monsters to each their role, she added, taking a step toward Arad. Weakness isn't a sin, I agree with that. But being a burden is, if they can't fight, they should at least learn how to survive, how to run, and how to support those who can fight. He turned toward the martial students. But those are martial students, they'll be fighters in the future. Even if not everyone needs to fight, they are the ones needing to fight. The nun smiled. Lydia and Eris were right. You're a natural-born warrior. You remind me of a sinner, the man called Alcott. The world needs people like you. The braves who don't mind becoming the monsters who kill other monsters. Merida walked between Arad and the nun. Move away. It's my turn to train with him. The nun looked at her and smiled. I see, have a nice time. The nun's golden glowing eyes took a hint of pink as she glared back at Arad. If he's too much to handle, call me and I'll tie him for you. Merida sighed. Eris, Lydia, I'm going to fight Aaron, so keep everyone away. Got it, Eris replied, and Lydia gave her a thumbs up. When Merida turned toward Arad, she noticed he was still staring at the nun with glowing purple eyes. Hoy, what are you thinking about? She gasped. For a moment, she smelled sweet. I want to punch her in the face and see what she's hiding, he mumbled. His left hand moved, punching him in the face. Wake up, idiot. That's a succubus and a high priestess of Gracie at that. People can believe in more than one god. Simply because the gods are on good terms, Gracie and Amaterasu are especially close. Arad shook his head. Sorry, he looked at Merida. That isn't a mere nun. Doma says she's a high priestess of Gracie. That can't be. She's just a nun of Amaterasu. Merida stared at the nun's back. The nun looked back at them, licking her lips as her eyes emitted a faint pink glow. Arad could feel her breath on his ear as he heard a faint whisper. Equal, little boy, be careful out there. There is a lot of competition, but I'm the one going to eat you. The source of this content is Freeway Binovel, Chapter 774, Blade Dance. Even if that's true, she never caused trouble for the past years. Merida stared at Arad as they walked toward the middle of the arena. We could ignore her for the time being. I don't know about that, but I'll keep my eyes open for any attack. Arad cracked his neck. So, what level do you want? I found writing about this ancient fighting style called Blade Dance. It was practiced by the dark elf goddess priestesses as a way to defend their nation. Merida approached Arad, standing with the blade extended behind her. The book said it was turned for the goddess's body and would work best if used by a dark elf woman, but I want to try it. Couldn't you use some kind of shape-shifting magic to take on the body of a dark elf woman? Arad asked as he took a stance. And what should I expect? Nothing too extreme, I hope. He was hoping she wouldn't slice him to pieces as he didn't want to show his regeneration abilities here. To put it simply, Blade Dance conserves the momentum of the attack and carries it to the next one. It's basically create an endless combo where each strike is stronger than the one before. Merida lunged forward, swinging the sword at Arad, and he dodged. So you want me to keep dodging to test how well you can track a target without breaking the combo. But taking on such stress, won't you get exhausted? He asked, while dodging her swings with ease. Merida smiled as his attacks started getting faster and stronger. This is the point where the true power of this technique shows up. She started chasing Arad everywhere. The attacks get faster, stronger, and surprisingly require less and less stamina to perform until the use stop getting tired. As long as the body remains whole, the dance won't stop after a certain point. She smiled. The body will eventually break, and then you'll be an easy target when that happens, Arad replied. It won't. The dance moves aren't just for physical attacks. They compel mana to move into the body and reinforce it. The muscles won't rip apart and the tendons will remain strong. The bones won't even crack, and the user will keep swinging until they die of old age, and even after that the corpse would keep moving and swinging until they disintegrate into ash. Merida started reaching a horrifying level of speed, but to Arad it was still slow. He wasn't even trying yet. It's a deadly spiral. Once you reach a point in the dance, your fate is sealed to fight until you disintegrate. But my limit should be higher than normal people, allowing me to fight safely for longer. She started to see Arad's moves as a simple pattern, and her body naturally shifted her attacks to catch him. The fungus spreading across her body started to absorb the mana around her and reinforce her body before the dance could do it, taking control at the start and allowing her to slow her descent into the point of no return. But the dance wasn't made for a human body, but instead for that of a dark elf woman, and specifically it was made by Eilistrae, the goddess of the dark elves, and also known as the Moon Dancer. When Eilistrae was a mortal, the orcs emerged from a portal at the Dark Elf Kingdom to invade the world. At that time, she was a mere adventurer living her life. The adventurers got called to fight the orcs, but it was a losing war. The orcs had already devoured their previous world, and we're here to consume this one, strangely enough, while in their world they had a really fast spawning rate. Female orcs could get pregnant and give birth in a week, and those newborn orcs would grow up into adults and become soldiers within 4 months and could live up to 80 years, the same as humans. That was the reason their world couldn't sustain them, and it was what made their army host millions of soldiers, which overwhelmed the Dark Elf army. In the midst of that battle, Eilistrae was the last remaining soldier facing that army of millions of hungry and enraged horny orcs. No matter how many orcs died, their numbers kept increasing, and Eilistrae had to make each move count, which led her to develop blade dance in the middle of the fighting. Tailored to her own body, she danced with the orcs for years until she alone started pushing their army back. Her attacks became too fast and too powerful to keep up with, and tens of thousands of orcs were dying each minute after 12 months. Eilistrae's armor crumbled, yet her sword remained straight beneath the moonlight. She danced naked over a sea of orc blood. The orcs started dying faster than they were born, and their numbers dwindled rapidly, and they were forced to retreat back to their world. Eilistrae won the war, but at that moment her body disintegrated into ash, and she ascended to godhood as the divine goddess of the sword. Merida is now trying to follow in her legacy, as they are both masters of the blade. But such an approach would never work easily. Merida fell on her face, coughing blood as all of her muscles contracted, and she had the worst cramp of her life. She screamed in pain, and all the healers rushed toward her. "What happened?" they screamed. Merida had crawled into a ball due to the contractions and couldn't breathe, as if she was giving birth with her whole body. Even her heart was about to stop. Blade dance isn't meant for a human body. "Get out of the way." The nun from earlier walked toward them. "We'll start." One of the healer students was about to cast healing magic on her, but the nun kicked him in the face. "Get out of the way, don't heal her." "We'll do it." Lydia and Eris rushed, but she grabbed them as well. "Hold your horses. You two aren't fit for it. Leave her be." Lydia and Eris both glared at the nun with glowing eyes. Eris clenched a fist, and Lydia ready to smile. They were about to smack her away to heal Merida. Boom. The whole place exploded as they both swung at the nun, but she caught their attacks with her bare hands. "You two, calm down." She pushed their hands down, grabbed them by the heads, and quickly smacked their faces together. As the nun's hands were infused with a strange holy magic, Eris fell down without knowing what happened to her, but Lydia didn't. She immediately took a stance and swung a divine smite at the nun's face, the same fist that spun Aloni. Clap. The nun instantly countered Lydia's fist with a slap, smacking her to the ground. "I'll heal this girl. You two stand down." She was insisting that no one is to touch Merida beside her. As the nun bent down to heal Merida, Erod grabbed her by the head. He was about to transform and destroy the whole place. "Calm down, dragon. Do you know that she's infected with a demonic fungus? Those two would discover that if they healed her. I don't know why you're here, but if you're looking for a cure to her condition, I can erase that fungus from her body." The nun's voice rang in Arad's head. Arad blinked twice. "Eris is also my wife. Both she and Lydia know about Merida's fungus and don't remove it. It's a part of her body now." He growled inside his head, and the nun looked at him with a dumbfounded face. "Really?" she gasped. "Yeah, start healing her." Arad let the nun go and went to check on Eris and Lydia. This misunderstanding almost ended up badly. Eris quickly woke up. "What happened? I was about to punch that stupid." She found her head on Arad's lap as Lydia healed her. With a gasp, she quickly sat up. Merida is fine. Teacher healed her. Lydia replied with a sigh. As she's an expert in healing magic, she instantly recognized the fungus in Merida's body and tried to keep it a secret from everyone. She also figured that Arad is a dragon. Eris looked around. They were the only ones sitting in the arena. "Where is Merida?" Eris asked. "She got healed and went back with her class," Arad replied. "For us, we're taking the rest of the day off. The whole holy class got to leave as they exhausted themselves healing the students." "Arad beat to a pulp," Lydia explained. "It all ended up while I was knocked out." Eris sighed. "To think that bitch knocked me out with a simple spell." "What did you call me?" Their teacher emerged from Arad's shadow. "Call me Lala. Where were you doing there?" Eris gasped. "I was playing with my dear Arad." She was checking on Zephyr's seal, Arad instantly added. Lala sighed. "Well, I can't seem to do anything to it. I'm a healer and not a wizard, but there should be something else I can help with." She stared at Arad with a grin. "Zul's case," Arad gasped, standing up. "Visit Friwavno. For the best novel reading, experience Chapter 775, Goddess of Destruction and Orphans." Chapter 775, Goddess of Destruction and Orphans. I don't know about this. Lala stared at Zul with a worried face, as Lydia and Eris said, "Holy magic can't heal what's a part of her body. It doesn't recognize it as a disease. Is there nothing we can do besides cutting it off?" Arad looked at Zul. "The draconic fundamentum is the source of a dragon's magic, as it is as sensitive as their brain. Unless we cleanly cut all of that growth and heal it up, she could end up crippled in the best case." Lala looked at Arad. "I'm not an expert in dragons, but I know a bit. A dragon's muscles need more than just nutrients to work. They require mana processed by the fundamentum. Without that organ, she might never be able to fly again. She'll find it hard to even stand in her draconic form. Don't worry about me," Zul turned toward Arad. "I'll find a solution in a century or two. We dragons have all the time we want, I guess that's true. If your case doesn't get worse." Lala glared at her. "If anything felt off, call me. I'm a succubus, so I should be still alive in the coming centuries." "You succubi feed off the life of your victims. You'll be alive in 1,000 years, Zul glared at her, trying to throw shade on me. "I'll let you know that won't work. We High Priestess of Gracie are like monks. You might not believe me, but I'm still a pure maiden. Refraining from our carnal hunger is what her lordship rewards us with power for." Lala waved her hand with a grin. "I might tease people, though." She turned toward Arad with a grin. "I'll kill you," Eris growled at her, hissing as she stood her and Arad. "He, my husband." "Our husband?" Doma and Merida corrected her. "Ho-ho." Lala stared at them. "Is a fight about to start? A cat fight, I see?" She started watching. The duality of sun and vampire magic, the queen of curses, and the demonic blade. Shall we call the spirit herald and artificer to join the fight? They aren't fighting. I would love to see them get along, Arad said as he glared at Lala. Who? The destroyer Uranus is trying to quell the storm. How unexpected. Dragons usually love nothing more than watching their dracanas fight to prove their strength. All of you don't fight. Arad glared at the girls. We aren't going to fight. We're just horsing around. Eris sighed. I, too, have no intention of harming them. I'm getting to be the closest to you after all. Doma giggled. Merida stared at her sword with a disappointed face. I wanted to fight them, Eris smiled. We can play a bit later, but not around here. We'll destroy the place. I'll check on you at the end of the week. Lala approached Zul. For now, take care of your health. Days quickly passed by, and the weekend approached. Arad had left back to Alina with his wives, leaving the rest in the university. Jack and Lydia made their way down to the city on a date, walking side by side. It's been a while since we had time like this, Lydia said, walking beside Jack. It's because you keep getting in trouble, Jack replied. Whenever I tried to take you on a date, you ended up starting a fight with the first thug we see. It's a paladin's duty to keep peace, Lydia replied to him. What about our peace? I honestly won't mind if we two could spend our time peacefully on a farm. I'll go out hunting and farming while you help me. Won't such a life be a dream? He stared at her. That would be ideal if this world wasn't riddled with evil. It's a paladin's job to deal with that. I can't just ignore it. She glared at him with glowing golden eyes. And you're the hero, aren't you? Won't it be good to show some excitement about saving the world, restoring balance, and ridding the world of evil? Jack looked at the sky with a troubled face. Hero, you say? I don't think I'm fit for the job. He pulled the wakizashi and stared at it, the blade of the ancient hero, Daraku. Am I really up to hold such a man's legacy? Jack sighed. I looked through all the books of the university and found nothing. The only lead I had was Kinryu's words. Daraku, the hero that revitalized Amaterasu's religion by feeding the orphaned priestess that resided in one of the goddess's shrines. Lydia stared at the sun. It takes a valiant hero to kickstart a whole religion. See? That isn't the kind of task you entrust to a rogue, Jack cried, staring at her with a sad face. I only want to live my life in peace. I grew up on the streets and only survived due to my sister Liliana's help. She was a thief but did her best to feed us. You sister, she looked at Jack. When I was studying in the church, she was an infamous criminal. You don't know how many paladins would cut her head on sight. They would cut mine as well. Jack looked at Lydia. Even you tried to kill me at one time. Why the change of heart? Lydia stared at him for a second. I can't find an answer. I know that what you and she did is a crime, but I can't criticize you until I find a solution to the starving children in the city. Killing you or her is the same as forcing those kids to starve to death or freeze in the winter. She sighed. People need to survive, Jack replied. That doesn't excuse your crimes, but since the first time I met you, I began to wonder, the life in front of me would have starved to death if Liliana wasn't stealing. Was it really worth it? And now that you became the hero, I can't help but feel that everything the paladins did was wrong. She looked at him with a sad face. It wasn't wrong. You know that sister is a tiefling, but there is something about her you might not know. Jack looked at Lydia. Didn't you wonder why not a single paladin or priest could detect her even with the demonic blood running through her veins? Now that you mentioned it, tiefling appears in holy barriers like the sun in the sky. How could she have been slipping through their hands all those years? As if the gods didn't want her to be captured. You're close. She's a priestess of Kali, the goddess of demons and destruction and guardian deity of orphans. You couldn't detect her because she's like you, a user of holy magic. Wait, I didn't sense any holy magic from her when we met. We would have known if someone was from the holy order or not. She rarely prayed or used holy magic. Kali doesn't particularly care if you do or not. What she wants is either the destruction of evil demons that taint her people's name or the protection of children. Sister always said Kali would smite her if she wasted time praying instead of getting food for us. Jack giggled. But she did heal us with holy magic when we got sick. No wonder we never got a sick kid from the slums. We even suspected that people from the church were healing your brothers in secret. She stared at him with a surprised face. You would have used us to capture Sister. We would rather die sick than come to your church. Luckily for us, Sister could keep us alive. A goddess that requests no prayers, only a noble creed to be followed. Lydia mumbled, I doubt she has any statues or churches, does she? Sister said that Kali is popular in the demon continent and in the abyss. She would depict her as a tall, blue-skinned woman with red palms and feet. She has 6 arms and 3 heads and only wears a skirt made of severed arms and a large necklace of heads. Jack smiled. That's a horrifying image for the protector of children. Lydia stared at him with a worried face. That's her destruction form. It's what those who harm children and the demon's reputation see before they are torn to shreds. She usually takes the form of an orphaned little girl with pink hair when dealing with children. Some even claim that she guided them to the slums when they lost their parents. Jack looked at the buildings. When some new kids showed up in the slums, they always claimed that a cheerful pink-haired girl led them to us and then disappeared. Gods can't walk the mortal world. And I never heard of them sending visions like that. Are you sure it wasn't someone throwing the responsibility at your sister? Lydia stopped walking and looked to the side. A large bakery was there with countless people lined up to buy bread and today's special apple pie with honey cream and ginger. She quickly pulled Jack to wait with her. Sister's parents got killed by bandits when they were traveling toward the demon continent, and before the bandits could land a hand on her, the goddess appeared in her destruction form and burned them to the ground. Jack stared at Lydia. I bet Callie is far more active than Amaterasu. The sun is her grace. She pointed at the sun. She's better. Callie is better. No, Amaterasu is the best one. The two started fighting inside the bakery, and they got kicked out. This content is taken from Free Wibbon Oval, Chapter 776, Dusk and Dawn. Chapter 776, Dusk and Dawn. See? We got kicked out, thanks to you. Jack stared at Lydia. It wasn't my fault. You're the one who started first. She growled, but then giggled. Yeah, we don't get along. Jack smiled. Want something from the bakery? Don't go stealing anything, she growled. But that one cake there looks nice. Got it. Give me a minute. He stood and walked back inside. You better not steal it. She growled, and he waved his hand. After several minutes, he came out. We're allowed back inside. Come on. Allowed? You talked to him? She stood. Yeah, I know my way around words. Rogues are usually meant to be the faces of adventuring parties alongside bards. He smiled as he approached and grabbed her hand. Let's go inside. The cake is waiting. Lydia smiled. I can really count on you. Not always. I'm pretty useless most of the time. He smiled. As the two sat down to eat the cakes, Lydia looked at the people flocking inside. This place looks lively. It must be nice to live here. One of the waiters there stopped and looked at her. I won't say that. It was pretty rough around here until 2 days ago. We could barely sell anything. The owner came walking in and looked at the waiter. They need help in the kitchen. I'll keep the two guests company. Go help them. What did happen? Thugs we were forced to pay a protection fee for the last several years. I do remember that being a thing since I was but a young little boy, he said. We'll start losing money due to the extortion which made me raise the prices to remain in business, and when the thugs found that I increased my prices, they asked for a bigger fee. It was a downward spiral. The guards did nothing. The guards caught thugs daily, but always kept showing back up. Some even say they had a secret escape tunnel in the guards' jail, or even a rat that was letting them go, the bastard, he whispered. So what changed 2 days ago? Lydia asked. Divine punishment, puff, he said. All the thugs disappeared without a trace, and several of their corpses were found dead in abandoned houses, and the warehouse they used as a base went into flames. He said with an enthusiastic voice, No man could have done that. It was a punishment from the gods. An angel must have flown down from heaven and burned them to ash. He took a deep breath. We aren't extorted anymore, and the prices started returning to a reasonable state. More people could afford food and clothes, and business was slowly coming back to life. The rush you just saw wasn't because my cake is good, but instead because those people didn't have any cake in the past years. Lydia's eyes slowly turned toward Jack. It's him, those thugs he wiped out before. They were the ones terrorizing the city. Amaterasu's church has been flooded by people bringing in offerings and coins to her altar. You must go check it out. It's the first time in decades that I saw that statue clean of bird droppings, the owner said with a smile. Jack. Lydia stared at him. Jack shoved a piece of cake into her mouth with a fork. Eat for now, we'll check it later. As the two left, Lydia stared at Jack. Why didn't you say anything? There was no angel, only you. I don't care. I've got enough money from killing those thugs. It's a nice bonus to have the city becoming safer, but it was never my goal, Jack replied with a yawn. But I'm still salty about something. What is it? Lydia asked. That goddess is stealing my money. I'll go take it back, he said, about to rush forward. Wait. Lydia caught him. Don't run. You can't steal offerings. You'll get struck with a divine punishment. Let me go. If that puny goddess of you couldn't even take down some thugs, she won't be able to strike me down. I have no intention of working for her as a hero for free. He kept trying to run away. I said, don't. Doing good deeds doesn't require a reward. Lydia growled as she tried to stop him. It'll be acceptable if that was it. I can't even take my wife's virginity without her losing power. What shit is that? I'll go make sure her statue is a prime pigeon toilet. He grunted. Those aren't the words of a hero. Stop. You'll get killed by a lightning bolt. Nah, I'll do it. Several minutes later, the two were standing in Amaterasu's church. Lydia kept a close eye on Jack so he wouldn't do anything absurd. A nun approached them. I haven't seen your faces around. Are you travelers? No, probably students from the university. Are you here to pray for our... Lydia showed her Amaterasu's emblem. I am primarily a paladin of Amaterasu, but I'm also a cleric of Jemima and Lath, the nun gasped, taking a few steps back. The holy trinity of sun, earth, and life, and a high paladin at that. Sorry for not recognizing you. I'm not on an official business. I'm only here to pray and leave an offering. Lydia said with a smile, then you. As the nun turned, the two of them could see Jack standing over the offering pedestal and glaring at the statue. What are you doing, Jack? Lydia gasped with a cry, rushing at him. Lydia reached Jack and grabbed him by the wrist, trying to pull him away. She couldn't. He was as hard as a statue. Jack, she gasped, looking at his face to see his eyes taking the shape of an eclipsed sun. My little Lydia, I was talking with the hero. Don't you see? A voice came from above the statue, and Lydia slowly lifted her head, seeing a pale woman with long black hair, a sun-like right eye, and an eclipse-like left one staring at her, wigging her feet down the statue's head. No, he's your husband. You wouldn't want him talking to me alone, Lydia gasped. Lydia... Jack turned toward her. You came here as well. I let her in. Amaterasu said, I don't have much time here, so I'll talk quickly. Even if I have a thing for making the over-god angry at me, this isn't the way to do it, she giggled. I came to take the offerings. This knife of yours can't provide anything besides stinging a bit with holy magic. Jack growled. Jack, she's a goddess, Lydia screamed silently at his ear. That's because you don't have enough mana. It's not within my hands, she pointed at Jack with her toe, but I can grant you an ability that you can use once a day while carrying the Daraku's wakizashi on yourself. You can forbid any number of people within 100 meters from the sun's grace. What does that even mean? He growled. They won't be able to use the sunlight as a medium of sight, so they'll get blinded, and they start burning in the sunlight like vampires. Amaterasu smiled with her blood-red lips, turning toward Lydia. And you? You've already met my Archon? Asmodeus? I did. Is she really your Archon? The rulers of the Hells? Lydia gasped. She is indeed my Archon. The only one to ever fully master my divine magic. I'm what you call a god with a duality, the bright sun and the eclipsed sun, dusk and down, and thus I can grant both holy magic and its opposite form. Lydia stared at her own hand, and a purplish-black spark flashed. Asmodeus is acting as a medium between me and you. Now feel free to use that power against your enemies, but make sure it's away from the Church's eyes. Hoy, useless goddess. What's up with this ability? Once a day? Do you know how hard it'll be to get a use out of it? Jack shouted at her, and Lydia couldn't be more scared. Again, that's a problem with you. You lack faith in me. I can't force my divine energy into a non-believer, and they'll burn and die. She looked at him with a thinking face. Jack, calm down. You're a goddess, so do a goddess thing and fix it, Jack yelled at her. Fine, you two were talking about Callie earlier, so I probably should go with her example. Amaterasu sighed. You can use it more than once, but to achieve that, you'll have to recharge from a source that's rich with my divine magic. Huh? Do you want me to come here and lick your statue each day to recharge that ability? It's no better than it not being rechargeable at all, he growled. You can do that, but I wasn't talking about my statue. She pointed at Lydia with her toes. You can recharge from her. Wait me, Lydia gasped. Lydia. Jack looked at Lydia. Keep going. He looked back at Amaterasu. Now a physical contact will do. Just touch her, and it'll be charged right up, but it'll be better if you kiss her. What are you saying? Lydia was the one screaming now. And what benefit would that provide? Jack asked with an interested face. Nothing. It'll be more fun for me to watch. Jack thought about it for a second and then turned toward Amaterasu. On a more serious note, there was something I wanted to ask. What is it, my little hero? Why does Lydia need to remain a virgin? He asked. Jack, Lydia cried at his side. Good question. She actually doesn't now. Ever since Asmodeus became a medium between us, that requirement has dropped. Then doesn't need to anymore. No, she still needs to remain a virgin for now. I'll remove all of her powers if she loses hers. Amaterasu stared at Jack. Why? 'Cause you'll stop being a hero. Wait, that doesn't make sense, Jack growled. Next time you'll talk with Asmodeus. Be careful. She isn't as gentle as I am. She hates women like Lydia. So be careful. Careful. Careful Amaterasu disappeared into the God rays. The Ost Up Todat novels are published on Free Web Novell. Chapter 777, Divine Spark. Celica walked out of the university heading toward the city alone once again. But this time she had Senna make her grow a tiny horn on her head that was covered with her hair. It detects movement and gives her enchanted perception, a security measure considering what happened before. Sina had already warned her, send a wave of mana into the air, and I'll pick up on it immediately and fly to you. Don't try fighting anyone alone. You might fall into a trap. Besides Arad, Senna, Gojo, and Tempo, anyone else could be captured in one way or another. As Celica walked into the city and past the church, she saw Jack and Lydia walking out. Lydia? Jack, it's nice seeing you here. She approached them. Celica, you're here to buy something? Lydia approached her with Jack slowly trailing behind her. Wine? And some ink for Lady Senna, she replied. What about you? Nothing. Just walking around and exploring the city. Celica stared at them with a smug face. So you're on a date? How nice. She giggled and pointed south. Don't go in that direction. Sarah told me that her brother is plotting something in there and that I should stay away from it. What is he doing? Lydia looked south. Abel? He's trying to revitalize the prostitution district. He's quite good at that, and it'll make him a lot of money. As Jack replied, Lydia grabbed him by the head. And how do you know that? He told me. Said that he's looking to open a branch for the elephant trunk here, Jack replied as Lydia growled. That bastard Abel, even in Alina, we couldn't halt the indecency that he's coming up with. Then how about you fix the original problem? Jack turned to stare at her, and she quickly let go of his head. Sorry, what is it? Poverty, a lot of men and women lack the skill or courage to work in any other profession, or they might just like it too much. Those people usually end up trying to see themselves as prostitutes on the streets, but that mostly ends up with them scammed and not paid. Abel provides them with protection, guaranteed payment, and health care in exchange for a cut of what they make, Jack explained. So you're saying, she mumbled. Without him, endless children would start emerging on the street. Even I was one. I do not know my parents, and I doubt they knew of me or survived long enough. It's a shitty life. Growing in the streets isn't something that should exist. Abel is limiting that, and that's a good thing. He looked at her. If you think what he's doing is bad, then fix the city before trying to stop him. You're right, Lydia sighed. It's a systematic problem. Stopping him won't fix anything. Jack smiled. So you understand, Celica stared at them with a surprised face, yet a bit worried. You're talking sense into a paladin. It's either you're an impressive person, or there is something wrong with her. It's probably the latter, Lydia mumbled. Remembering that Amaterasu is a god of duality, she is as evil as she's good, which means the closer someone gets to her, the stronger that nature starts showing in them. Unbiased justice delivered to everyone equally. Lydia's eyes opened wide as she stared at the corner of the street, seeing a large rat run from the sun to the shade, the grass growing under the warm sunlight while fungus thrived in the shade. Darkness is the absence of light, and so are Amaterasu's doctrines. I see it. It's necessary, both exist like two faces of the same coin. Justice isn't trying to make the good side win. That's called tyranny. Justice is trying to achieve a balance between God and evil. That's why the church is failing. That is why people can't help but find paladins and clerics preach annoying, because we forget the truth of balance. She started mumbling, and her holy magic started spiking. Even Jack and Celica could feel it and backed away. Lydia? Watch out. Your magic is getting out of hand. Calm it down. Jack tapped her back and she calmed down. Ah, Jack, sorry, I was lost in thoughts, she smiled. It's an unfair reality given to all equally. The world is cruel, and we must preserve it. She closed a fist, engulfed in divine flames. Oath of vengeance, protection, and now she opened her palm balance, protecting the order of the world. I've gotten a new oath, and my divine magic purity doubled once more. Each time a paladin swears an oath or is granted one by their god, the quality of their divine magic doubles. Everyone humanoid has a base affinity to holy magic that's equal to 1. Once they become a cleric or a paladin, they get their first oath which doubles that affinity and makes it 2. A cleric's oath is to heal all equally and fairly without discrimination, as everyone has a right to life. Paladins' oaths differ from one god to another. A normal paladin would usually have only one oath, which gets the purity of their holy magic into 2. Keeping an oath is a difficult and sometimes a deadly endeavor, so most stay with one. When a paladin picks a second oath, their holy magic starts shifting into divine magic and reaches a purity of 4, meaning their smite could be double the strength of that of a normal paladin, and so is their willpower. And now that Lydia gained her 3rd oath, her purity spiked to 8, getting doubled once again. She became equal in quality to the previous head paladin, Alphonse, albeit she still lacks in quantity. The large rat that Lydia saw stopped moving and turned toward her, staring with a tired face. He approached them. The hell was that? He spoke, his eyes glowing purple. Arad, Jack gasped, patting the rat's head. I thought you went back to Alina for the weekend. I left my clone here, he replied, turning toward Lydia. What was that spike in holy magic? No, it was divine magic. I got a 3rd oath. I bet that devil lord would have seen the gods if I punched him with this power, she smiled. You bet, but you're still nowhere near the purity that Vars had when became a demigod right before ascending. The rat replied in Arad's voice, sitting on his butt and crossing his tiny arms. Holy magic won't work against a demigod anyway, but I have something that might fare better. A dark purple spark crackled in her eyes. The scent of the hells. What kind of power did you pick up from there? Want to see it? Lydia smiled. Yeah, but we need to find another place. The rat tapped his tail on the ground and they all disappeared. Arad and Lydia had a short training bout and the results looked astounding. He was using his clone, which had half his magic power, but was just as durable as his full self. But even with that, Lydia's smites could knock him into the next phase with a single hit. Albeit, landing those smites seemed impossible with his speed, and she only managed to hit him as he allowed her to do so. What was more horrifying was when Lydia's blade sparked black under Amaterasu's eclipse, showing a power that contradicts her holy magic, rotting Arad's flesh upon contact and preventing him from healing. The two faced each other as Lydia's sword turned back to normal. Don't use that sword in front of anyone, Arad said. It's vile. I know it's not something a paladin should use to enact justice. She looked at him. But I feel this power was granted to me for a reason. It eats away at holy magic and erases it to zero perfect for killing demigods like Vars. Arad started thinking, so, you're saying we're going to face a demigod soon? Is that a vision from Amaterasu's Archon and the ruler of the Nine Hells? To the south of Croc City, a man sat on a wooden chair in a small village, carrying a golden ball in his hand. They all died, the party I sent to Croc, he mumbled. Lord Jordan, we got a message from the new team heading to Croc. They successfully located the woman who started the massacre of the Gonger warehouse. At the time of the writing of the letter, she was coming down from the university to the city. The man who walked inside said with a gentle bow, I hope they follow their plan. Lord Jordan stared at him with a twisting face. They will, won't they? Capture her alive and bring her here. Indeed, they'll do just that. The man bowed deeper. Good. Those who don't follow my words have no place in my heaven. Make sure everyone remembers that. Lord Jordan growled. Yes, Your Highness. The man slowly walked backward and exited the room. Such a mysterious thing, but how beautiful it is. He stared at the golden ball in his hand. The world wants me to rise. There is no other explanation as to why I found this. This land itself saved me decades of preparation and hundreds of worshippers. It's right before my hands, the divine spark. He stood twitching. But those villains could still try and steal this from me to stall my great plan. But I'm smarter than them, I'm indeed. He gulped the golden ball. Now take it from my corpse, you foul ones. New novel chapters are published on freewebnovel.com, chapter 778, Merlin's Uninvited Guests. ARID, swear. Come on, please. Arad could barely walk with Miriam hanging to his back, dragging him back. Don't leave just once. I said no, and that means no. It could end with a disaster. Arad turned back at her with an annoyed growl. You've heard Merlin. You have nowhere near enough mana for that. How many times do I need to explain it to you? That isn't fair. Can't you help me with your mana? I'm sure it'll be fine. She was about to cry. Crying won't grant you anything. He looked at her. Even with both of our mana combined, we won't sustain 10, let alone hundreds or even thousands. Miriam Ayla said, staring at them. I've told you it's a bad idea. He won't do it no matter how much you ask. Ayla, help me convince him. Miriam stared at her with a near-crying eye. Someone would die, Eris said. I don't mind you dying, but I can't have Arad die before I kill him. So stop it. Merida nodded. Yeah, I can understand how you feel, but you must be patient and get more mana. You're just too good for it that it backfired on you. Miriam could lay ant eggs on her own without needing a mate since she's a dungeon boss. But she could still mate, and her wanted partner was Arad. But that had proved a huge problem. While working on freeing Zephyr, Merlin did some studies on Miriam's body and how she functions and discovered several troubling things. She's both similar to normal ant queens and different. Miriam has to lay eggs 1 week a month, with around 200 to 400 eggs a day, resulting in a total of 1,400 to 2,800 eggs a month. This is the bare minimum, but she can choose to lay eggs each day without stopping, of course, as long as she has enough food. But she only does that when the colony lacks workers. But if she was to mate with Arad, a disaster would occur. Even if only 1% of the eggs came as void dragons, that would still be 1428 at once, which would drain both her and Arad dry of mana and kill them. He's now using almost a third of his mana to sustain the egg in Mira, and if Ayla is pregnant, the child would be most likely an elf or a human, as doesn't need that much mana. Miriam keeps asking Arad to sleep with her, but he has to remind her each time that they can't sustain the eggs, and he isn't going to let his children starve to death before they are even born. Without any of us having enough mana to sustain such a number, we can't do it, and even if I had such mana to support them all, I wouldn't do it, as that would leave me with nothing to fight with. I want to wait until I have at least double what is needed so we can stay safe. Arad added and turned toward Miriam. Do you understand? She let go of him with a sad face. I do. She gently shifted into her ant form and looked up. Her mandible tapped each other before she released a deep roar, calling half of the ant workers. Dig the ground, spread across the land, and find me mana crystals. A boss is a mirror to the dungeon. If we had a lot of mana crystals here, my mana might start increasing. The ants rushed everywhere to scavenge for mana crystal. Arid and the girls headed to Merlin's tower as the ants went out to search, and they found Merlin with Amber in the lab working on a spell. Strangely enough, Merlin was in her underwear while Amber's whole body was made of blazing flames. Hot! Alla, Mira, and Merida gasped as they hid behind Eris and Isdis's ice magic. What's going on here? Arad asked as he approached Merlin. Arad, it's been a while. She rushed toward him and jumped at his chest, hugging him. Do you know how much I missed you? I've been left alone to deal with her magic. Master. Zia jumped out of Arad in her nun's outfit. I sense a fiend around you. She grabbed Merlin by the hair and started pulling her back. Get away from him, you wizard. Arad turned toward Amber. Can you turn back to normal? It's a bit hot for them. He pointed at the girls. Well, we're testing fireproof clothes. There is a possibility of me being naked, she replied. So you two were testing clothes that won't burn when you transform? Arad looked at her. Just looking at you now, I say you're naked. There is no trace of clothes around you. I don't really want to try my luck. She looked at the girls. I'm not as shameless as that woman. I won't strip in front of any man, let alone a married one. Merlin turned toward Amber. Do it. It'll take a lot to calm your flames. Just pull them back, and let's see if the clothes I enchanted had remained. Amber turned toward Eris. Do it. We don't really care at this point, Eris replied. When Amber shifted back, she still had her clothes on, and Merlin gave her a thumb up. It worked. Amber looked at her robe. You crazy woman, it worked, she giggled. You're really something. Even you underestimate my skills. Merlin let go of Arad and approached Amber. Yep, they are stable, but I doubt they'll survive if you get hit when in fire mode. I'll add some extra enchantments. Merlin then turned toward Arad the girls. Sit down. What brought you to my humble lab today? Arad sat down and Zia stood beside him, still glaring at Merlin with a growl. She's extremely protective of Arad. I actually came to ask you about magic. Knock, knock, knock. Everyone stopped talking and stared at the door. I sense no magic. Merlin stood approaching the door. No, it's Nina. I can recognize the mana flowing in her from a mile away. She opened the door. Oi. Long time no see. Did your boobs grow larger again? W equals Betty stood there, lifting her hand and waving it at Merlin. And Merlin immediately kicked Betty in the face and smacked the door shut, panting like she saw a ghost. I must be dreaming. Yeah, she'll never come here. Knock, knock, knock. Merlin remained silent, hearing her heart beat like a drum. Knock, 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 knock. She rapidly opened the door and threw a low kick, followed by a mana blast. She hit Nina straight in the ground and blasted her clothes with the spell. Nina lifted Merlin by the face. What's the meaning of this? Why attack me out of nowhere? She growled. Wait, what happened to that brat? She growled. What brat? Nina growled. She must be talking about me, Betty replied while sitting on Arad's lap. I got in before she closed the door. Betty stared at her with a proud face. I'm fast. While still caught by Nina, Merlin pointed her foot at Betty and charged a spell to blast her with teleport magic. Get out of my lab. Nope. Betty disappeared, and she appeared sitting on the table with Merlin on her lap. Smack, she spanked her. When it was last that I spanked you since the days of school, you problem child. I guess graduating never taught you to respect your teachers. Ding, ding. Merlin teleported out of Betty's grasp and appeared behind Arad. Where did she go? She gasped. I'm standing on your head, Betty replied, standing on Merlin's head. Merlin pulled Betty down with a gravity spell and swung an enchanted fist at her, trying to get a punch in. Betty disappeared and appeared behind Merlin, slapping her butt again. "Sorry, I'm short and can only reach your butt. Wash." Merlin spun with a kick, but Betty appeared standing on her chest and face. "You're too slow for me. I only came to visit you. Calm down, Thud." Arad grabbed Betty by the head. "Stop causing trouble. How did you come here? I didn't bring you." "I ran too, here. It only took me a second, I swear," Betty replied as she wiggled like a worm lifted by her head. "Why am I always cursed with those halflings making my life hell?" Merlin growled. "You have a history with them?" Arad asked. "A long one," she growled. "That's a lie. It's a short history." Betty said, and Merlin grabbed her by the face. "She was always told she's a magic genius, and she came to the university quite arrogant with her power and mastery over the arcane arts. She annoyed me, so I gave her a reality check every time she thought she made an achievement. She then graduated and went to Magic Tower to get higher education to come to humiliate me. But she ended up treated the same way by Lilia, the Archmage of the Tower. And even after leaving the tower much more powerful, she still can't reach my level of mastery." Betty explained everything as shortly as she could, but it wasn't shorter than her. "Lilia, that red-haired halfling?" Arad asked. "Yeah, but she's a half-elf, half-halfling, and is 1 foot taller than me," Betty said as Merlin let go of her face. "How strong is she compared to you?" "Far stronger. To start with, Lilia is at level 1000, knows all the spells in existence, and always makes new ones. Her mana seems infinity, and her efficiency makes her able to cast level 9 spells without consuming any mana at all. The shorty seems to have mastered all the elements of magic, even holy and curse, because she's a fanatic believer of the Overgod and his paladin. She's the pinnacle of magic. Some even call her the avatar of the goddess of magic Yog. Is she really that strong? I find it hard to believe. Last time I saw her, she did beat me, but she didn't seem that far ahead. I bet I could punch her in the face now," Arad replied. "You don't know how scary she can be." Betty stared at him. "Catch me first, and then we can talk about how to beat her if you have that potential. Is my power really that hard to imagine?" Lilia appeared standing on Merlin's head just like Betty. Everyone froze in place, barely able to move as a huge wave of mana seeped from Lilia's body, but she stopped the leaking mana. "I admit one thing. He has the potential to beat me if he tries really hard." "Why do you love standing on my head so much?" Merlin growled, sparks of lightning crackling on her hair. Lilia stared down at her. "Because your mana is cleanest of everyone here. It's also the purest, calmest, and most refined. Targeting you as a landing position of teleportation magic couldn't be easier. Be proud, Merlin. Not many people reached your level of mastery. Otherwise, I won't even bother showing here, would I?" Merlin gasped updat id from freewebnovl.com, Chapter 779. Trust, Chapter 779, Trust. Care to explain why did you come here? Arad grabbed Lilia by the head and lifted her up. "Merlin clearly doesn't want you here." "I get that. She dislikes me, but she does want me here," Lilia said with a passive face as her eyes shifted toward Merlin's desk. "You've made some progress with the seal, but you've hit a snag for the last few days. You've been going down the wrong path to opening it, so I came to help you." Lilia disappeared from Arad's palm and appeared standing over Merlin's desk. The papers flew to her hand as if they had a mind of their own. "Look here, you're assuming the prison cube is a seal that encases a target and working off that. That theory is wrong since Gojo had once escaped. How do you know that?" Merlin growled at her. Lilia looked at her with a passive face, not showing a single emotion. "Should I tell her I'm the one who made those things? Vlad did tamper with it, but I can probably get Zephyr out in a minute or two. No, it's better to let the young ones learn. Zephyr isn't in any danger inside after all. How I know doesn't matter. What matters is that you're going down the wrong path. This isn't a seal that encases a target. Then what is it?" Merlin asked. Lilia looked away. "See you later, have a good time." She disappeared. "Wait!" Merlin screamed. Why would leave without telling us what is it? She growled, staring back at her papers. Arad pulled the cube Zephyr was sealed in and stared at it. She said it isn't a seal that encases a target. Then we have 2 points to challenge, a seal and the second if it encases a target or not, he said, his eyes glowing with a dark purple light. He pulled a chair and sat down, Betty taking a seat on his shoulder, almost getting shot by an arrow from Ayala. You angry? Betty waved her hand at Ayala. Get off him. He isn't a chair, she growled. Betty, Arad said, I want to test something. What, did you find something? I didn't find anything. But I think it might be neither a seal nor something that encases a target. He stood. I need your help for this. Betty laughed. It's my chance then to prove myself. She turned toward Ayala and the rest. Be ready with this favor. I'll get my spot ahead of all of you. I'll never let it slide off my hand. Arad stared at her. Accelerate me to the speed of light. Betty's face changed into a frown. I can't do that. You'll die. If you die, I'll have no one to seek. I won't die. I only want to understand the limits of travel magic. You mean teleportation? Then use that. Betty stared at him. Arad, what are you thinking about? Merlin approached Arad with the girls. I think this cube is a portal. The space the target gets locked in isn't a real one, but a demi-plan like the one Betty took me and my brother to. He looked at Betty. That doesn't make sense. I could have opened it if it was a portal. Merlin stared at him. No, it doesn't have a single portal. There are several tens of ring-shaped portals stuck into the same space to the point they form a sphere. To get to the space the target is looked in, you need to synchronize all the portals as if you're opening a lock made of magic, and this thing was made to kill abominations. It isn't meant to be opened. Betty smiled. If anyone tried to force the cube open, the portals would get destroyed, causing the demi-plane that the target is in to collapse on them, and they'll die. Even their soul would get lost. I don't know about the last part, but I think Brother managed to break out since we void dragons are attuned to space. You can try to seal a fish in the ocean, but it'll just swim out. But try and seal a human, that's a different thing. Arad smiled. If I can accelerate to the speed of light, I might be able to break the cube, fly through the portals, and swallow Zephyr into my stomach before the whole place collapses. Let's say everything you said is right. You're Betty a lot on Zephyr. She's a great spirit, and I doubt you'll be able to swallow her in time. Her reflexes would prevent you from doing that. Merlin sat on a chair facing Arad. Arad started thinking for a while. Zephyr, will she innately reject me? This is like jumping at someone swinging a knife. Even if they were your lover, they'll still dodge. That's right. And you can't reach the speed of light without a light dragon's blood. Your body would disintegrate before you reach that speed. Betty sighed. Think of another plan. The problems are if I can reach such speed, and if Zephyr trusts me enough. Ayla pulled a dagger and swung at Arad, stabbing him in the neck, and everyone gasped. Ayla, what did you do? Eris growled. Are you out of your mind? Merlin stared at her. Arad's eyes slowly panned down at the dagger. Trust, he mumbled. Yeah, you're right, Ayla, he smiled. I know Zephyr better than anyone here. She trusts you far more than you expect. You could kill me and she won't bat an eye. Not because she doesn't care about me, she does, and would burn the whole kingdom if I were to get killed, but she trusts you enough to believe you had a reason. Ayala pulled the dagger off Arad's neck, and not a single drop of blood spilled. He healed as the blade went out. Amber looked at them. I see, so it's something like Merlin. She pointed at her. Always wear a baggy robe and a large hat outside, or rush to wear them when anyone shows up. But when Arad is around, she doesn't even care if she's in her underwear or naked. Merlin looked at herself in her underwear. Now that reminds me. Betty turned toward Merlin, speaking of trust. You never trusted anyone with your labyrinth magic. We don't talk about that. We need to talk about it. If Arad's theory is right, you could open a labyrinth with a rule that forbids portals of the same wavelength as the ones inside the cube. You'll pull Zephyr out with ease. Betty pointed at her. You don't trust your abilities in the slightest. Show them. Merlin looked away. I won't, and that's none of your business. And I'm sorry to say it, but it's none of their business as well. She turned toward Arad. Sorry, even I have things I don't want anyone to know. Arad looked back at her, thinking, let's get a private room. I have something to tell you of my own. I'll give you a place. Betty flicked her fingers, and both Arad and Merlin disappeared. Where did you send them? Amber stared at Betty. A clear and locked dimensional room where they can be at ease. We'll never know what happens there. She sat on Arad's chair. Let's wait and believe they'll reach a conclusion. Arad and Merlin found themselves sitting in a white room, facing each other. This is Betty's magic. She did lock us here. I bet she did. Arad replied to her. So, I'll get right to business. I already know you're a witch. Merlin froze in place. Who told you? No one did. I can see the magic covering your skin. It's even more concentrated on your nails, hair, blood, and bones. With his void eyes, he could see Merlin's veins glowing with mana, the same way as her mana circuits. Merlin sighed, and tattoos showed covering her whole body. She lifted her arm. This one keeps my heart beating regularly. This one makes sure my lungs keep working while I'm sleeping, and this one helps me sleep in the first place. She stared back at him. We high humans have extremely weak bodies in exchange for magic talent. How do you explain Jack? Jack, Merlin started thinking. He's a high human, indeed, but he's different than me. He has a decent body, but lacks all magic, but he has the fate of a hero and intelligence to go with it. The fate of a hero, I don't get it. You don't need fate to get a weapon from the gods. They can choose anyone. He looked at her. Being chosen by the gods is the fate. Billions of people live and die without even meeting or hearing of one. Merlin put one leg on another, looking at the tattoos covering her whole body. If you know this, then I have nothing to hide, she sighed. Why hide you're a witch? No, like any of them outside would tell on you. Remember the labyrinth? What was the thing that stuck most with you? She asked. Arad thought for a moment the naked statues of me or the sealed devil, succubus, all of those. She looked away. Read laced chapters at freewebnovel.com, only chapter 780, Is She My Daughter? Chapter 780, Is She My Daughter? Magic engraving through tattoos and witchcraft wasn't the only way I took to keep my sickly body alive. Merlin looked away. Have you heard of flesh magic? I did, and I can at least know that this is your real body. He stared at her. It's my true body, yes. But I had to switch several organs in and out when they failed. She flicked a finger, and several scars appeared glowing on her skin, where healing magic was used extensively. I have a succubus liver, parts of my stomach, and of devil origin as well. My left kidney I got from a doppelganger, and I've got some dragon blood and bones. She looked at Arad. I'm an abomination of magic. I've almost turned myself into a monstrosity to remain alive, and I'm a vampire wine-wolf monster that burned a whole kingdom. We aren't that different. He said, putting one leg on another, so what's the problem? I guess not much of them are a problem, but the succubus liver is dangerous. It affects my mind. She looked away. Basically, be blunt. What is the problem? Arad stared at her. It makes me extremely horny, especially when I set my eyes on someone. I can spend weeks without being able to get any work done. I've made those statues in those weeks. She looked away with a red face. Basically, it's me now that makes a lot more sense with you watching me all the time with magic, he sighed. Now that you know, you can understand why your wives will never trust you with me? I don't suggest they do. If I had a chance, I'll make my move. I won't be able to resist my urges, she faced him. That's why. I didn't want to master the labyrinth magic as it was dangerous, but after the last, even with it going berserk, I bet I could master it now. But if I did, I'm certain my succubus urges would win, and I'll drag you into it. You remind me of Merida. I wish you two were a bit more honest with me. Arad stood. I doubt Aella and the rest would oppose the idea. Let's talk with them, and you start mastering your labyrinth magic. I'm mature enough not to go after a married man, she growled, and I'm old enough, no, strong enough to be arrogant. If you think mastering labyrinth magic is enough for you to beat and drag me inside, then try it. I'll be the one to drag you to my lair. He stood. Mom says it's dangerous for you to bear eggs, not because of age, but because of your weak body and mixed organs. But you're a witch. We'll find a solution. He looked aside with a worried face. Hoo-ha, Mom is angry, but she'll calm up soon. Just trying to take me like that. Do you have no preference or goal? Merlin giggled. Arid looked at her with a smile. All humanoid women smell delicious to eat. I doubt I have the same sexual attraction as normal humans. I'm a dragon after all. He scratched his chin. But I noticed you staring at my chest every now and then. She stared at him with a smug smile. Alla and Mira have milk, and I like its taste. Since yours are too big, I was thinking they might have a lot more milk in them, Arid replied with a straight face. You want the milk? Merlin gasped. Yeah, if I have to say, I'm a dragon that eats humans. You're a part of my diet. Keep that in mind. Dragons are weird. Merlin sat on her chair and leaned back, taking a deep breath. Arid looked at her, thinking deeply about himself. I do indeed taste them, but they are my wives and those I love. I don't see them as food, but that's just a part of their charm, except Zephyr. She never smelled like food to me now that I'm thinking about it. Why is that? Say, Arad looked at Merlin. It's true that everyone around me seems edible. I don't mind sucking Alla's toes as they taste like chicken. But stop. You shouldn't tell me that. Take it back. Keep it between you and her. Merlin growled, albeit she expected that due to the nature of elves. Zephyr never smelled or tasted like food to me. Even Nina smelled delicious, but Zephyr didn't, he added. She's a great spirit. They aren't in the Dragon's Died and are mostly creatures of mana. Merlin smiled. She might be the only one besides dragons that you can see as something other than food. You might be right. I should work on that. I shouldn't see my wives as food no matter what, he started thinking. Also, wouldn't it be right to think of Zephyr as the mother of your first child? Merlin stared at him, lifting a finger. What are you talking about? Since when did I and Zephyr have a child? He gasped. I'm sure I never slept with her unless she did something behind my back. Not that. I'm talking about Yuwaku, the nymph born to her magic and your draconic beauty. Can't she be counted as your first daughter? Merlin looked at him. I hope I can. But I doubt she's my daughter biologically, magically, I guess, as she was born of a combined magic between me and Zephyr. Merlin pointed at the cube. Zephyr is sealed in. The mother of your child is imprisoned there. What do you think? Arad stared at the cube, his heart slowly pounding, and it started accelerating. Merlin slowly started hearing it beating like a drum as veins popped on Arad's body and neck. Wait, what are you doing? She gasped, but suddenly saw Arad's eyes shift into those of a dragon. This cube, percent Piro equals, Nake, click, 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 click. Blood gushed out of Merlin's nose, eyes and ears as shot got hit with a powerful metal shockwave emerging from Arad. His mind was screaming in rage, his thought ripping their way to everyone around him as a man's screaming voice pierced people's ears. Arad had mixed blood from his human father and draconic mother. He was always struggling in the middle. A dragon trying to live a human life. But any slight push could send him rolling down one path. The mere realization that the mother of his child could be imprisoned inside the cube sent him into a mad rage, the same way red dragons burn cities down. He was about to blow up. Betty was standing above Merlin's desk telling the girls stories about Merlin's embarrassing school life and Alcott's outlandish deeds. But she suddenly stopped moving. Blood gushing out of her nose, eyes, and ears as she pissed herself. The great magic she cast to give Arad and Merlin a private space to talk in had begun to crumble, and she received a painful backlash for trying to hold a massive amount of power inside. Betty stared at her hands as the girls panicked. It's expanding inside me, Arad's magic? She grabbed her head, growling, "I can't keep him inside for longer." She pointed her finger at everyone else. "Damn it, go inside and calm him down at any cost." She pulled them into her magic and slowly walked toward the corner of the lab and sat there panting as she tried her best to endure the pain and keep Arad inside. "Am I not strong enough to keep a leash on him?" she thought. As the girls landed inside, they found themselves standing beside Merlin, who was protecting herself with a massive barrier. Huge waves of heat and magic gushed out of Arad as they could all hear his mental scream. "What happened to him?" Ayala growled at Merlin. "I don't know. We were talking about how Yuwaku could be counted as his daughter, and he suddenly snapped," Merlin replied. "Huh?" Ayala grunted. "I get it." Eris took a step forward. "Arad is smart and mentally durable, a lot more than anyone else, but he's still a dragon with anger issues and rage problems. The threshold for his patience is high, but has a limit." She walked out of Merlin's barrier. "You'll die! Stop there!" Amber shouted, and so did Ayala, Merlin, Mira, Merida, and Isdis. The threshold for his mental endurance is those dear to him, us. The moment the thought of Yuwaku being his daughter came to his mind, he counted Zephyr as one of his wives. He snapped at her being imprisoned. "I need to stop him before he kills her in an attempt to get her out of that cube." Eris walked into the heat and magic, her body burning with plasma. "Arad, if you won't get out of that mindless rage on your own, I'll have to knock some sense into you."